Before I start this video, I want to take a moment and apologize for the delay. I was doubling back after graduation, and upon trying to upload this as soon as possible, I got hit with about 13 copyrights, mainly for the introduction video for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. So if you want to watch the original introduction, I'm going to leave a link to it in the description box. But other than that, I hope you still enjoy the video. Take care. When the PS2 dropped in the year 2000, what came with it was a wave of legendary titles. If you enjoy horror games, Silent Hill 2 has stole your heart. If stealth was your thing, then Metal Gear Solid 3 definitely caught your attention. But in the early 2000s, one thing that would truly cement a game's legacy was controversy. If a movie, game, or even a song was labeled controversial, it didn't scare people away. It pulled them in. The very idea that you shouldn't experience something only made us more curious. Why not? What are you trying to hide? These were all questions we were asking ourselves. One company that's fed off controversy since the 90s was Rockstar North. Ever since they dropped the first Grand Theft Auto in 1997, they've turned negative press into free marketing. Then came GTA 3. A game that didn't just raise the bar, it changed gaming forever. But even that wasn't ready for what would hit in 2004. That year, Rockstar dropped something different, something massive, a landmark, a fixed point in time. This was a game you whispered about in the class, the one you'd sneak off to go play in your cousin's room. And somehow, year after year, console after console, it keeps coming back. It's timeless, and even some would dare to say the greatest PS2 game of all time. Welcome to episode 9 of the Rockstar Takeover. Today, we're rolling with the Grove Street families in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. If you're a returning viewer, welcome back to the channel, and if you're new, I'm glad to have you here. Just to catch you up, I originally kicked off the Rockstar Takeover in celebration of GTA 6 coming this year, but thanks to Rockstar, that game got pushed back a whole year, and by that point, I was already 7 videos deep. I was upset, but I was fully convinced I was not going to stop anything. I made a promise to bring you the series, and I'm sticking with it. The reason might have changed, but the content will not. Alongside the Rockstar Takeover, I've also been running the Mortal Kombat Takeover. It's wrapping up soon with just 3 more videos left. And my reason for doing the Mortal Kombat Takeover was due to the upcoming Mortal Kombat 2 movie dropping this year. So, whether you're a Mortal Kombat fan or you rock with Rockstar Games, the content is coming straight to you. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you don't miss any uploads. And if you enjoyed this video and you want to support the channel, a like goes a very long way. It really helps the algorithm push this video out to more viewers. Now, with all that said, let's dive into this. In case you missed some of my previous Grand Theft Auto videos, here's a little recap so you stay up to speed. In the late 80s in Dundee, Scotland, a small group of friends came together at the Kingsway Amateur Computer Club. That group, Russell Kay, Mike Daly, Steve Hammond, Gary Timmons, and David Jones, will go on to form a company called DMA Design. At first, success was hard to come by, but that changed when they created Lemmings, a game that made them a household name. After Lemmings, Mike Daly started experimenting with a top-down cityscape concept, adding cars that drove around the environment. When David Jones saw the potential in the idea, he joined in, and together they turned it into something special. Originally titled Race and Chase, the project stirred controversy when it was rebranded as Grand Theft Auto. The game launched in 1997, becoming both a hit and a lightning rod for controversy, even getting banned in Brazil. Following GTA's success, instead of jumping straight to a sequel, Take-Two Interactive greenlit two expansions, GTA London 69 and GTA London 61. Then, in 1999, DMA, with Rockstar Games as the publisher, released GTA 2. It was also around this time that Rockstar would acquire DMA Design, shortly after co-founder David Jones left the company right as the next game was entering development. That game was Grand Theft Auto 3. This game revamped gaming forever, which led to Rockstar North being the new title of DMA. From this, Rockstar would start working on an expansion pack, very similar to GTA London, but after seeing how far they would have come, plans changed for this to become an official game. That game was Grand Theft Auto Vice City. This game was a masterpiece that cemented GTA as a true champion on gaming. Now that we're all caught up, let's talk about GTA San Andreas. Originally, San Andreas was being marketed as Grand Theft Auto 4. In an IGN article, it stated, "You and I know Rockstar is working on its next Grand Theft Auto in earnest, but there are so many details about the game we simply don't know." Today, at a technology conference in New York, Take-Two Executive Vice President Cindy Buckwalter filled in one blank by telling the attendees that the next Grand Theft Auto will be released in the later half of the fiscal fourth quarter of 2004, several reports say. Around this time, two names were being tossed around for the next Grand Theft Auto. People thought it was either going to be Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or Grand Theft Auto Sin City. And believe it or not, for a while it was labeled as Sin City. People in the UK were even pre-ordering the game under that name on Amazon, but due to some trademark issues, the name was eventually changed to San Andreas. In an article by Douglas C. Perry, he explained, "After a confusing stir in which Amazon.com posted pre-orders for Grand Theft Auto Sin City and then subsequently changed the name to the likes of Grand Theft Auto Next Version, most likely at the behest of Rockstar Games, we learned that Take-Two Interactive registered GTA San Andreas, GTA 5, and GTA 6 in mid-December." After the name change, hype levels shot through the roof. San Andreas instantly became one of the most anticipated games of 2004. Rockstar launched a teaser website, which didn't show much besides a coming soon message, but that was all it took to send fans into a frenzy. What everyone was really waiting for was E3 2004, and Rockstar would make an official announcement.
And of course, not to be forgotten is the Grand Theft Auto franchise from Rockstar Games. One of the most significant series on PlayStation 2, we are pleased to announce that the next iteration of this franchise, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, will be coming exclusively to PlayStation 2 this fall.
At E3, we finally got the first announcement. A promo image of the game dropped showing the protagonist CJ in front of a lowrider, and that image alone set the tone. On top of that, a trailer was released, giving fans their first real taste of the world of San Andreas. Now, this game drew heavy inspiration from West Coast culture in the 90s, and if you know Rockstar, you know they originally started out in the UK. So the question was, how were they going to make this authentically American? For starters, they cast real West Coast rappers. Young Melee voiced CJ and MC8 voiced Ryder. Both of them bring real West Coast energy to their roles. But there was one more key figure behind the scenes who helped bring it to life.
How you come up on this shit?
Well, actually, DJ Pooh.
Grand Theft Auto, DJ Pooh.
We're all fans of Pooh, you know what I'm saying? And Pooh is funny, he technical. He's the one who got Rockstar to do the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, that whole, like take it from Miami and put it in LA. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Take it from the Miami dope culture to the LA gang culture. So he's the one who's behind the scenes with stuff like that. And
thanks to DJ Pooh, a guy who went from the streets to becoming a full-blown producer who worked on films like Friday, The Wash, and Three Strikes, Rockstar was able to capture the look and feel of the 90s California. His collaboration with the Hauser brothers was what gave San Andreas that extra layer of authenticity, even using known black film culture as ways to bring the game to life, taking inspiration from Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, and even Colors. The goal was to get that authentic California life and put it on a console. When the beta build was ready, GamePro got a hands-on look at the early missions and shared their thoughts. In the article they stated, GamePro recently viewed a demo of the game that was comprised of the first few missions and portions of Los Santos. Everything has been rebuilt and optimized so that San Andreas looks much more detailed than Vice City. The city of Los Santos alone is 4 times the size of Vice City, which is pretty scary considering that there are 2 other cities and even larger deserts and badlands connecting them for you to explore. Voice talent and licensed music is not yet finalized, but you can expect a glitzy announcement in the coming weeks. The dialogue heard so far is well delivered and easily on par with the high quality of previous games. To give that visual performances more impact and greater realism, Rockstar built the largest motion capture studio on the East Coast. The game was originally set for an October 9th release, but ended up getting delayed by just 1 week, which, let's be honest, isn't at all bad considering today's year-long delays. The updated beta was finished, the hype was real, and finally on October 26, 2004, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas hit store shelves.
Oh shit, here we go again. Worst place in the world, Rolling Heights baller country. Now I ain't represented Grove Street in 5 years, but the ballers won't give a shit.
Now, I'm about to tell the story behind Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. There will also be light spoilers from Grand Theft Auto 3 as well as Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So if you're not a fan of spoilers, please advance this video to the gameplay overview section, as seen on the timeline below. Let's dive into this. Before we jump into San Andreas itself, we gotta talk about the introduction, the prequel that sets everything in motion. It's a mix of different scenes and overlapping events that all build up to the foundation for what's to come. The opening kicks off with Los Santos Police Department officers Frank Tenpenny and Eddie Pulaski fresh out of a meeting with an unnamed individual. Pulaski brings up a new problem, a rookie cop named Hernandez joining their team. Tenpenny brushes it off, saying Hernandez isn't the one to worry about. Instead, he's more concerned about another officer, Pendlebury. According to Tenpenny, if Pendlebury follows through with his threats, it's going to be a serious problem for their operation. From there, we cut to an alleyway, where we see 3 baller members are talking. One of them declares that the Grove Street families are finished, but another, wearing a black jacket, isn't so sure. He's worried about trusting a Grove Street trader and thinks it might be a setup. The third baller simply says, things change and money changes people. The next scene shifts to Grove Street territory, where Big Smoke and Ryder, 2 Grove Street gang members, are talking in Ryder's kitchen. Smoke tries to convince Ryder to come on board with something bigger. Ryder hesitates, saying he wants to be in charge of his own destiny. Smoke reassures him, saying he's got Ryder's back and they don't have a choice. There's nothing to feel bad about. After a moment, Ryder gives in and agrees.
I need to be in charge of my destiny, homie. This way you will be, homie. This is all about destiny. You know I got your back, right, homie?
Cool. How my shit look, fool?
Yeah, it's cool. Now, the way I see it is that we don't have a choice. Ain't nothing to feel bad about. You put a gun to a brother's head, brother's gonna do what he's told, no matter if he's a fool or a wise man. You don't want to put it in the brain, but if you can make it work and make some Benjamins while you at it, then that's cool.
It's gonna take more than a bullet in the head to stop me.
I don't doubt that, homie.
The next scene takes us to San Fierro, where we see a man named Mendez violently beating an unarmed gang member. Another man, Torino, steps in to stop the assault. He tells Mendez that he's found a buyer in Los Santos. As Torino takes a call, Mendez continues beating the man to death against a shipping container, punishment for snitching. Torino finishes his call and tells Mendez they need to focus on being more productive. He mentions a connection in Panama that can supply them with all the product they'll ever need. With that, the two leave the scene, Mendez dragging the bloody body behind him. Back in Los Santos, the focus shifts to Grove Street. Smoke and Sweet are playing dice out in the street with a few Grove Street members. Smoke tries to warn Sweet that they're losing control of the streets. Sweet, sticking to his principles, argues that the Grove Street stands for something strong. Smoke counters, saying they're getting weaker while the ballers grow stronger daily. Their conversation is cut short when their wannabe gangster friend Jeffrey shows up. He insists on being called OG Loc now because, as he puts it, it sounds more gangsta. Sweet shuts him down, saying he hasn't put in any work for the set, even though they're friends. He's not a real gangster. He tells Jeffrey to go to college and do something meaningful with his life, pointing out that he and Smoke messed their lives up by falling deep into the gang lifestyle. Jeffrey leaves disappointed, and Smoke shifts the conversation towards a money-making opportunity, but Sweet, not interested. He makes it clear he's in this for life for one reason: the hood. Before they part ways, Smoke casually asks Sweet if he's heard from CJ. Sweet says they're not speaking. Smoke brings up their late brother Brian, and Sweet somberly reflects, saying he's already lost two brothers, one to death and the other, CJ, who's out on the East Coast acting like a fool.
Hey, fool, we losing the streets, man. Nah, we are standing by our principles, homie. But our principles are making us bitches, man. Everyday ballers get stronger, and you and I get weaker. You and I get poor, man. Yeah, that shit will blow over. It always does.
Man, whoever heard of a gangster rapper called Jeffrey, man?
Hey, Jeffrey, man, get the hell out of here. Hey, man, come on, move.
OG Loc. And that's a gangster name, man. Like Sweet or Big Smoke.
Jeffrey, you ain't no gangster. Now, you ain't never put in no work for the set. You a friend, but you ain't no gangster.
Man, I'm for real, homie. For real.
Okay, cool. Now kick rocks. You messed up my game.
You know what? I'm gonna prove you however like you watch me.
Hey, Jeffrey, go to college, man. Make something of yourself. Me and the fat man, we messed our lives up. We fucked up in the game, man. We products of the environment. Don't be an idiot, man. Make us proud. Do shit different, baby.
But I'm a gangster rapper. It's our calling, homie.
Look, man, do whatever you want. Forget the fuck. Nah, man. Go be a gangster someplace else, baby.
Get
This ain't a fucking playground craze, man. This is the biggest money-making opportunity that guys like us will ever see. I got all the shit I need. Man, I thought we was in this for the hood. Not destroying the family, man. It's Grove Street, nigga. Talking the whole road got you. You heard from CJ lately? We ain't speaking. He got his own life, more than he deserved. What? Brian been dead, what? 5 years now? Yeah, CJ had 5 years when he should have been dead. Man, I lost 2 brothers, man. One got killed, and one showed himself. Perpetrating that. You a gangster, man. You gotta lighten up. See, CJ running around like the floor of East Coast. He can rot here for all I give a fuck.
The next scene finally brings us to our main protagonist, CJ. He's walking on the streets of Liberty City, specifically the red light district near Luigi Cess Club 7, looking for a car to steal. At first, he's out of luck. The ones parked alongside the sidewalk are all locked, but eventually he spots an opportunity, sneaks up and jacks a car from a driver stopped at a red light. CJ speeds off and makes a call to Joey Leone from Grand Theft Auto 3, letting him know he's got the car he was looking for. During the call, CJ reflects briefly on his past. He mentions never knowing his father and says his brother used to make his life a living hell. After that, he says he needs to get the car off the streets, possibly aware that the Liberty City Police Department might already be looking for it. With that, he hangs up the phone and drives off into the city.
Get out the car! Out now! Joe. Hey, what's up, man? It's CJ. Yeah, I hear you. I never knew my dad, but my brother used to make my life miserable. Yeah, well, that's what family for. Anyway, I got that thing you want. You want me to shoot it by the garage? Nah, I gotta get this thing off the street, man. It's way hot. All right, cool. Later.
The story then jumps back to Liberty City, where we see a younger Salvatore Leone. Yes, the same one from GTA 3, meeting with Johnny Sindaco in his home in St. Mark's District. Johnny wants Salvatore to invest $5 million into the Sindaco's casino operation. He even claims that his father wants to unite the Sindacos and Leones, but Salvatore isn't easily swayed. He immediately brings up how Johnny's people whacked his cousin. Still, he tries to stay professional, saying business is business. But then things get tense. Salvatore accuses Johnny of trying to play him for a fool. Johnny apologizes, and Salvatore says he'll consider the investment, but only if he gets control of the books. Johnny refuses, saying he can't do that, which sets Salvatore off. He suggests bringing in a third party to run the operation while they pull the strings. Johnny says there's already someone in place. Salvatore's response? Get rid of him. We then cut to Fort Carson, where we catch up with Ken Rosenberg. Yes, the lawyer from Vice City. He's walking out of the Fort Carson Medical Center rambling to himself about drugs. He says he's trying to convince himself that he's finally in control. He laments about being disbarred and needing a job, but quickly swings back to optimism, celebrating his sobriety while heartfeltly trying to hitchhike. Back in Los Santos, Officer Tenpenny's on the phone while Pulaski strolls out of a donut shop. Tenpenny tells the person on the other end to not get in his way. He says he's trying to set this individual up for life, but it quickly turns dark. He threatens them, even saying maybe he should eliminate them since they're not useful anymore. He then orders Pulaski to organize a hit squad, reminding the person on the line to hold up their end of the deal this week. Before hanging up, Tenpenny makes it clear, don't cross him. Pulaski casually calls Tenpenny pal, which immediately sets Tenpenny off. He reminds Pulaski who's in charge. Then the two hop into their patrol car to go and pick up Hernandez. We then get a brief but ominous shot of a green Sabre slowly pulling out of a garage and cruising down the street. The story returns to Ken Rosenberg, now at a payphone trying to call Tommy Vercetti. Yes, the protagonist from Vice City. Ken argues with someone for not putting him through, angrily claiming that he made Tommy who he is. The call ends with a dial tone, and Ken slams the receiver in frustration. Then we jump across the pond to England, where Kent Paul and Macker, also returning from Vice City, are in a recording studio. Paul proudly announces that he's now Macker's manager for their new band, the Gurning Chimps. The two share a celebratory hug, and Macker expresses his excitement about heading to America. Finally, we return once more to Liberty City. CJ is seen walking down an alleyway. He passes a random man that suddenly pulls out a weapon. He corners the guy and demands his money, and after taking everything, pistol whips him before casually walking off.
Give me your fucking money.
All right, man. Here, man. Take it. Come on, man. Don't shoot me.
A couple of scenes later, we're back in Salvatore Leone's home. Johnny Sindaco returns with news. His boys took out Mikey. Salvatore, satisfied, tells him the deal is back on. Johnny asks who they'll get to run the casino. Salvatore mentions a lawyer who used to work for the Forellis. He just got a rehab and needs a job. Salvatore says he'll give him a call. We then get another brief shot of the now familiar green Sabre creeping through the streets, an omen of what's to come. Then it cuts to Tenpenny and Pulaski pulling up to Los Santos Police Headquarters to pick up Officer Hernandez. On the ride, Hernandez opens up, says he joined Crash to make a real difference after spending 3 years on the streets. He tells a grim story about a domestic abuse case, a 20-year-old man who was beating his wife, a mother who was letting her kids starve. Hernandez says he faced a tough call: arrest the man and leave the kids with a drug-addicted mother, or let the guy walk away. Pulaski pulls the car over as Tenpenny chimes in. Tenpenny tells Hernandez he's worked with killers, dealers, and gangbangers who don't hesitate to wipe out their own families. He questions Hernandez's loyalty, saying he seems easily confused. Hernandez insists he'll do whatever it takes. Tenpenny tells him there'll be times when they'll have to let the bad guys go or turn a blind eye. Then he orders Hernandez to get out the car. As Hernandez steps out, we get another ominous glimpse of the Green Saber rolling through the city. Next, the story shifts back to Las Venturas. We get a glimpse of the casino before cutting to Ken Rosenberg, now sitting in a casino office looking nervous. Salvatore Leone storms in with one of his men and immediately loses it, furious that Ken is just lounging around. He pulls a gun on him, demanding the return of the money he invested in the casino. Ken panics, fearing for his life. Salvatore eventually lowers the tension, telling Ken to relax and to go get him a drink, but the threat is still heavy in the air. Then we cut to Pendlebury, on the ground, being kicked by Pulaski. The officer had planned to expose Tenpenny and Pulaski's corruption to internal affairs. Tenpenny calls Hernandez over. He picks up a gun and then coldly orders Hernandez to finish the job. Hernandez begs him not to make him do it. Tenpenny pushes harder, questioning his loyalty. Whose side is he on? Hernandez, torn, says he's with Tenpenny. It's kill or be killed. Hernandez hesitates. Pulaski barks at him to pull the trigger. Finally, shaking, Hernandez fires, eliminating Pendlebury. And with that, Tenpenny and Pulaski's grip on their corrupt empire stays intact.
Eddie, chill out, man.
The prick's still breathing.
That's good. Hernandez, finish him off.
Come on, please, don't make me do this.
Say what?
I can't.
Hey, I thought you understood.
He's a fucking cop, you maniac.
Not no more, he ain't.
We went over this. It's about percentages.
I know.
So whose side you on? His or mine?
Yours, Frank, yours.
Then be a fucking man. You cap him, or I cap you.
Come on, do it. Pull the trigger.
The final act of this prelude begins with the Green Saber rolling down Grove Street. When it reaches the Johnson house, a baller leans out the window and opens fire. Gunshots rip through the home before the car speeds off. A Grove Street family fires back but fails to stop the ballers from vanishing into the night. Inside the house, Sweet finds the unthinkable. Their mother has been shot and killed. He rushes out to stop Kendall before she walks in and sees the body. Moments later, we see Kendall sitting on the front steps, weeping as the sound of sirens echo through the Grove Street cul-de-sac. Sweet, holding it together just enough, calls Carl, tells him Mom's gone and he needs to come home. And then we see Carl Johnson, CJ, behind the wheel of a car, still in Liberty City. He's silent, stunned. He just got the call. His mother is dead. Another piece of his family is gone.
Oh, shit, hell, Mama! Look, get the, come on, bro. Mama!
CJ, it's your brother.
Okay, what you want?
I think you better come home. It's about Mama. She's dead, bro.
Now we're officially in the game. We see CJ returning to Los Santos with Sweet's phone call echoing in his mind. He hops into a taxi, heading back home. But as a cab stops at a red light, things take a turn. Officer Tenpenny, Pulaski, and Hernandez pull the taxi over and order CJ out. They force him to the ground. frisk him, and take his cash. Then they drag him into their patrol car. As they drive off, they catch up on lost time in their own twisted way. When they reach a railroad crossing, Tenpenny makes it clear he's going to frame CJ for the elimination of Los Santos Police Department officer Ralph Pendlebury, an act we know from the prequel was actually committed by Hernandez. Tenpenny warns CJ that he'll be watching him closely, then tosses him out of the car right into the heart of Bala territory.
How you been, Carl? How's your wonderful family?
I'm here to bury my moms. You know that.
Yeah, I guess I do. So what else you got shaking, Carl?
Nothing. I live in Liberty City now. I'm clean. Legit.
Nah, you ain't never been clean, Carl.
Well, what do we got here?
This is a weapon, Officer Pulaski, that was used to gun down a police officer not 10 minutes ago. Officer Pendlebury. A fine man, I might add. You work fast, nigga.
You know I just got off the plane.
Well, that's a good thing we found you and retrieved the murder weapon.
That ain't my gun.
Don't bullshit me, Carl.
Yeah, don't bullshit him, Carl.
What the fuck you want from me this time?
When we want you, we'll find you. In the meantime, try not to gun down any more officers of the law.
Y'all can't leave me here. This Ballas country.
I thought you said you was innocent, Carl. But you don't bang.
This is car 58.
See you around like a donut,
What?
Carl.
Officer Pendlebury's down. We'll be right over.
See Hernandez.
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Worst place in the world. Rolling Heights baller country. Now, I ain't represented Grove Street in 5 years, but the Ballers won't give a shit.
After dodging Ballas and making it safely to Grove Street, CJ enters his old family home. Inside, he comes across a photo of his recently deceased mother, Beverly. As he sits and reflects, Big Smoke, an old friend, suddenly appears from the kitchen wielding a baseball bat, mistaking CJ for a burglar. After a brief moment of tension, CJ explains who he is, and the two embrace. CJ and Big Smoke share a quick moment about Beverly's death, with Smoke vowing to help track down whoever was responsible. They head out to Smoke's truck to the cemetery in Vinewood. When they arrive, CJ is met by his sister Kendall, while Ryder watches silently nearby. CJ tries to show remorse and reconnect with Sweet, his brother, but Sweet lashes out, accusing CJ of abandoning the family, first during Brian's funeral 5 years ago, and now again with Beverly's. Tensions rise when Kendall says she's off to see her boyfriend, which infuriates Sweet. The two argue and Kendall storms off. Sweet then breaks down how many Grove Street members have been eliminated since CJ left. It's CJ's first real look at just how much everything has changed during his 5-year absence.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Look who I found hanging around.
Carl, hey, good to see you.
I can't believe she gone, man.
That's another funeral you ran away from, fool. Just like Brian's.
Hey, she was my mama too.
Not for the past 5 years she wasn't, nigga. And where the fuck you think you going?
What? Get out my face. I'm going to see Caesar.
The hell you are, girl. You ain't messing with them essays. You know we beefing. They ain't nothing but a bunch of
love
lowlife.
women. What the fuck are you?
At least I got principles.
Oh, and I guess that makes you an upstanding American. Carl, tell him.
Carl, don't tell me shit,
As long
bitch.
as he treat her right, disrespect you, and he
How the
did.
hell you gonna say that? Like it's any business of yours.
Fuck you, Sweet.
Oh, shit.
Asshole.
Here we go again.
This shit's real fucked up. Everything.
What you mean?
What, apart from your mother being dead? Things are going real bad. Here, let me show you, Running Man. Tony's buried over there. Little Devil over there. And Big Devil over there. Man, it's just crazy. Everybody blasts on fools first, then ask questions second.
As CJ, Sweet, Smoke, and Ryder leave the cemetery, a Baller car suddenly pulls up for a drive-by. They light up Smoke's truck, completely destroying it. The 4 Grove members quickly scramble, grab nearby bikes, and escape through the streets of Los Santos, dodging gunfire and pressure from the Ballers all the way back to Grove Street. Once they're safe, Sweet immediately hits CJ with the question, when is he leaving again? CJ tells him straight up he's sticking around this time. Smoke keeps it cool, telling CJ to drop by whenever, while Ryder takes a jab at CJ's haircut and outfit, calling it embarrassing. The others head out and CJ returns to the Johnson house alone.
I got with them motherfuckers, though. Showed them niggas who's gangster. Ryder, nigga. So when you leaving, Carl?
I ain't sure. Thought I might stay. Things is fucked up.
Well, the last thing we need is your help.
Ah, man, I won't let you down. I swear.
Hey, we gonna call some hood rats and chill the hell out. You want some?
I got a whole lot going on. I'm tired. I'll catch y'all later.
Hey, yo, just drop in. We all hanging out.
Gia, and get yourself some colors, fool. And a haircut. It's embarrassing to be seen with you.
Later on, CJ heads over to visit Ryder to catch up. Ryder tells him about a local pizza place in Idlewood that keeps painting over a Grove Street family's tag on the building, and now he wants to teach the owner a lesson. He asks CJ to come along, and CJ agrees. The two hop into Ryder's car and drive to the local barbershop. CJ asks if old Reese still owns it, but Ryder warns him not to get a cut there, claiming Reese popped his membrane years ago. Ignoring Ryder's warning, CJ steps inside and gets himself a fresh haircut anyway. When he comes back out, Ryder makes a sarcastic comment about the new look and tells CJ to grab some food from the pizza spot across the street while he finishes his smoke. CJ places an order at the counter, but just as things seem normal, Ryder barges in with a gun and tries to rob the place. The cashier immediately recognizes Ryder and shuts it down, pulling out a shotgun and scaring both of them off. CJ and Ryder rush outside and jump back in the car and speed off. After returning to Grove Street, Ryder tells CJ to head over and see Sweet. There's a bigger issue happening. Graffiti from rival gangs is covering the neighborhood, and Sweet wants it handled. At this point, CJ's main goal is to earn back his brother's trust. After being gone for 5 years, he knows he needs to put in real work to show he's serious. His first step, tagging up the turf. CJ and Sweet go out to spray over rival graffiti tags, marking Grove Street territory and starting to rebuild their bond. When they return to Sweet's house, CJ gets hit with the harsh truth. Part of why Grove Street lost its reputation is because of the crack epidemic sweeping the neighborhood. Big Smoke and Sweet argue about it, exposing how divided they are on the issue. Sweet sees it as a crisis, destroying the community, while Smoke is more dismissive. Ryder and CJ decide to take matters into their own hands. They head out to deal with some of the crack dealers poisoning the hood. Their first stop? Beat Up in Big Bear's place. CJ hopes to rally some of his old homies to help rebuild the families. But things don't go as planned. At Beat Up's house, CJ tries to convince both Beat Up and Big Bear to join the cause, but it's a disaster. Beat Up brushes him off completely, and it's clear he's in too deep. Worse, we see a first-hand account of what crack has done to Big Bear. Once a proud member of Grove Street, Bear is now a shadow of his former self, reduced to doing chores for Beat Up just to survive. It's a sobering moment for CJ. This is what's become of the families, and it's going to take a lot more than a few spray cans and old memories to bring Grove Street back.
Fool, I told you this is.
Open up!
Who the fuck is it? CJ, the fuck you want? Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, hold up, man. What happened to For Life, nigga?
The only thing that matters is the hood, homie. But you'll never understand what getting this money is like. You know what, man? Get the fuck out of here before you be laying on your back. Big Bear, come check this fool.
Hey, Bear? Big Bear, that's you? Hey, you still from the hood, homie, or what?
The only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah what?
Hell yeah, sir.
Now go make that motherfucking toilet spark.
Oh, no, man.
Man. Bear, come on.
Everyone likes to party sometimes, CJ. I'll see you around.
Stay the fuck from around here, punk.
Hey, nigga, fuck you.
It's just fucked up.
After failing to get help from Beat Up and Big Bear, CJ and Ryder decide to take matters into their own hands and clean up the hood themselves. They start by eliminating a crack dealer selling to Grove Street members. From there, they head straight to a ball of crack den. Inside, they wipe it clean. no witnesses left behind. Shortly after, CJ heads back to Sweet's house, only to walk in on another heated argument between Big Smoke and Sweet. But before it can escalate, Smoke diffuses the tension by cracking a joke about being hungry. The four decide to let things go for now and hit up the local drive-thru for some food. On the way there, CJ starts asking questions, specifically about what really happened to their mother. Ryder jumps in, saying the shooters were probably after Sweet. Smoke quickly follows up, trying to downplay the situation, saying there's no way to know for sure. As they arrive at the drive-thru, CJ and Sweet continue discussing their mom until the food arrives and interrupts the conversation. While sitting in the drive-thru, they spot a baller car heading toward Ganton. CJ gets behind the wheel as Sweet and Ryder start blasting the ballers, while Smoke, true to form, stuffs his face in the back seat. They return to Ganton. Sweet and Ryder head home, but Smoke asks CJ to give him a lift back to his new place, deep in baller territory. CJ is not exactly thrilled, and when they arrive, he confronts Smoke about Sweet's attitude towards him. Smoke tells CJ not to take it personally, Sweet's still grieving. The two part ways as CJ rides off into the night.
Hey, thanks, Carl. Hey, I miss having you around, baby.
Thanks, man. I wish Sweet thought like that.
He don't mean it, CJ. He's still real tore up about your moms, man. Here, get yourself a little smoky smoke on smoke and relax, homie.
Back at Sweet's house, CJ walks in on a dominoes game and starts asking about the current stash of weapons. Ryder lets him know that after a recent police raid, all their burners got swept. CJ brings up Emmett, wondering if he's still around. Smoke says Emmett's loyalty lies with the Seville Boulevard families, who've since split off from Grove Street, but agrees to take CJ to see him. On the ride there, CJ asks what went wrong, why everything is so divided now. Smoke explains that the hood politics caused a rift between the families. Too many wrongs, too many betrayals. That's why everybody left. Eventually, they find Emmett. At first, he mistakes CJ for Brian, his late brother. Emmett apologizes for what happened to their mother and agrees to help. He hooks them up with pistols, and CJ goes through a quick training session to get reacquainted. Afterwards, CJ drops Smoke off at his place. The next day, CJ heads back to Sweet's. He walks in just as Ryder is clowning him for his driving. Big Smoke soon arrives, and the crew decides to go out to Rolling Heights baller territory for a full-blown drive-by. They hit several baller hotspots before returning safely to Grove Street. Sweet, impressed with CJ's driving and commitment, tells him straight up he's got a target on his back now. The ballers know he's back and repping the Grove. Later, CJ swings by to link with the homies, only to find the house empty. Then his phone rings. It's Sweet. He's pinned down in Seville Boulevard territory after visiting his girl and needs help fast. CJ pulls up and handles business, eliminating the attackers and rescuing Sweet and his girl. They hop in the car and ride back to the Grove. And for the first time since CJ's return home, Sweet lets his guard down. He hugs CJ, showing genuine love and appreciation.
I'll see you inside, baby. Man, this set tripping is killing the families. You did good back there.
Hey, I'm a Johnson boy.
Hey, I got unfinished business. Big love.
Back at Sweet's house, CJ walks in on yet another heated argument. This time between Sweet and their sister, Kendall. Sweet's not happy about who Kendall is dating, a member of a Hispanic gang, and he's making it very clear. As the shouting match escalates, CJ walks in. Sweet pulls him aside and tells him to meet Kendall at a lowrider meetup. CJ heads to the meet and shows off his skills with the lowrider hydraulic system, proving he's still got it. Kendall, impressed by the victory, jumps into his arms in celebration, but the celebration is short-lived. CJ soon comes face to face with Kendall's boyfriend, Caesar Villapando. Tensions fill the air. CJ and Caesar get into a standoff and things nearly turn violent as Caesar's crew gets ready to jump in. But Caesar stays calm and quickly diffuses the situation. After his boys back off, Caesar and CJ have a one-on-one conversation. Caesar makes it clear He genuinely cares for Kendall and only wants what's best for her. It's a turning point. CJ starts to see that maybe Caesar isn't the enemy, and a little respect is earned.
So since when has my brother been a low rider?
Since Sweet told me to keep an eye on you. Make sure that whatever you dating don't get you in no trouble.
¿Qué onda? Nice hopping, Holmes.
Well, you just shook that whatever's hand.
Come here, baby girl.
Hey, get your dirty hands off my sister.
What is wrong with you?
Holmes, you're acting like she's your woman, eh? She's with me, cabron. So chill the fuck out. I treat her good.
Look, baby, don't start no shit. Don't make it worse.
Órale, vato.
Okay?
Who's this pendejo?
What? Dickhead? This dickhead is my brother.
Easy, Holmes. He ain't from nowhere. He's cool.
Well, I say he ain't cool, Holmes. I say he thinks he's gangster, man. And I don't like it. So you know what you can do for me, man? You can fuck off, pendejo, and then maybe we cool.
No, you fuck off. I'm talking to my sister.
Oh!
Jose, come on, Holmes. I can handle this. This is important to me.
Órale, pendejo, you lucky. That's right. You lucky Caesar's spoken for you. Vámonos, muchachos. Let's get some fucking beer, huh? I'm thirsty.
Carl, what the hell were you thinking?
Look, baby. Go get in the car, okay? I'm gonna speak to Carl. Look, Holmes. I love your sister. I honor her. She's my girl for life. This is why I stopped you from being skinned just then. You got a problem with me? Fine. We don't have to be friends. But Kendall, she's happy with me, carnal.
Yeah, okay. I guess we cool. For now.
Cesar Villalpando.
Carl Johnson. CJ.
Cabron, you got a nice ride there, Holmes. Maybe we'll get to kick it again soon, eh?
Yeah, maybe.
Wanting to catch up with Big Smoke, CJ goes to visit him. During the visit, Smoke tells CJ that another Grove Street member is getting out of jail, OG Loke. CJ remembers him as Jeffrey, but now he's rebranded himself as OG Loke. CJ picks him up and they ride out to confront a guy named Freddy, who OG Loke claims stole his rhyme book in prison. But it quickly becomes clear that's not the real story. Turns out Freddy had a different kind of history with Loke, one that Loke doesn't want getting out. CJ helps Loke eliminate Freddy and afterwards drops him off at his new job, a fast food joint. Later, CJ returns to Big Smoke's house to hang out, but this time he catches Officer Tenpenny and Pulaski leaving the same place. Something feels off. Big Smoke brushes it off, saying Crash has been harassing him and he's just trying to stay quiet. He then shifts the topic, saying he's got a cousin coming from Mexico and needs CJ to come with him to meet up. They drive over to East Los Santos and meet with a group of Mexican gang members. Turns out the cousin was code he was talking about Mary Jane. Smoke tries to make a deal, but the gang declines and walks away. Smoke, furious, attacks one with a bat, and CJ ends up chasing and eliminating the other one since Smoke, unsurprisingly, can't run. CJ later returns back to Smoke's house, only to see Tenpenny and Pulaski pulling up again. Once more, Big Smoke plays it cool and asks CJ for another favor, this time a ride to Unity Station. At the station, Smoke claims the Vagos are cutting a drug deal and he wants a piece of the action. They spot some Vagos hopping onto his train. Smoke yells one of the most iconic lines in the game, but all CJ has to do is follow the damn train. After eliminating the target, CJ takes Smoke back home. Smoke warns CJ to be careful about Crash, and CJ gives him the same advice in return. The next day, CJ drops by again. This time, Smoke is alone, no Crash in sight. He invites CJ for a ride downtown. On the way, Smoke starts talking big, saying things are coming full circle. Groceries on the rise, the ballers are pushing more weight, and now even the Russians are getting involved. Smoke says this is serious business and tells CJ that when things pop off, he's gonna need his full support. Just as the conversation hangs in the air, CJ hears Smoke scream and instantly springs into action.
Look, Cole, before I walk in there, I just need to know you down with this shit, man.
Look, Smoke, we go way back. We Groves, man.
That's what I'm talking about. That's my dog. Hey, look, if you hear shit start to pop off, come in here blasting, all right?
I'm down, dog. Hey, baby, want company?
Motherfuckers!
Inside, CJ and Big Smoke blast their way through a wave of Russian gang members. They push their way outside and hop on a bike, quickly entering a shootout with more Russians giving chase on bikes of their own. CJ starts to question what's really going on. This clearly is way more than he signed up for, but Big Smoke plays it off, focusing on riding while CJ handles the shooting. They race through the old sewer tunnels, dodging cars, bikes, and even a truck hot on their trail. After a wild chase, they finally manage to lose their pursuers and split up to avoid further conflict. After all the chaos, CJ decides to check in on Ryder. When he gets there, he finds Ryder in his backyard, digging up holes looking for a stash he supposedly buried. Ryder tells CJ about a connection. His homie LB knows a military vet with a stockpile of weapons, and he's planning to rob him. Outside, CJ spots a large black truck. The two roll out to the house. Ryder wants to go in loud, but CJ suggests a more calculated approach. CJ sneaks in, grabs a crate of weapons, and loads them into the truck. They deliver the goods to a storage unit that LB controls. The next day, CJ returns to find Ryder making his own water after claiming he couldn't find any. As they're talking, Crash bursts into the house. Tenpenny, always one to stir the pot, and demands a share of whatever Ryder's cooking. He also gives them a tip. There's a train stopping at Unity Station loaded with ammo.
Hey, Ryder, what the hell you doing?
Nigga, I couldn't find that wet I buried, so I'm making my own.
Strong.
It's easy, fool.
Man, don't do that. You'll saute the both of us.
Morning, boys.
Man, who you calling boy, fool?
Well, what should I call you, midget?
How about prick?
Prick.
Yeah, prick works.
Man, fuck you.
Bitch, get out of here. Smells good. What's cooking? Where's mine?
Man, just chill out, all right? Move. Yeah, sweat me.
My wife loves this stuff, man. Anyway, there's a train gonna make an unscheduled stop just down the way. And it's got a, how you say, little something on board for you boys. Square business, man.
Catch you later, homeboys.
Asshole.
Oh, Carl, try not to kill any more respected police officers. Please.
Crime has certainly gone up since you got back, kid.
Just doing my part for the community. Your train's gonna be there in 5.
CJ and Ryder make it to Unity Station, but the Vagos beat them to the punch. Not long after, the Ballers show up too. CJ immediately suspects that Tenpenny tipped off every gang in the city because now everyone's there trying to get a piece. Once the coast is clear, CJ hops on the train as it starts to move. He begins tossing ammo crates down to Ryder, who catches and loads them up. After gathering all the supplies, they return the goods to Grove Street. The following day, CJ returns to Ryder's house only to find him high and talking nonsense, claiming he's tapped into his third eye. In his altered state, Ryder decides it's a great time to rob Uncle Sam. They grab another truck and ride out to the Ocean Docks base. Once inside, they eliminate several soldiers and secure more crates of weapons. Soldiers give chase as they escape, but CJ makes it clear this is the last time he's rolling with Ryder like this. They deliver the weapons to Willowfield, where Emmett keeps a stash spot. After spending all that time dealing with Ryder's chaos, CJ swings back to check on OG Loc at his job. Turns out that hygiene technician title he was hyping up, he's really just a janitor. CJ clowns him for it, and OG Loc opens up about wanting to break into the rap game. He asks CJ for help getting his career off the ground. Step 1, steal a sound van from a beach party. CJ shows off some dance moves to blend in, then swipes the van and drops it off at OG Loc's spot. The next day, CJ stops by again. This time, OG Loc is in the bathroom, dropping a terrible freestyle, which someone overhears and immediately roasts him for. CJ suggests maybe Loc needs a ghostwriter. That sparks an idea. Loc decides he's going to steal Mad Dog's rhyme book and use it to launch his rap career.
Hey, it's OG Loc, homie, and I'ma kick a little something like this. Hey, yo, when I come through up in the place, you don't want me to come with a gun in your face. I spit it hotter than anybody in the world could do.
That
It's
shit
like
sucks. Damn.
Damn, my shit was whack. Hey, what's happening, Loc? Hey, Carl, what up, man? Hey, dude, you ever thought about getting a writer to help you out with this shit? Yeah, I did. But who, homie? Who? Shit, I ain't in the rap game. You know, that ain't my thing. But, we have to think about something. Man. How about if I get somebody to write something for me, only they didn't know about it? What? I think I just might have found a ghostwriter. I'll become the reciter, all-nighter, all-writer. Mad Dog's rhyme book from his home in the hills. Mad Dog's rhyme book? Man, you said you helped, Carl. Come on, man. I'm hot like fire all-nighter, all-writer. When I kick it, I'll do anything, homie. I swear that. Okay?
CJ sneaks into Mad Dog's mansion and manages to steal the rhyme book straight from the in-house studio. He takes it back to OG Loc at his job, and the two piece each other out. The following day, CJ checks in on Loc once again, only to find out Loc's got bigger ambitions. He says he needs someone to manage his business, and that he has his sights set on Mad Dog's manager, Alan. Loc tries to get him to partner up so he can land deals in the industry, but Alan's not having it. He doesn't think highly of Loc and wants to keep him far away from the music scene. Loc, feeling disrespected, suggests that Alan's outlived his usefulness and needs to be taken out. CJ goes along with the plan. He steals a security vehicle, picks up the manager, and drives out to the Verona Beach pier. At the last second, CJ jumps out, letting the car plunge into the water, eliminating the manager. The next day, CJ swings by Loc's job again, only to find out Loc quit. Problem is, quitting means he's now violated his parole and has to go back to prison. Knowing it's his last day as a free man, Loc plans on a going-away party in Ganton to celebrate. Later that night, CJ gets a call about the party. At first, he has no intention of going until he hears that Loc's mic has broken. That is all the motivation CJ needs to show up and clown. At the party, Loc's throwing a full-on concert for an audience of about 2 girls. No mic, no stage presence, and some of the worst bars ever. CJ finds Ryder in the crowd, and the two of them instantly bolt, disgusted by Loc's performance. Outside, CJ links up with Sweet and a few of the homies. Just then, a Grove Street member rolls up and completely out of breath to warn them the Ballers are on their way to launch an attack on Ganton. Right then and there, Grove decides it's time to stand their ground. A shootout erupts as they defend their turf from the incoming Baller wave. After holding down the neighborhood and protecting their block, the crew heads back to the party to enjoy the rest of the night.
Grove, this king?
Man, I ain't never seen the Ballers roll that deep before.
Yeah, they heard Carl Johnson was running with his brother again.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, let's get back to the party.
Shit, man, once Loc got off the mic, then the party got started.
The following day, CJ meets up with Caesar and Kendall and enters a lowrider race to earn some quick cash. After taking first place, he heads over to the donut shop for a meeting with Crash. CJ sits with them as Tenpenny reminds him he owns him now and it's time to start cashing in on that so-called freedom. Tenpenny gives CJ his first job: take out a gangbanger holed up in a building in East Los Santos. CJ makes his way over and eliminates the Los Santos Vagos member guarding the area. He then tosses a Molotov cocktail into 5 of the building's windows, setting the place ablaze. The man inside, a Vagos gang member, runs out, badly burned, and quickly dies from his injuries. As CJ turns to leave, he hears a woman trapped inside the building. Without hesitation, he rushes back through the flames and rescues her. Outside, the woman thanks him for saving her life and asks him to take her home. Once they arrive, she introduces herself as Denise, and they both agree to go on a date sometime soon. Back at the donut shop, CJ meets with Crash again. They're still trying to pull him deeper into their games, but CJ isn't ready to sell out. As a gesture of good faith, Tenpenny tips him off about a freight warehouse down in the Docklands. CJ heads out and finds the Ballers and Russians in the middle of an arms deal. He crashes the operation, eliminating the Baller gangsters and Russian arms dealers. It's here CJ starts to realize what Tenpenny meant by playing both sides. Later, CJ gets a call from Sweet, who tells him to hit up Ammunition and Market to gear up. There's a former grocery member who defected to the Ballers, and it's time to take him out. The snitch is hiding in Glen Park. CJ storms into Glen Park and holds his ground through 3 waves of Baller reinforcements. Once he secures the area, the snitch finally shows himself, coming out of his house claiming that Tenpenny set him up. CJ doesn't want to hear it and eliminates him on the spot. And just like that, Glen Park belongs to the families again. The following day, Tenpenny shows up at Sweet's house with new intel. A baller named Lil Weasel is having a funeral. Tenpenny suggests this could be a rare chance to strike. Sweet sees it as justice for their mom. The same ballers that shot up her funeral are now gathering in one place. CJ agrees. This one's personal.
Carl, what's up, baby brother?
What's happening?
Peep this. Tenpenny just came by. Said that one of them ballers that you and Smoke laid out, Lil Weasel, is getting buried and all the OGs gonna be there.
At a funeral?
Yeah, we just catch all those ball sack ass niggas at one time.
Hey, what up? What's going on, dog?
At a funeral.
Just like mamas.
What up, family?
Let's go pop these motherfuckers
What's up,
out.
Man? What's cracking?
Hey, look, we gotta go do something real
What's
big.
poppin', nigga? What up, kinfolk?
Put Grove Street on the map for good. For life.
All right, nigga.
Grove Street for
Let's
life.
roll.
CJ, Sweet, and 2 Grove homies roll out to the cemetery, locked in on their target, Kane, a high-ranking baller member. CJ and the crew move in, eliminate Kane and several other ballers, while Sweet grabs a getaway car. They make it out clean and return to Grove Street, playing it cool like nothing happened. Later on, CJ drops by Sweet's place and finds Big Smoke and Ryder chilling, watching TV. But Sweet isn't in a chill mood. He gives a passionate speech about bringing the families back together and getting the drugs off the streets for good. He tells everyone there's going to be a sit-down at the Jefferson Motel, a major meeting between the sets, and he's going to represent Grove Street personally. No one disagrees. They roll out, ready to make it happen.
Damn, that bitch is bad. Oh, yeah.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, CJ? Turn that TV off right quick. Listen up, fellas. Like we were saying, no more bakes in the streets.
Finally.
Peep this. We're going to unite the families once more because the ballers been pumping our guys full of base for too long while we argue amongst ourselves. So all the family sets going to meet down at the Jefferson Motel. I say it's time we went down there and made it official. Keep that shit off our streets. I vote I'm our representative on this one.
That's right.
Hey, it's all good. If Sweet think he can handle it, I'm down with him, man.
All right, let's roll, homies.
Let's do this.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Sweet enters the motel where the families are holding their meeting. Inside, tensions are high. Ryder and Big Smoke immediately start feeling uneasy, seeing faces from different sets that used to ride with Grove Street. As they wait outside in the car, something unexpected happens. A police helicopter descends out of nowhere. It's a raid. Smoke and Ryder panic as they try to bail, but CJ refuses to leave his brother behind. While they flee, CJ charges into the motel. Inside, it's pure chaos. Gunfire echoes through the halls. SWAT teams are storming the place, and Grove Street families are caught in the crossfire. CJ fights his way through the motel, pushing through heavy resistance until he finally reaches Sweet. They escape outside, where CJ takes down a helicopter before making their way down to the streets. To their surprise, Smoke and Ryder return and pick them up. The two of them hop in the car and a high-speed chase breaks out. Police are everywhere and bullets are flying, but eventually they manage to escape with their lives and their freedom still intact. The following day, CJ returns to Sweet's house. Thanks to CJ's efforts, the 3 fractured sets of Grove Street have come together again. Sweet, seeing the unity that's returned, decides it's finally time to hit back at the ballers. In a rare moment, Sweet apologizes to CJ. He admits he never should have doubted his brother. Ever since CJ came back, Sweet's done nothing but give him grief. But now, after all CJ's done, things are different. The families are back. The hood's coming together. Sweet tells everyone to gear up and meet under the Mulholland intersection. Just as CJ heads out, he gets an urgent call from Caesar. He tells CJ to meet him under the freeway north of Vernon Bluffs. There's something he needs to see. Though hesitant at first, CJ drives over to the meeting spot where Caesar is waiting in a car with tinted windows. What CJ sees next changes everything. They watch as a few ballers step out of a garage, and then, shockingly, Ryder and Big Smoke follow right behind them. And then comes Tenpenny. CJ's in disbelief, but it gets worse. Pulaski reverses a car out of the garage, revealing the same green Sabre used in the drive-by that took their mom's life. It all comes together. CJ realizes that Crash orchestrated the hit trying to eliminate Sweet. They've been working with the Ballers, Smoke, and Ryder to tear Grove Street apart and make a fortune off the drug trade. CJ thanks Caesar for the heads up and then immediately realizes what's about to happen. Sweet and the rest of the gang are walking straight into an ambush. CJ races off, telling Caesar to take Kendall somewhere safe.
So you dragged me way across town to see what?
Just in time, ese. Take a good hard look over there.
So, some ballers hanging around a dope spot. So what?
Just watch, homie.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking green Sabre. Shit, Smoke. Crash making you sell us out? Moms!
Sorry, ese. I heard a rumor and poked around. I didn't believe it myself, but...
Nah, you did the right thing. I owe you, C's. I gotta go tell Sweet about... Oh, fuck! Sweet! Look, go get Kendall and take her to a safe place.
What you thinking?
It's Sweet. I think him and the homies is walking into a trap. Just go. Go!
CJ speeds to the Mulholland intersection to stop the attack. When he arrives, it's already happening. A deadly shootout between Grove Street and the Ballers. CJ spots Sweet, wounded and barely holding on. CJ joins the fight, holding off wave after wave of Baller attackers. The scene is brutal. CJ stays in the fight, defending Sweet and the remaining homies until the cops arrive. With sirens blaring, the Ballers scatter and the Grove Street homies fall back, but CJ refuses to leave his brother behind. Instead, he surrenders. Both CJ and Sweet are arrested. Sweet is taken to a prison hospital upstate, while CJ gets taken far away to Angel Pine in Whetstone. Tenpenny and Pulaski make it clear CJ is still theirs. Tenpenny lays out how things went down and what's going to happen next. He warns CJ to stay away from Big Smoke and reminds him from here on out, CJ does whatever they say.
You got a bag over your head, boy. How you feel about that?
Man, take it off. Please, man. I can't breathe. Please.
Oh, all right. But only because you said please.
You fucking sick motherfucker.
Intimidate those who intimidate others, Carl. It's my job. Right, Ed?
Yeah.
Hey, man. Where we at?
The middle of fucking nowhere. Nice, clean air.
Fucking Smoke. Oh, Sweet.
Sweet is alive. Alive and inside. He's in a prison hospital, being treated for gunshot wounds. Awaiting trial.
Yeah. Somehow nobody's caught you yet.
Oh, yeah. You should be glad, Carl. Your moron brother's alive. Your street trash soon-to-be turned-out sister's alive. And she's only sucking one greaseball's dick. Things are going pretty well for you, Carl. So behave, nigga.
We want you to do a little favor for us, Carl.
In CJ's first mission after being arrested, Tenpenny gives him a job. He wants an informant eliminated. This guy's got dirt on Tenpenny and is hiding out in a safe house in the mountains guarded by FBI agents. CJ sneaks in, handles business, and eliminates the informant. Just to be sure, Tenpenny knows the job's done. CJ takes a photo of the body and sends it over. After that, CJ gets a call from Caesar, who fills him in on how bad things have gotten back in Los Santos. Caesar tells CJ that backup is on the way. his cousin, someone intense and not to be messed with. Right after, CJ gets a call from Sweet, who's still in the prison hospital. CJ promises him he's not leaving him behind. CJ rides out to Dillmore, where he meets Caesar's cousin face to face. And yep, it's Catalina, the same Catalina from GTA 3.
You want some fatso? You big street Yankee bitch! I seen fucking Eunice with more balls than you! What the fuck do you want?
Nothing. I'm looking for a friend of mine's cousin, Mexican guy. He ain't here.
You? But Cesar said you was a real man.
Crazy. Lady, I'm a God-fearing, peace-loving man of the people.
Whatever, asshole. Let's go.
Damn, relax, baby.
From here, CJ and Catalina go on a Bonnie and Clyde style run. Catalina has big plans, robbing 4 different spots to get some fast money. After the first hit, CJ gets a weird call from a mysterious guy calling himself The Truth. He tells CJ to meet him at the motel in Angel Pine. CJ pulls up and walks into something wild. Tenpenny is there, posted up with a bomb like it's nothing. He introduces CJ to The Truth and says CJ owes him for some drugs. But instead of paying in cash, The Truth says he wants a combine harvester instead. CJ breaks into a farm, steals the harvester, and delivers it to The Truth's property. After that wild detour, things start getting serious again. Caesar calls CJ with some bad news. His gang, the Barrios Los Aztecas, are done. It's over. Now there's a price on Caesar's head and maybe Kendall's too. CJ demands that they both get out of town immediately. They make it to Angel Pine, where everything starts unraveling. It's a major turning point. CJ is forced to accept something he's been denying. Big Smoke is pushing drugs. Caesar wants revenge, wants to go back and strike hard, but Kendall tells him no, this is bigger than that now. Everything is falling into place and it's all connected.
Hey, Carl.
How you doing, sis?
This ain't over, man. I did this to take care of my woman. But now I'm gonna head straight back home and I'm gonna cap me some fucking dope dealers.
Hey, look, you going to the barrio with that Big Willie bullshit, and you gonna get shredded.
And I ain't losing you over no macho bullshit.
Hey, relax, man. It's gonna get handled when it's time.
We already know who the fucking bad guys are, man. Your stinking Grove Street brother Smoke and those Chota pigs, Tenpenny and Pulaski. Smoke, he's a pusher, man.
No, not Smoke. He might mess with Crash, but he don't mess with no Ye.
Come on, CJ. How you think he got that new house, huh? Just let that Grove for life bullshit go and take a look around you.
Word on the street is twice a week. Smoke sends a car out to San Fierro and the trunk comes back full of white.
Shit! I gotta keep my eye on the highway to San Fierro. Maybe I'll see something. Just lay low and I'll be back.
After the Angel Pine meeting, CJ gets another call from Catalina. He heads back out to continue their Bonnie and Clyde escapades. Catalina sneaks up on him, and CJ jokingly promises to be rough and dangerous. She eats it up. It's here that Catalina confesses that she's in love with CJ. They get back to robbing more places together. Eventually, CJ shows up for what he thinks is another job, and Catalina gives him the time of his life. Then back to work. But before their final job together, she drops the bomb. They're just business partners and nothing more. She breaks up with CJ, cold. They hit their last look together, and just like that, their chaotic romance ends. Shortly after, CJ gets a call from Caesar about a street race coming up. Knowing CJ has driving skills, he points him to the event. It's here that CJ meets Woozy Moo, aka Woozy, the leader of the Mountain Cloud Boys triads. CJ wins the race, and Woozy gives him his car as a prize. He also hands CJ a card and tells him to hit him up if he's ever in San Fierro. With Woozy's car, CJ heads to another race. This time, his opponent is none other than Claude. Yeah, that Claude from GTA 3. Turns out Catalina has moved on and is now dating Claude. When she sees CJ, she flips out, starts banging on his car, yelling that she loves Claude now. CJ wins the race, and Catalina, clearly salty, doesn't hand over the money or even the pink slip. Instead, she gives CJ a deed to a garage in San Fierro. Apparently, Claude needs his car to drive off to Liberty City.
You had the unfair advantage!
Being a better driver ain't no unfair advantage.
You think you're clever, but it is you who is missing the point. Not only was he racing, but he was satisfying me. Fully. What are you gonna say about that?
The advantage of a stick shift, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, man, what is it? Cash or pink slip?
There you go. Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. I will not be missing you.
Hey, wait a minute, bitch! What is this shit?
The deed to a garage in San Fierro. My lover needs his car so we can go to Liberty City.
Liberty City? Yeah, whatever. Have a good time.
I will.
Fine.
Okay.
Go. I ain't gonna miss you.
Goodbye.
After the race, CJ gets a call from The Truth, telling him to meet him at the farm. CJ shows up and hands over the money from the 10-penny deal, but suddenly the sound of a helicopter interrupts everything. 10-penny sold The Truth out. The feds are on their way. CJ and The Truth grab flamethrowers and start burning all of The Truth contraband before the authorities can seize it. Once the job is done, The Truth hands CJ an RPG to take out the chopper hovering above. After blowing it out of the sky, they head to San Fierro. CJ calls Caesar and Kendl, telling them to meet him at the garage he won from Catalina and Claude. But when he gets there, he realizes the place is a dump, completely run down. CJ's unsure what to do with it, but Kendl sees the bigger picture. She tells him it's a blessing in disguise, and they've got help on the way. Truth helps CJ track down a crew. First, they find Jethro and Dwayne, the two guys who used to run a boatyard in Vice City, now working on cars. They recruit Zero, an electronics genius. CJ brings them all to the garage so they can officially get started. It's here Kendl shows how sharp she really is. She tells CJ he shouldn't just be hustling in the streets. He should be building an empire. Buy property, fix it up, flip it, and expand. Kendl's got a real head for business.
Hey, Carl, look. I think I found a way for us to get paid.
I ain't going to no college to study no account.
No, idiot. Property.
Decorating ain't exactly my thing either.
No, property development. Look, you buy a dump like this, fix it up, and sell it. Or better yet, you turn the property into a business. The snowball gets bigger.
I don't know, sis. This all sound big time to me.
Look, Carl, this place is gonna get on its feet, and when it does, we are gonna have money. If you wanna make something of yourself, you gotta let your money work for you.
Look, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Look, you two concentrate on the garage and let me work the property thing, okay?
Yeah, that's my baby girl right there, Holmes.
Man, you chose her. I'm stuck with her.
Now getting more settled in San Fierro, CJ gets another call from Tenpenny. He wants CJ to plant Truth's leftover contraband in a DA's car, then tip off the cops. CJ pulls it off and the DA gets busted with 2 tons of product. Later, CJ hears about some construction workers talking trash to Kendl, calling her a hooker. Caesar's ready to handle it, but CJ steps in. He eliminates the workers and rams a porta potty with a guy still inside into a ditch. Shortly after that, CJ gets a word from Caesar about a baller car spotted heading to San Fierro to pick up some yay. Caesar's been tailing them and gives CJ the heads up. They meet up and follow the ballers to Angel Pine, where they stake out a deal from a rooftop across a Cluckin' Bell. CJ starts snapping pictures. In the frame, Ryder, T-Bone Mendez, Mike Torino, and a pimp named Jizzy B. Once the meeting wraps, Caesar drops CJ off at a gas station and says they'll meet back at the garage. At the garage, CJ finds Woozie talking with Caesar. CJ asks about the guys he just photographed. Woozie's right-hand man breaks it down. They're the local syndicate. Torino is the brains, Mendez is the muscle, and Jizzy is the one setting up all their street-level dealings. CJ decides to get close to Jizzy and heads to his club to work his way in.
Mink sheets, mink coats, mink curtains in the window. When I walk down the stairs, I'm walking down on mink carpet.
Now who's this trick? I don't need no more friends, baby. All they try to do is peel me from my hoe.
Nah, it ain't about them. It's all about you, player. I heard you was the man with the hookup, and you was the man I needed to see. I'm offering my services.
Say what?
Yes, sir. See, I'm new in town. Anything you want, I can do. For a guy like me to work with, to work for a guy like Jizzy B?
Well, now that you mention it, I do have a slight problem. Something a little dumb muscle like yourself might be able to fix. Cause you see me, I'm intellectual. Bitches, y'all walk on down to the bar and fix a pimp a drink. See, I only got 2 eyes, and in these streets, you got to have more than that. You got to be like a flying shit, you know? 100 eyes everywhere. Now, some lunatic been fucking with my bitches. Motherfucker killed 2 last week. I want you. Go find out.
No problem. You my player partner now, Jizzy.
CJ starts handling tasks for Jizzy and earns his trust quickly. He comes back to the club one day and finds Jizzy and T-Bone in the middle of a tense meeting. Jizzy introduces CJ to T-Bone, and the two immediately start bickering about money. Before it can go further, T-Bone gets a call. One of their shipments is under attack. Jizzy, not trusting the situation, sends CJ solo to check it out. CJ takes care of the attackers and recovers the shipment, bringing them back to the club. Later, CJ is back at the club again. T-Bone gets another urgent call. This time it's from Mike Torino. Apparently a van with the shipment has been hijacked and Torino is still inside. His phone battery is dying, so CJ and T-Bone need to act fast. CJ drives T-Bone around, following the coordinates Torino gives over the phone. Eventually, they trace the van to Easter Bay Airport, guided by a transponder Torino activates. They find him in the back of the van being held by the Da Nang boys. Torino pulls a gun on CJ at first, not recognizing him, but lowers it after T-Bone explains who he is. Torino says the cops are closing in and need to destroy the van. T-Bone hesitates, but CJ doesn't. He blows up the van with the drugs inside, and then drives both Torino and T-Bone out of there. Soon after, Jizzy calls CJ again, tells him to meet T-Bone at a gas station in Easter Basin. When CJ arrives, the car looks empty, but once he hops in, T-Bone pops up from the back seat and pulls a gun on him. He accuses CJ of working for someone else. CJ plays it off, saying he's just in for the money. T-Bone relaxes slightly, but doesn't fully trust him. Then, Torino walks up and asks if they're done. With things smoothed over, for now, they head out to protect a drug shipment. CJ rides a motorcycle along the convoy, using a sniper rifle and an RPG to eliminate threats and make sure the van gets through safely. After the mission, CJ returns to the garage. This time, Tenpenny and Pulaski are waiting. Tenpenny tells CJ there's a journalist investigating them, and CJ's next job is to eliminate them both, the reporter and the second contact meeting with him. CJ handles it, eliminating both targets and tying up another one of Crash's loose ends. Shortly after, Woozie leaves a message for CJ. There's a big meeting going down between the Ballas and the local syndicate, but the location is unknown. The only way to find it is through Jizzy's phone. CJ realizes it's time to take Jizzy out once and for all.
Give me some room. Give me some room, bitch! It's that time of the week again. Your provider is about to make that special call. If I think for a moment that one of you hoes is hustling me...
You better make a bigger cut this week, Jiz. We running low, honey.
Shut up, bitch. I'm handling business.
Don't you even raise your voice at me,
Nah,
asshole.
shut up, bitch. You funky ass.
What a dick.
Hey, Jizzy, I need to holler at you.
Well, talk then, friend. I mean, that's all we ever do. Kind word here, wise saying there. Shit, I'm a walking book of proverbs.
No, you fucked up.
Come on, man. Hey, I get it wrong, you know? I'm imperfect, you know, like, hey, not a kind man, not a wise man, you know, not a smart man, but But dear Lord, I tried. No, you fucked up when you trusted me, player. Come on, baby. Ass selling. Yay pushing. Piece of shit trash. Oh, Lord. What y'all waiting on, huh? Somebody cap this nigga, man.
CJ finds out that the meeting is going down at Pier 69. He and Caesar plan to shut it down with help from Woozie's triads before the deal can go through. When CJ arrives, things get intense fast. The raid turns into a full-blown shootout between the Ballers and the local syndicate. In the chaos, CJ eliminates T-Bone Mendez, then his old friend, Ryder, closing the book on 2 more traitors. With Jizzy, T-Bone, and Ryder gone, that just leaves Mike Torino. Woozie informs CJ that Torino's helicopter is preparing for takeoff from a police headquarters. CJ storms the place and shoots it down, watching it explode mid-air, believing Torino has finally been eliminated. With the local syndicate nearly destroyed, Woozie's crew tips CJ off about a crack factory still in operation. CJ uses a car rigged with explosives, busts into the warehouse, plants the charges, and escapes just in time to watch the place go up in flames. The syndicate's resources? Gone. Not long after, CJ gets a mysterious call. Someone claims to have info on Sweet. He's told to meet him at the ranch. When CJ gets there, he's thrown into a test. Drive a monster truck through a series of checkpoints under a time limit. After passing the challenge, CJ returns to the ranch and finally learns who was on the phone. To his shock, it's Mike Torino. He is still alive.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, what the fuck, man? Hey, Torino, I told you my bad, man. What the hell can I say? I screwed you over.
Calm down, kid.
Just go ahead and kill me then.
Calm down.
Man, you ain't nothing but a fucking yayo dealer anyway, Torino.
Shut up and sit down. Well, you think I'm a drug dealer? And you think you're a crusader for good? Do you have any idea what's going on? Any idea whatsoever? Do you? Do you?
Nah, I pay as little attention to things as possible.
Do not be a fucking smartass with me. I work for a government agency. It is not important which one. I will try not to confuse you. Yes, when we last met, I was involved in battling threats in Latin America by any means necessary. That does not make me a drug dealer. Now, the money that we raised, the friends that we won over, have helped us immeasurably in our overseas interests.
Government agency?
Kids like you expect heroes. We're fighting a war out there. I'll be a hero and I'll lose. And what do we have? Communism in Ohio. People sharing. Nobody buying stuff. That kind of bullshit. So relax and listen.
All right. I'm listening.
I know what kind of guy you are. I need a guy like you to do things I can't get caught doing.
Like what?
I need you to commandeer a truck. A rival agency with a confused social agenda. They got things that we need. Now, this is a two-man job. You'll need a friend. Use your sister's boyfriend, but don't tell him a thing. Remember, I'll be watching you.
Torino reveals the truth. He's working for a government agency and everything he's been doing has had a deeper motive. After helping him with the mission, CJ returns to the ranch. Torino lays it all out. He knows about Tenpenny, Pulaski, and CJ's brother Sweet. Apparently, Sweet is locked up in a prison upstate, and Pendlebury, the cop who was eliminated, was trying to expose Tenpenny and Pulaski before they silenced him. Torino assures CJ that Sweet is being looked after. If anything happens to him, there will be consequences. But for now, CJ still has work to do. Torino then tells CJ about a cargo helicopter delivering contraband. CJ needs to defend the helicopter and collect the drop. CJ handles the mission, protects the chopper, and secures the package. With that done, Torino admits he used Sweet's safety as leverage. They're not releasing Sweet just yet, but he swears they're keeping him alive because he needs him just as much as CJ does. He then instructs CJ to purchase Vernon Meadows Airfield in Bone County. Once CJ buys the rundown airstrip, Torino calls again. He says CJ will need to start flying lessons if he wants to help get Sweet out. CJ isn't thrilled, but he agrees when Torino makes it clear it's the only way. After learning to fly, Toreno tasked CJ with delivering a package of contraband by plane before nightfall. CJ flies low under the radar to Angel Pine and back, successfully completing the job. Later, a cargo plane arrives at the airstrip with agents from a rival agency. Toreno tells CJ to eliminate them and destroy the plane. CJ clears out the agents, blows up the cargo plane, and completes yet another favor for Toreno, who promptly disappears. Soon after, the Truth returns. He's furious that CJ is working for a government agent, but he's got something else on his mind. He tells CJ about a secret military research base where a black project is being developed.
Hey, Truth, where you at?
Just checking that you are no longer on government business. Where is he?
How the fuck would I know, man? He like the devil. Hey, man, you okay?
Everything is transient. Whoa, man. I'm passing through life same as every man.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what you're doing for Toreno?
Nah, I seem to be on the need-to-know basis.
Oh, no, man. Two lies don't cancel each other out. You know that. We pay them to lie to us. Is that what our founding fathers wanted? No more, friend. No more. We're not alone.
Get off me, man. What's going on?
Everything is going on. Don't you get it? There's a place, not even on the map. A train is about to leave. It can explain better than I ever can. Boy, this is going to blow your fucking mind. We got work to do. You better drive. I'll explain. Elegance does not even touch it.
He drops CJ off near Area 69 and dips. CJ sneaks in and makes his way through heavy security. At the bottom of the facility, he finds the big secret, a jetpack. CJ steals it and flies towards the Arco del Asti, where Truth is waiting in his van. CJ hands off the jetpack, but Truth refuses to drive him back. CJ is left annoyed and stranded. Soon after, Truth shows up again, this time flying the jetpack poorly. He nearly crashes into CJ and admits he can't handle it, so he tells CJ to fly it instead. The mission? Head for a train that's been heavily guarded, eliminate the guards, and get the stuff. When CJ asks what the stuff is, Truth admits he has no idea. CJ flies to the train coming from Prickle Pine, eliminates the guards, shoots open 3 blue crates, one of them holding a mysterious jar of green goo. CJ collects it and returns it to the Truth, who calls it everything. With that weird detour wrapped up, CJ makes his way to Las Venturas to help out Woozie, who just opened up a new casino. But there's a problem. The Mafia is causing trouble. Woozie offers CJ a share in the casino in exchange for help. A Mafia thug from the Sindaco family was captured and Woozie wants him eliminated. CJ has a better idea, scare him into confessing who he works for. CJ straps the guy onto a windshield of a car, drives around like a maniac, and gets the info he needs. Now they know who they're dealing with. Armed with the truth, CJ starts targeting the Mafia families and dismantling their grip on Las Venturas. Woozie later sends CJ to steal a stash of dynamite from the Hunter Quarry. Then, when he discovers a fake casino chip has been circulating, he traces it back to the Sindaco family. Furious, Woozie wants the chip factory blown up. CJ handles it. He sneaks in and destroys their fake chip-making machines, putting an end to their counterfeit operation. Not long after, CJ gets another call from the Truth. Apparently, he went on a peyote safari with a band and lost them somewhere out in the desert. He asks CJ to find them. CJ heads over where he finds 2 familiar faces, Macker and Kent Paul from GTA Vice City. When CJ and Paul ask where the rest of the band is, Macker just mutters something about snakes. They figure out the next stop, Snake Farm, west of Verdant Meadows. When they arrive, the locals recognize Paul and Macker from some past incident and immediately pull guns out. CJ takes them out and the crew escapes to Rosie's casino. Inside, they meet a very stressed out Ken Rosenberg, who Paul introduces to Macker and CJ.
Ken Paul, here to see Rosie.
Hey, boss, there's somebody here to see you.
Oh, go away. I have a migraine. Oh, Rosie, son, it's me, Paolo.
Oh, God. My despair is complete. Okay, let him in.
Rosie, how are you, me old son?
I pray that one day I can escape my perpetual torment and retire in peace and comfort 1,000,000 miles away from anyone I've ever fucking known, and instead, I get this.
Come on, it's me, Kent Paul.
Well, hello, Paul. What a pleasant surprise. Who the hell are these guys?
These are my boys, Macca and Cole.
Sir.
You want any speckled doves, boss? I'm peeking on one right now. Top of the range, man.
Well, it's fitting as I sit here up to my neck in a river of shit with every mafia gorilla from Liberty City to Los Santos pissing in my face that you, Kent Paul, should witness it.
What's the matter, son?
Too numerous, oppressively insurmountable, and depressingly fucking typical even to mention.
It's all right, bruv. Paolo can help. Give us some space, would you, son? I'll give you a tinkle later.
All right, for sure.
Not you, Macca.
Oh, you twat.
Unbelievable.
Back at Caligula's palace, Rosenberg is falling apart. He's under pressure from all three mafia families, the Leone crime family, Forelli crime family, and the Sindaco crime family. Rosenberg explains how things used to be beautiful, but now he's stuck as a middleman between families that absolutely hate each other. No one trusts anyone to run the casino, so Ken was put in charge, and if anything goes wrong, he's the one who takes the fall. To make matters worse, the Forellis find out that Johnny Sindaco, who's just come out of a coma after CJ scared him half to death earlier, is recovering somewhere in Las Venturas. CJ volunteers to move Johnny to a safer location so that Ken doesn't end up caught in the crossfire. CJ gets the job done and delivers Johnny to a meat factory. Later, CJ checks in on Rosenberg again, only to find him completely off the rails, high and riding a confidence boost from his latest fix. Ken decides he's finally ready to step out of the office and face the world. He insists on paying the Sindacos a visit at their Arbiter and White Hood estates, where Johnny is recovering. CJ tries to stay behind, knowing Johnny will definitely recognize him, but Ken begs him to come along. CJ reluctantly agrees. At the spot, everything goes sideways. As soon as CJ steps out of the shadows, Johnny takes one look at him, panics, and suffers another heart attack. This time, a fatal one.
What's going on? Did you forget something?
No, look, you go on in. I'ma wait.
Look, you gotta come with me this once. If I pull this off, I can carry on. I know I can, but please, you gotta come with me. I'm gonna squirt my ass all over the floor. Just this once, please. Please, please.
Okay, chill. Shit, this can't look good. Listen, everything gonna be okay. Just remember, you the boss.
I'm the boss? I'm the boss. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. I am the boss. Hey, boys. Tell your boss that Ken Rosenberg is here to see him.
Ken who?
Ken Rosenberg. Ken Rosenberg, the guy that runs this town. So, how's Johnny?
He's doing much better. Huh. Yeah. He ate something this morning.
Oh.
Hey, Ken. Oh, my Christ, this fucking thing. Ken, como esta? How you doing?
Pretty good. And you?
I still got a little bit of the night terrors, touch of diarrhea, but I'll get through it.
Huh, diarrhea. Cool.
And who's this?
How you doing, Johnny?
It's fucking him. It's him. Oh my head. Oh, God. It's him. Oh, my heart. My heart.
Damn, that nigga fucked up.
The Sindacos immediately figure out what happened. Johnny's heart gave out because of his past encounter with CJ, and now they want revenge. A shootout erupts. CJ and Ken fight their way through the spot, eliminating every last witness before escaping and driving back to Caligula's. On the ride back, Ken realizes just how deep he's in. He's panicking, thinking his life is over. CJ assures him that he'll come up with a plan to fix things. Back at the Four Dragons Casino, CJ and Ranfa Lee meet up with Woozie. Woozie has a new plan in motion and makes them both sign papers, making them official partners in the casino. Not long after, CJ gets a call from Rosenberg. Salvatore Leone is now in Las Venturas and is taking control of Caligula's palace. CJ decides to approach Salvatore directly. He walks into the office and tells Salvatore he worked with his son Joey Leone back in Liberty City and that he can handle everything Salvatore needs. Salvatore doesn't waste time. He informs CJ that a plane full of Forelli hitmen is en route to Las Venturas to take him out. CJ heads to the airport, steals a dodo, and follows the incoming plane. He gets close enough to jump from the dodo onto the plane. Inside, CJ eliminates every hitman on board, including the pilot, and flies the plane back to the airport itself. Not long after, Tenpenny and Pulaski are seen in Las Venturas. Things start off normal, but Tenpenny's paranoia quickly takes over. Their careers are on the line, and Tenpenny wants CJ to retrieve a dossier containing dirt on them and eliminate the DEA and FBI agents who have it. CJ pulls it off and gets a dossier to crash, hoping this will finally be the end of it. But Tenpenny's not satisfied. In a rage, he attacks Jimmy Hernandez, accusing him of betrayal, and then orders CJ to dig graves for both Hernandez and himself. Tenpenny drives off, leaving Pulaski to watch CJ dig. CJ tries to reason with Pulaski, but it doesn't work. Pulaski executes Hernandez when he attacks him and tries to escape. CJ gives chase. After a long pursuit through the desert, CJ finally catches up and eliminates Pulaski once and for all.
Not feeling so fucking full of yourself now, huh?
Yeah, well, them's the breaks, fuck.
Any last requests?
Yeah. Can I fuck your sister?
You an asshole to the end. Punk motherfucker.
After CJ takes out Pulaski, he heads to the south side of the casino where he spots two men urging someone on the rooftop to jump. One of them tells CJ it's Mad Dog, the rapper CJ previously robbed for OG Loke. CJ tries to talk him down, but Mad Dog says he's lost everything. His fame, his money, his self-worth. With his manager gone and his rhyme book stolen, he hits rock bottom. CJ pleads with him not to jump, but Dog isn't listening. Desperate, CJ grabs a nearby truck and parks it outside the casino. Moments later, Mad Dog jumps into his drunken state, landing on a stack of boxes in the truck bed. CJ rushes him to a rehabilitation center. On the way, Mad Dog talks about getting clean and finding a new manager, maybe even CJ. CJ agrees. Once they arrive, two paramedics check Mad Dog and take him inside. Back at Caligula's palace, CJ pays a visit to Salvatore Leone. Salvatore congratulates CJ for eliminating the Forelli hit squad that tried to take him out, but he's not done. He sends CJ to Marco's Bistro, one of the Forelli family's key operations in Liberty City, to eliminate Marco Forelli himself. CJ hops on a flight, heads to Liberty City, and gets the job done, taking Marco out with precision. Afterward, Salvatore calls CJ to thank him for the hit and advises him to lay low for a bit. Soon after, CJ gets a call from Sweet, who's still locked up. Sweet's convinced it's over, he's in for life, and doesn't believe CJ's going to do anything for him. The weight of CJ's silence hits hard. Back at the Four Dragons Casino, CJ, Kendall, and Woozie are holding auditions for new casino talent. Things take a turn when Mad Dog shows up. Now clean and determined, he announces that he's ready to reclaim his mansion in Los Santos. Problem is, it was given to the Los Santos Vagos, specifically Big Papa, during Mad Dog's drug spiral. CJ is furious and immediately gets Woozie and Kendall together. It's time to take the mansion back and go home.
I thought it was just a case of opening the doors and letting suckers give you their money.
If only.
You know what? I'm getting bored here. I'm trying to do business, not audition midgets.
People of reduced stature, you mean?
Yeah, I said that. All I know is when are we gonna get some real talent in here?
I heard that. Mad Dog.
CJ. Clean, dude.
That's good news, man. Hey, what's cracking? You ready to take it to the stage again?
Easy, CJ. Come on, man. One step at a time, you know? I'm almost ready, but...
But what?
I want to go home now, CJ.
That's cool, man. I'll take you. Where's home?
My mansion, baby.
Yeah, I heard about that place. Drugs, sex, all that shit.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah, I've been there. I mean, I've seen it on TV.
Yeah.
Nice crib.
Thanks, player.
We could do with a place like that to set up in the LS again. Wait for Sweet. Get things moving. Get out this midget game.
But CJ, come on, man.
What? I saved your life, man.
My mansion ain't big enough. Only got 19 bedrooms, you heard? Alright, man. My mansion's been seized.
IRS?
Nah, not exactly.
Who?
Nobody.
Who, Mad Dog?
Alright, Big Papa.
Big Papa? The drug dealer? Man, you gave your multi-million-dollar mansion to a motherfucking pusher?
You know, CJ, these things happen. I was powerless.
You fucking degenerate? Oh, man! How much blow can one guy snort?
It's not my fault, CJ.
Man, I should have let you jump. Come with me, all of you. We all going home.
The scene cuts to CJ and a group of triads aboard an airplane preparing for a rooftop assault. As they fly, CJ gets a call from Kendall. She, Mad Dog, and Caesar have gone to San Fierro to get things in place before returning to Los Santos. As the plane reaches its destination, CJ and the triads parachute onto the rooftop of Mad Dog's mansion and eliminate the Vagos guarding it. Once the rooftop is secured, they breach the mansion and work their way inside. The shootout is intense. Eventually, CJ spots Big Papa. The triads hold down the perimeter while CJ gives chase. Big Papa flees the scene, jumping into his car. CJ pursues him in another car, weaving through the city until he finally corners Big Papa and eliminates him. The mansion is officially back in Mad Dog's hands. Later, CJ returns to the studio at the mansion, where Mad Dog is in the booth, recording alongside Kent Paul and Macker. Suddenly, the audio cuts off. Over the speakers, Mike Torino's voice booms, telling CJ to meet him outside. CJ leaves the studio and hops into Torino's car. Torino tells him he needs him for one last mission: steal a Hydrojet from an aircraft carrier and destroy some spy ships while fending off enemy jets. CJ pulls it off like a pro. Back at the studio, CJ is on the phone handling business when Torino barges in, snatches the phone, and ends the call. He tells CJ that there's one final job before he can walk away for good. CJ, exhausted, threatens to eliminate Torino, but Torino coolly diffuses the situation. CJ's phone rings, and it's Sweet. He's finally getting released from prison. CJ is stunned. Torino kept his promise. When CJ asks what the final job is, Torino simply tells him, go pick up your brother. CJ heads to Los Santos police headquarters in Pershing Square, where Sweet is waiting fresh out of prison. CJ tries to explain all that he's accomplished. He owns a garage in San Fierro, has a stake in Las Venturas Casino. He even lives in a mansion now. But Sweet isn't impressed. He calls out CJ. He says he's just like Big Smoke. Sweet reminds him that their first loyalty was always to Grove Street, not business, not luxury. He tells CJ to take him home.
What's up, bruh?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, bruh?
I'm alright, man. Hey, man, we off to our new spot. We got a mansion, Sweet. We've been putting in work, and shit is going well. We got a stake in the casino. We got some insane shit in Fierro. We get into the rap game. Hey, man, let me get you some new clothes. Come on.
New clothes? Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit?
What you mean, man? What's mine is yours, and you know that.
You never did get it, did you, Carl? I need to go check on things in the hood. Man, that's the problem. You always a perpetrator, running from what's real.
Hey, man, shit's fucked up there. You don't want to be in the hood.
No, that's exactly where I want to be. What you done for our hood?
Man, what the hood done for me? Always dragging me down. Ever since I got out the hood, shit been cracking. That's everybody's dream to get out the hood.
Man, you sound just like Smoke right now.
All right, man. You hard. I'ma show you what's going on in the hood.
Upon arriving back in Grove Street, CJ and Sweet see how far the neighborhoods have fallen. The streets are overrun by crack addicts, drug dealers, and ballers. Even a family blender has been stolen by a basehead. CJ, disgusted, suggests they leave it all behind and go home. But Sweet stands his ground. Grove Street is home, no matter what. Determined to take it back, the brothers clear out the dealers and reclaim Grove Street from the ballers. It's the first real step in reestablishing the Grove Street families in Los Santos. Later, CJ tries to convince Sweet to visit Kendall, but Sweet refuses, insisting that Ganton is where she truly belongs. CJ checks on Sweet again sometime later and finds him in a dark place, about to smoke some crack that one of beat up Slackies gave him. Sweet, defeated, says if drugs destroyed the families, he might as well let it destroy him too. CJ steps in, talks him down, and reminds him of who they are. The girl in the room says that if CJ wants to stop it, he'll have to deal with Beat Up directly. In rage, CJ throws her out and says he's gonna go handle it now. CJ and Sweet head to Beat Up's house, but first they start a gang war in Glen Park to clear out the area and reclaim it. Once that's done, they fight through Beat Up's guards and confront him. Inside, Beat Up tries to play victim, saying he was threatened and that Big Smoke is behind everything. He claims only Smoke's inner circle knows where he's hiding. When Sweet threatens him, Beat Up calls on his crack slave Big Bear to eliminate them. But Bear has had enough. He explodes, saying he's tired of the drugs and being Beat Up's housekeeper. He knocks Beat Up out cold and asks CJ if he can come back to Grove Street. CJ and Sweet welcome him back, and Sweet takes Bear to rehab personally. With Sweet finally back and crack production slowing, the families start reuniting. At a Grove Street gathering, Sweet is giving a morale-boosting speech when CJ shows up. Sweet wants to show the city that Grove Street is really back. CJ, unsure, says that he wants to focus on his business dealings. Sweet clears the room and lays into him. He accuses CJ of turning his back on the set, sounding no different than Big Smoke. CJ argues that the world is bigger than Grove Street, but Sweet doesn't care. Eventually, CJ gives in. The Johnson brothers hit street together to put Grove Street back on the map.
You gotta love your hood like you love your homies. It's always been that way, and ain't nothing ever gonna change. I done seen it all. What up, CJ?
What's up? Yeah, I'm glad to see things back the way they used to be.
Nah, it ain't like it was, but it's gonna be. We still gotta get everybody in the hood back together. I was just telling these cats what's important. We gotta let everybody know Grove is back on the map.
Hold up, don't you think we ought to take it easy?
What?
You know I got other things in mind. Commitments I made.
Can y'all step outside for a minute? I need to talk to him. If you don't get this shit together, what you think this place is gonna look like? You always did real good leaving jobs half finished.
That's cold, Sweet.
Man, we can't take care of this from no bitch-ass rapper's mansion.
Look, the world's bigger than this hood.
This is where our lives begin and where it's probably gonna end. And don't forget where you came from, Mr. Uppity-ass nigga.
Now that ain't fair.
Oh. Somebody just crossed out all the writing on the wall, disrespected your hood, and you act like you don't give a fuck. That ain't fair.
Okay. Have it your way. Come on.
Together, CJ and Sweet take back more turf from the Ballers, one hood at a time. Afterwards, CJ heads back to Mad Dog's mansion, where Dog finds out that OG Loke is filming a music video. Dog also learns that the rhymes Loke has been using are from his book, the same ones CJ stole for OG Loke. Dog and CJ roll out to crash the shoot. They chase OG Loke through the set and eventually catch up to him and reclaiming Mad Dog's rhyme book. Back at the mansion, CJ, Caesar, Sweet, Kendall, Kent Paul, Macker, Truth, and Mad Dog are watching a news report about the upcoming trial of Tenpenny and Pulaski, who are facing charges of racketeering, corruption, and narcotics distribution. Sweet confidently says Tenpenny is going away for 20 years, but Caesar disagrees, says cops usually take a walk. Sure enough, the news gets worse. Key witness statements were retracted, Officer Hernandez is missing, and Pulaski is presumed to be on the run. Then it happens. Tenpenny's lawyer reads a statement outside the courtroom. The district attorney has dropped all charges due to lack of evidence. Tenpenny walks free. The announcement sends shockwaves through Los Santos. The city explodes into chaos. Riots erupt, buildings burn, and people take to the streets. Sweet, in rage, insists that Grove Street won't fall into rioting like the rest of the city. He tells CJ to take him home. They hop in a car and drive through the madness, dodging fires, looters, and full-blown street wars. Back in Grove Street, Sweet wants to lock things down and protect their turf. CJ, still in disbelief, says he's heading out to see how bad things really are.
Hey, be quiet, be quiet.
Come on, you bunch of wankers. This is unbearable.
Shut up.
Officers Eddie Pulaski and Frank Tenpenny, both hard-working members of a community policing unit, have been charged with racketeering, corruption, narcotics, and sexual assault.
They brought it on themselves.
That bastard cost me my farm. And he hogged the barn.
Fellow officer Ralph Pendlebury, who had threatened to turn state's evidence, and who was then found shot dead in a supposedly unrelated gang incident.
I say 20 years.
Try 5 years. Cops always get off easy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Lost evidence, retracted witness statements, and now the disappearance of fellow officer Jimmy Hernandez and Officer Pulaski himself, believed to be on the run. Oh wait, they're exiting the courtroom now.
That bastard Pulaski will probably turn up dead just like the rest
In
of
light of the
them.
lack of evidence against my client, the district attorney's office has seen fit to drop all charges
What?
against this innocent man.
That's bullshit.
You see? You can't
Sensational,
trust the
truly
system, man.
This surprise decision is wholly unprecedented.
Oh man, ain't no justice. It's just
I
us.
know. I've been arrested numerous times for totally natural behavior.
Los Santos will burn tonight.
Ain't nobody gonna be riding in my hood.
I don't know about that, Holmes. Look, the whole city's going up. People are fucking pissed off about this.
People don't know what they want. We all being used.
You see, man, it's always the same, friend. Power systems corrupt everyone.
Look, I said we gonna secure the hood. We ain't getting shit together so some idiot can burn it down.
Smack dab in the heart of Los Santos riot, CJ stops by Sweet's house in Grove Street to talk about what's happening in the hood. The two get into a quick argument over priorities until Caesar shows up, saying his own hood is in shambles and he needs help in getting his gang back together. Sweet reminds CJ that he still owes Caesar, and CJ agrees. They recruit true Grove Street homies and meet up with 3 Aztecas veterans at Unity Station. On the way, Caesar tells CJ he's planning to propose to Kendl, and CJ approves, promising to put in a good word with Sweet. Once they reach El Corona, the group launches a full-scale attack on the Vagos guarding the area. They sweep through the houses by the railway and push deeper into the territory through an alleyway. During the firefight, Hazer is injured, but the team presses on. As they push into the last stronghold, the Vagos come out swinging, armed with flamethrowers and rocket launchers. It's a brutal standoff, but CJ and the crew hold it down. The Aztecas reclaim El Corona, and Caesar thanks CJ for helping him get his neighborhood back. They load Hazer into a car and head to the hospital. After repaying his debt to Caesar, CJ gets a call from Sweet, who says they need more turf under Grove Street's control if they want to find out where Big Smoke is hiding. Once they claim enough territory, word finally gets out. Smoke is hiding in a heavily fortified crack palace in East Los Santos. CJ and Sweet drive over, dodging rioters along the way. When they get there, they realize the building is locked down tight. There's no way in. CJ convinces Sweet to let him go in alone, saying he needs to do this not just for the hood, but to atone for what happened to their brother Brian years ago.
Look, I know you down for this, but I gotta go in there alone.
What?
Smoke played me. Tenpenny played me.
They played us all.
Yeah, but you're right. I was a buster when my family needed me the most. Hey, I let Brian die, man. This one for him. For Moms. And for you, bro.
For Grove Street, baby.
Yeah, for the Grove, baby.
Hey, if you need me, you know I'll be.
For sure. You always been there for me, man.
CJ breaks into the compound, fighting his way through 3 heavily guarded floors full of ballers, Vagos, Safia Rifa, and even the Russian Mafia members, all packing serious heat. Eventually, CJ reaches Big Smoke himself. Smoke doesn't show any regret. He says he saw an opportunity for power and money and took it. In one final gunfight, CJ eliminates Big Smoke. As Smoke bleeds out, he reflects on his choices and mutters that everyone is going to remember his name. Then he dies. Just then, Frank Tenpenny steps out of the shadows, holding a combat shotgun. Tenpenny tells CJ to bag all of Smoke's cash. He mocks CJ for eliminating Pulaski and now Smoke, and says he's headed out of Los Santos, planning to flee the chaos and leave everything behind. Tenpenny raises his weapon to finish CJ off, but CJ distracts him by yelling Sweet's name. Tenpenny turns and CJ dives out of the way as a shot rings and misses. Tenpenny then runs.
Smoke, what made you flip out like that, man? Was it the drugs or what?
I got caught up in the money, the power. I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck, man.
Why you just didn't quit, man? We was like family, homie.
I had no choice. I had to do it. I just see the opportunity of when I'm gone, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke. Oh.
Damn, man. What a waste.
Carl Johnson, my man. I need you to do me another favor. You killed Pulaski, now this fat fuck? There's no stopping you. Drop the gun.
You ain't leaving here alive, man.
Where's your brother at, huh?
Why you just didn't shoot me in the back? Feeling exposed, huh?
Shut your dumb ass up and load the bag. Come on, let's go. I ain't got time to fuck with you.
So what it's like, Tenpenny, huh? All alone? Nobody got your back? Suck, huh?
Why you think I'm alone? I got a couple of rookies outside. But I gotta open their eyes slowly, you know. Little truth here, little truth there. All right, fuck it, that's enough. Chuck it over. I got a fire truck to catch.
You crazy, man. You lost it. You gone.
Half the city's looking for cops to kill, Carl. And I ain't about to get dragged out of a patrol car and get beat to death by some angry mob. No, not tonight.
What you catching? A plane?
Ding, 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 ding! Good answer, Carl! You know, you're gonna thank me one day for opening your fucking eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, Carl. Time to die.
Sweet!
What? Mother! It ain't over, Carl. It ain't over.
Tenpenny flees to the second floor where he shoots a generator, setting the entire building ablaze. CJ fights his way back through the flames, eliminating any remaining enemies. Outside, Tenpenny hijacks a fire truck and speeds away, but Sweet's already waiting. He jumps into the ladder of the back of a truck. CJ jumps into a car and gives chase. What follows is an intense chase through a city on fire. Vagos and Ballers throw Molotovs, cops join the pursuit, and the chaos spreads block by block. During the chase, a cop tries to stomp on Sweet's fingers as he dangles from the ladder. CJ maneuvers under the truck and catches Sweet as he falls, helping him climb into the car. CJ now handles the shooting while Sweet drives. CJ takes out enemy vehicles, police cars, Vagos and tornadoes, and bikes in a wild ride across the city. Eventually, they corner Tenpenny on a bridge over Danton. Tenpenny loses control, crashes the fire truck, and tumbles out, delirious, shouting about how he kept the city clean and would do it all again. He dies right in the middle of Grove Street, the same place the story began. CJ, Sweet, Caesar, and Kendall walk toward his body. CJ raises his pistol, ready to put an end to it once and for all, but Sweet stops him. He says Tenpenny already killed himself in a crash. No one to blame, no one to tie back to Grove Street. Moments later, the truth appears out of nowhere, congratulating CJ for beating the system, something he claims he's been trying to do his whole life. CJ tells the group about Big Smoke's death. Kendall reflects on how Smoke was always in for himself. Truth agrees, calling that mindset the surest path to hell. As Sweet, Caesar, Kendall, and Truth walk away, CJ walks over to Tenpenny's corpse with one final act of defiance. He kicks the body and mocks him by mimicking Tenpenny's usual sarcastic greeting.
Don't do it, man. He's gone.
I just want to be sure it's over, man. That's all.
It's cool. Don't need to put a bullet in him. He killed himself in a traffic accident. No one to blame. Let's roll.
I mean, far out, man. You know, I mean, you beat the system. I tried for 30 years to cross over, but you managed it, man. I mean, man, you're an icon, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'm just glad it's finally over.
What's up with Smoke?
You know what's up with Smoke. He always saw things a little different than us.
Smoke? Smoke was always on his own, always out for self.
That is the surest path to hell, man. Well, without our 15 microdots and an ounce of mescaline.
Let's go get something to eat.
Sounds good to me.
See you around, officer.
With everything finally said and done, the group reconvenes inside the Johnson house to talk about what comes next. Kendall brings up their business ventures in San Fierro and Las Venturas, remarking how the hustle never really ends. It's one thing after another. Suddenly, Ken Rosenberg, Mad Dog, Kent Paul, and Macker barge in, catching the group off guard. Paranoia is still on edge from everything that's happened. Everyone instinctively reaches for their guns, only to ease up when they realize it's just a crew. Mad Dog proudly announces his first gold record, and the room erupts into celebration. There's laughter, relief, and even a little chaos. Macker, in typical fashion, takes it to another level, gleefully announcing he's getting breast implants for the tour. With the house full of friends, family, and new beginnings, CJ steps outside to take a breath and see what's going on out there, bringing the story of Grove Street, betrayal, redemption, and family to a close.
Hey, now that everything is cool, we gotta stay on top of our game. Keep everything in check, but subtle.
We got problems in Venturas, problems in San Fierro. Shit's never ending.
For sure. I mean, the family's back on their feet, but we gotta keep shit tight. Because a lot of people has got their eyes on us.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I come in peace with Mr. Dog here, who has an announcement.
Our first gold record!
Yeah!
Family, baby! Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they heard about
I
it.
decided to get breast implants.
Loco ese.
Joke on. Anyway, what's next?
We should hit the casinos, roll some dice with Woozie.
Nah, we gotta take care of shit here first.
We going on tour, fam.
Has anyone got a tissue? My nose is, it won't stop running. Is anybody?
Yeah, I have. Over there.
I'll pass.
Carl, where are you off to now?
Finna hit the block. See what's happening.
At its core, San Andreas is the glue that holds together the entire 3D universe of Grand Theft Auto. We get essential backstory for GTA 3 while also witnessing the true ending of Vice City. Through missions like Free Fall and St. Mark's Bistro, we see the beginning of Salvatore Leone's relationship with Maria. It's fascinating how character development plays across this era of GTA, how sometimes we get more backstory in the other games than we did in the ones where the characters originated from. A lot of that consistency comes from Dan Houser, who was one of the primary writers across the trilogy. Because of that, characters like Ken Rosenberg, Kent Paul, and even lesser-known faces like Jethro and Dwayne get continuity and evolution. Vice City started in a smaller way, with callbacks like Phil Cassidy, where we saw how he lost his arm, even if it was the wrong one, or a glimpse into the Forelli crime family, which was rivals to the Leones. We even got a Donald Love origin story. Since this game was meant to be the writing opus for the trilogy, it's either tied up loose ends or started laying down new ones. Take Catalina and Claude, for example. If you played GTA 3 or you watch my GTA 3 video, you know how that story ends. Watching it begin here with a 9-year relationship that ends in betrayal is wild to see how unhinged she always was. This kind of layered storytelling only worked because of the shared writers and long-term planning behind it. Now remember, while I've been praising Dan Houser when it comes to legacy, San Andreas is best remembered for the Grove Street storyline, and that credit goes to DJ Pooh. It was his writing that gave the game its voice, its authenticity, and its character. When you look back 20 years later, most of the quotable lines people remember didn't come from CJ's time in Las Venturas or Andrew Pine. They came straight out of Grove Street. As someone raised in West Coast culture, DJ Pooh injected San Andreas with real-life history, the Rampart scandal, the 1992 riots, and the devastating crack epidemic. This is where the story shines brightest, how it weaves fiction with historical references, and the gameplay mirrors that too. If you're too young to remember or weren't yet born when the 92 riots happened, they erupted after the police officers who beat Rodney King were acquitted. That verdict had led to a day of chaos, looting, fires, violence, and the city imploded. And what San Andreas does after Tenpenny is acquitted after all those charges is the same thing. The city burns, rioters take over the streets, and through gameplay you feel that anger, that destruction, that breakdown of society, all triggered by the police. This wasn't just a game about gangs, and missions. It was about America, about power, and about how people lose control when justice fails them.
Oh wait, they're exiting the courtroom now.
That bastard Pulaski will probably turn up dead just like the rest
In light
of
of the
them.
lack of evidence against my client, the district attorney's office has seen fit to drop all charges
What?
against this innocent man.
That's bullshit.
You see? You can't
Sensational,
trust the
truly
system, man.
unbelievable. This surprise decision is wholly unprecedented.
Oh, man, ain't no justice. It's just
I
us.
know. I've been arrested numerous times for total natural behavior.
Los Santos will burn tonight.
Ain't nobody gonna be riding in my hood.
I don't know about that, Holmes. Look, the whole city is going up.
Oh,
People are fucking pissed off about this.
People don't know what they want. We all being used.
You see, man, it's always the same, friend. Power systems corrupt everyone.
Look, I said we gonna secure the hood. We ain't getting shit together so some idiot can burn it down.
At the center of San Andreas, we get hit with three major themes: gang culture, corruption, and the crack epidemic. The game blends all these elements into an original narrative that feels real, rooted in its early 90s Los Angeles setting. And for my history buffs out there, these weren't just story beats. These were real issues shaping Western America during that time. Let's start with gang culture. Throughout the GTA series, we've seen plenty of gangs. In Vice City, we had the Bracetti crime family, the Haitians, and even the Cubans. In GTA 3, we dealt with the Colombian cartel, the Leones, and even the Yakuza. But in most of those games, we were just working for the gangs. In San Andreas, it's different. Here, we're part of the gang, and the story about reuniting the Grove Street families. From the beginning, we're not outsiders looking in. We're in it, living it, fighting for it. Originally, Dan Houser said he wanted this game to accurately portray gang violence without glorifying it. And what's wild is this game is still remembered for how it handled gang culture. If you want to 100% the game, you have to literally start a gang war, survive 3 ways, and take over every territory. Your turf can even be attacked at random times, but only in Los Santos. Why? Because that's where the gang war means something. That's home. On the West Coast, gang culture is deeply ingrained. It's often normalized, and San Andreas reflects that. Take Grove Street, for example. When CJ meets up with his homies, they greet each other with "What's cracking?" Take a look.
Yo, my nigga, my bad. What's cracking with you? Old Reese still got it cracking. CJ, what's cracking? Man, all that show CJ what's cracking.
Good news, man. Hey, what's cracking? You ready to take it to the stage again? Ever since I got out the hood, shit been cracking.
Hey, carnales, what's cracking, Holmes?
That phrase wasn't made up for the game. It's a real Crip meeting. That level of street knowledge, that authenticity, it didn't come from nowhere. It came straight from DJ Pooh. He brought that realism in. Grove Street is based on the Crips, the Ballers on the Bloods, and the Vagos are inspired by groups like the Latin Kings. Each gang in the game has its own territory, its own subsection, and its own reasons to fight. And that's the heart of it, territory. Every gang in San Andreas is trying to protect their home. And through gameplay, you feel that. You fight for it. And just like in real life, you realize it's more than turf. It's identity. It's legacy.
So this is it. This is when we show the Ballers what banging is all about.
Yeah, that's right.
Grove Street is king. Say it with me, niggas. Grove Street is king.
Grove Street is king.
What's up, CJ? Where you been?
Hey, sorry, bro. I got caught up.
Yeah, you probably was hitting one of them baller rats. Yeah, I know what you was up to, nigga.
Yeah, you know it.
Listen up. Y'all down with CJ, right?
Yeah, sure.
He's been through a lot. I mean, we all been through a lot. But CJ's helping us clean up the hood. He's taking the fight to the enemy. Showing all of us how he used to bang.
Yeah.
What it used to mean to be a Grove Street family.
Yeah.
CJ, you my brother. My running dog. I should have never doubted you.
It's nothing.
But you're home now, partner.
Yeah, that's right.
Home.
For sure.
Listen up. I want all y'all to go get heated and meet me downtown under the Mulholland intersection. We gonna roll on these baller motherfuckers.
All right.
I see y'all in traffic.
Yeah, let's roll.
Yeah, for sure. You in?
Hell yeah, I'm in. I'm your running dog, sweet.
Yeah, my nigga. All right, you go get heated up, and I'll meet you at the crossroads.
The next major theme in this game is corruption. Now, earlier I touched on the Rampart scandal, but let's dive deeper into what actually happened, then double back to San Andreas and show how this game mirrors this real-life controversy. The Rampart scandal was one of the biggest police corruption cases in United States history. It unfolded in Los Angeles between 1998 and 2000, centered around the LAPD Rampart Division and its elite anti-gang unit, CRASH, which stands for Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. More than 70 officers were implicated in a long list of criminal activities: unprovoked shootings and beatings, planting and covering up evidence, drug theft and dealing and perjury and false arrests. The scandal broke wide open thanks to Officer Rafael Perez, who was arrested for stealing cocaine from an evidence locker. In exchange for a lighter sentence, Perez exposed the deep-root corruption happening within the unit. His testimony revealed how officers routinely framed innocent people, faked evidence, and lied under oath to get convictions. It was a shocking look at how law enforcement, unchecked, could go completely off the rails.
Evidence set off one of the darkest times in LAPD's history, the killing of undercover officer Kevin Gaines by Detective Frank Liga. Now the Rampart scandal is coming back to light after a controversial audio recording surfaced allegedly of Liga. Eyewitness News reporter Alex Michelson joins us live with that recording and insight from a man who helped investigate the Rampart scandal. Alex?
Well, Mark, our story from last night touched off quite a debate online with many people reacting passionately. One of those that contacted us says he was a part of the disciplinary hearings inside the police department at the time and says that this story is just the tip of the iceberg.
In 1997, Frank Liga shot and killed fellow officer Kevin Gaines, who was working undercover at the time. The LAPD cleared Liga of any wrongdoing, but paid Gaines' family a $250,000 settlement. Liga allegedly talked about the incident last November in a secretly recorded speech to students at the LAPD Academy, aired last night on Eyewitness News.
I regret that he's alone in the truck at the time. Figure that one out. You know, they didn't hear that? Alone in the truck at the time. I could have killed a whole truckload of them and would have been happily doing it.
When I heard that Frank Liga tape on Eyewitness News and your report, I just shook my head.
It's a fascinating story. Talk show host Xavier Hermosillo participated in Police Commission Board of Rights hearings at the time. He says the Liga Gaines shooting is chapter 1 in the LAPD Rampart scandal story.
Rampart is significant because it's probably the most corrupt case, the largest case of corruption in modern-day history of the LAPD.
After shooting Gaines, Detective Liga would later bring in a massive amount of cocaine as evidence. That evidence was then checked out by Officer Rafael Perez.
It had to be an inside job. You know, you just don't give 3 kilos of cocaine to an officer from a different division, a patrol division instead of narcotics, that wasn't involved in the arrest.
Hermosillo says at first investigators questioned Liga's connection to Perez.
The second thought was, well, maybe Perez was trying to set up Liga because he was angry that he killed Kevin Gaines.
Perez would later serve prison time and implicate 70 officers of wrongdoing in a plea deal.
There was things that were done, and then you cover it up.
Perez would be implicated but not convicted in the death of Notorious B.I.G., and his story would inspire Hollywood.
I can prove that your shooting was dirty, just like I can prove you dirty.
From the film Rampart to Denzel Washington's Oscar-winning role in Training Day.
I'm anxious to understand how an obvious bigot could have gone undetected in this department for 17 years.
To Crash, which won the Oscar for Best Picture. Perez served time behind bars but is now free. Meanwhile, Liga has continued to work for the LAPD the entire time. But after the release of this alleged recording, he's out of the field and on desk duty, pending an investigation. We once again contacted Detective Liga, who's worked with Eyewitness News in the past on several stories, for a comment on this one. He has not gotten back to us. The Police Protective League told us that if you listen to the 26-minute recording of Liga in context, it's clear that he, quote, wasn't celebrating the killing of anyone. They're urging everyone to reserve judgment while an investigation into the tape is ongoing. Reporting live, Alex Michelson, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Now that we've laid that out, you can already start to see the parallels between the Rampart scandal and the corruption in San Andreas. The game directly references this real-life event. Just look at how CJ reacts when he sees the green saber and realizes Big Smoke and Ryder have betrayed Grove Street. What does he say?
Shit, Smoke? Crash making you sell us out?
In San Andreas, Crash is more than a fictional unit. It's modeled after the real one. And just like real life, the game's Crash unit is portrayed as a force that abuses its power under the guise of cleaning up the streets. Tenpenny in many ways is a stand-in for Perez, manipulating the system, framing people, and playing both sides of the gang war for his own gain. You see the depth of Tenpenny's corruption early in the gang's introduction, where he and Pulaski pressure Officer Hernandez into eliminating Officer Pendlebury just to cover their own tracks.
Hernandez, finish him off.
Come on, please, don't make me do this.
Say what?
I can't.
Hey, I thought you understood.
He's a fucking cop, you maniac.
Not no more, he ain't.
We went over this. It's about percentages.
I know.
So whose side you on? His or mine?
Yours, Frank, yours.
Then be a fucking man. You cap him, or I cap you.
Come on, do it. Pull the trigger.
Or look at how they try to frame CJ for the murder, saying it's his gun, and they use that as leverage to blackmail him into doing that dirty work throughout the game. They don't want justice, they want control. Even before the riot mission, you can see Tenpenny starting to crack under the pressure. He gets paranoid and obsessed with retrieving a dossier that controls all the evidence of his crimes.
Hello, Carl. Been a long time, huh?
Yeah, I was starting to miss you guys.
Now, why don't I believe you? Get over here! Now, things have developed since the last time we met. Despite our best efforts, the gig's nearly up.
I'm sure you'll find some way to keep your badge. Your kind always do.
You still don't get it, do you, Carl? This ain't about keeping some fucking badge.
Hey, listen to the man.
We all the same, Carl. You, me. We all trying to pull ourselves out of the hole. Somebody steps on me, I gotta step on you.
Where's Hernandez with that fucking meat? He's been gone too long, Tenpenny.
Getting a little edgy, fellas?
Oh, how you like that, you piece of shit? That give you any idea how edgy I am?
Whoa!
Get up, bitch! You paying attention? Now there's a ruined town out west of here, Aldea Malvada. And there's some piece of shit DEA officer meeting with an FBI agent with a dossier. Now you get the dossier and you make both of them disappear.
Now, while the Rampart scandal didn't fully break until the late 90s, that doesn't mean it wasn't already happening years prior. These type of abuses were ongoing for decades, and that's why it fits so well into the early 90s setting of San Andreas. Because let's be real, corrupt cops in America isn't a secret. It never was. And this game used that reality to add a layer of authenticity to this world. It's fiction, sure, but it's relatable fiction. And it shows just how much damage can be done when someone in power decides to play God with a badge. Now, the last topic I want to break down before diving into character analysis is the crack epidemic. If you're unfamiliar with this part of American history, here's a quick breakdown. The crack epidemic was a surge in the use of crack cocaine that swept through major United States cities during the 1980s or early 1990s. Crack, a cheap, smokable, and extremely addictive form of cocaine, became widely available and rapidly devastated urban communities, especially those with black populations. Because it was so cheap and gave such a fast, intense high, crack addiction spread like wildfire. What followed was a spike in drug-related crime, violence, and family breakdowns in neighborhoods that were already struggling. The black community was hit the hardest. Social structures were torn apart, entire families were consumed by addiction, and instead of treating the crisis like a public health emergency, the U.S. government responded with harsh policing and aggressive sentencing laws. The most infamous policy, the 100-to-1 sentencing disparity, meaning possession of 1 gram of crack carried the same sentence as 10 grams of powder of cocaine. The result? Mass incarceration, mostly of black men, further fueling poverty and deepening systemic inequality.
No drug seems to be spreading faster on the streets of Los Angeles than rock cocaine. Some say it has become an epidemic because what was once the rich person's drug is now within reach of the middle class and perhaps even the poor. Tonight, investigative reporter Jim Forbes has the first part of his special report on the cocaine epidemic.
Heroin, I've shot coke, I've used all sorts of other drugs. Nothing has had an effect that this has had on me.
He was a hardcore drug user for 10 years, and he's talking about cocaine, rock cocaine. These small nuggets, each packing a chemical high so powerful, users say that when smoked, it's a drug unlike any other.
It's like having an orgasm is what it's like. It's such a good feeling. It's such a euphoric feeling.
A high so compelling that young women have been known to prostitute themselves for just $3, just to get money to buy a rock.
Some of them don't even turn it for that. They just turn it for the rock.
And a 15-minute high. A high so diluting that it eats away at the mind.
I stole from my father. More or less, he's laying on his deathbed, and I was dipping into his savings and stealing thousands at a time.
A high so demanding that it's sold on streets throughout South Central Los Angeles, where it's eroding the fabric of a proud and building community.
There is no way to build up any community with this kind of a disease in that community. This is worse than AIDS, it's worse than herpes, it's worse than all other kinds of diseases, because it's simply tearing, it's eating away, it's a cancer of the mind.
See, these people are copping right now. These people are copping dope.
This cancer is being peddled in the open, where it's not at all difficult to find. And should you be naive, innocent, or untried, pushers will find you.
There's another one standing over there. Look at him patting his hand, think he got something. But that's them, all up and down this area.
Listen carefully for a moment. You'll hear a high-pitched whistle. That was a warning, a signal to peddlers that our car was suspicious.
If they hadn't seen that camera, that other street, those guys would have sold you rocks right there.
So we placed our camera where it wasn't seen, and for 21 continuous hours, we witnessed scores of deals, day and night.
I call them stop and cop rock houses. You can pull your car up, somebody runs out to the car, sells you rocks.
Kids, often gang kids, jiggling their wares, counting their profits, over and over again. Most of that money will go into the house, where the adults stay hidden, raking in the biggest profit while remaining insulated from arrest and a long prison term.
Jesse Jackson made a very good analogy. Where there is no hope, they turn to dope.
Chilton Alphonse grew up in South Central L.A. He's on the mayor's gang task force and tries to mediate disputes between warring factions. Alphonse is also soliciting government and corporate money, hoping to fund alternatives to dope peddling. He says the streets today are much worse than in his day.
They need guidance and they need help. And it's time to stop talking about it, as has been done in the halls of our elected officials, and put the money where the mouth is.
Well, some in the community, such as Alphonse, aren't waiting for that money. They've already begun to fight back. Within the past 2 weeks alone, preachers have taken to the streets of South Central L.A., challenging the community to break its silence. Tomorrow we'll tell you about that and other efforts to combat this growing epidemic. But still, the reality remains. Rock coke is in great demand, and the profits in dealing it are enormous.
And because you call it an epidemic, we should also understand that scenes like you shot are going on all over.
Absolutely. It's happening throughout the Southland. It is perhaps not as concentrated as in South Central L.A., perhaps not as open as in South Central, but it is happening in every community that can see us right now.
Now, bring that lens into San Andreas, and the game storyline becomes even more grounded in reality. The narrative centers around the influx of crack cocaine into Los Santos, and you can see the damage it causes from the very start. The Ballers, with help from corrupt cops like Tenpenny, flood the city with drugs. Violence skyrockets, families fall apart, communities collapse. It's a direct reflection of what's happened in real life. Look at Big Bear as a perfect example. When we first see him, he's not just an addict, he's a shell of his former self. Once a proud member of the Grocery families, Bear is now beat-up's personal crack slave, cleaning toilets just to get his next hit. He turned on his own people for another fix, and watching it happen in real time, it hurts.
Big Bear, come check this fool. Hey, Bear? Big Bear, that's you? Hey, you still from the hood, homie, or what?
The only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah what?
Hell yeah, sir.
Now go make that motherfucking toilet spark.
Oh, no, man.
Man. Bear, come on.
Everyone likes to party sometimes, CJ. I'll see you around.
Stay the fuck from around here, punk.
Hey, nigga, fuck you.
It's just fucked up.
I see what you mean now, man. If crack can do that to Big Bear, turn him into a base slave, the average motherfucker ain't got a chance.
Damn dope fiends and drug addicts everywhere in the city. Piss me off.
Look like it's up to us then.
The game doesn't shy away from showing how crack destroy lives, and it even goes deeper by tying it to the larger web of police corruption and gang betrayal. Characters like Big Smoke turn on their community, making backdoor deals with corrupt officers and rival gangs, all to profit on the epidemic. It echoes real-world stories of law enforcement, not just looking the other way, but sometimes actively enabling the crisis. CJ's missions become a battle to reverse that damage. He goes after crack houses, take down dealers, and works to clean up Grove Street. It's not just about turf wars anymore. It's about restoring his community and protecting the people who can't protect themselves. And through all of that, San Andreas becomes more than just a game. It becomes a reflection, a way to engage with a period of history that left scars still felt today. Through its story, its characters, and even its side missions, it delivers a commentary on how deeply the crack epidemic affected real lives and how these systems in place allowed it to thrive.
Just a little bit of party. I heard you was down, so I got a gift from B-Dub.
Come on now, I can't do that.
Come on, sweet, come on. Make sure you enjoy this. This is a rich man's high. All the players are doing it. I know you're gonna enjoy this. It takes the pain away.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, what the hell you doing?
Shit. Man, everything is KKK. And I just want to see what's so good.
What's wrong with you, man?
Man, this shit already destroyed the whole hood. I might as well let it destroy me, too.
Man, you don't need that shit, sweet.
What do you know about this? This is what it boils down to now.
Come on, sweet, soak the smoke.
Hey, man, that shit steal your heart. You can't see that? This bitch talk nice to you and this what you do?
Fuck.
You're gonna have to deal with B-Dub.
What? Beat up? We can handle that shit right now, then. Get your ass out of here, bitch.
Now that I looked at the game's narrative and analyzed the cultural references, let's take a look at the characters that brought this game to life. First, let's look at CJ. Carl Johnson is a deeply complex character defined by loss, guilt, and a relentless drive to reclaim his family's trust. When we first meet him, he's returning to Los Santos after the death of his mother, and to his surprise, everything he once knew is gone. The place that used to feel like home now feels like a distant and unfamiliar memory. For a brief moment, he fights to get things back to where they were, but even he knows deep down that there can never truly be that moment. From the jump, you can tell CJ's carrying trauma. There's even a sense of PTSD, especially when he walks into the Johnson's house for the first time. We hear off-screen arguments. We see the weight of everything hitting him. But it's not just his mother's death. His guilt goes all the way back to Brian, his younger brother. CJ blames himself for Brian's death, and that pain lingers throughout the entire game. We see it loud and clear in moments like the Green Saber mission, when CJ says he won't leave his brother to die and turns himself in when the cops show up. It's not just about loyalty, it's about guilt. He already lost one sibling. Giving up his freedom to protect another feels like justice in his eyes.
Hey, sweet, man, you all right? You been hit.
CJ, where you been?
Caesar called and showed us some shit. It's Smoke, and he in deep with 10 Penny and some ballers. He sold us out.
Doesn't matter, man. You gotta get out of here. The cops gonna arrive in a second.
Nah, man, I ain't running out on my brother. Yo, boss, I'm taking you, motherfucker. You hear me? I'm taking you all down, bitches.
But what really makes CJ interesting is how he evolves when he leaves Ganton, when he gets out of the hood and into San Fierro and Las Venturas. That's where you see another side of him. CJ becomes an opportunist, working for the Triad, setting up heists and moving in powerful circles. And here's where CJ becomes one of the most relatable protagonists in the GTA series, because unlike other characters, CJ understands that the world is bigger than gang life. Once he gets out of Los Santos, his life doesn't fall apart, it levels up. He starts buying businesses, he gets a pilot license, owns a garage, builds wealth on his own terms. He becomes a mogul. And while some might say he abandoned his homies, the truth is his ambition gave him the power to come back and save them. We literally watched CJ go from a street kid to a self-made king. Now, behind the character of CJ is Young Melee, a California native and upcoming rapper at the time. This role was his breakout moment, and throughout his performance, we got more than just a GTA protagonist. We got one of the most iconic, layered, and relatable characters in the series. CJ is a reflection of what it means to be caught between where you're from and where you're going. And throughout that lens, his story becomes epic because it's not just about revenge or power. It's about redemption.
Hold up. Don't you think we ought to take it easy?
What?
You know I got other things in mind. Commitments I made.
Can y'all step outside for a minute? I need to talk to him. If you don't get this shit together, what you think this place is gonna look like? You always did real good leaving jobs half finished.
That's cold, sweet.
Man, we can't take care of this from no bitch-ass rapper's mansion.
Look, the world's bigger than this hood.
This is where our lives begin and where it's probably gonna end. And don't forget where you came from, Mr. Uppity-ass nigga.
Now that ain't fair.
Oh. Somebody just crossed out all the writing on the wall, disrespected your hood, and you act like you don't give a fuck. That ain't fair.
Okay. Have it your way. Come on.
Now let's talk about the game's main antagonist, Officer Frank Tenpenny. Tenpenny is the very definition of corrupt, sadistic, and manipulative. As the head of the LSPD's crash unit, he doesn't just abuse his power, he weaponizes it. He uses his badge not to uphold the law, but to intimidate, exploit, and control both criminals and civilians. He's not about justice, he's about control, about domination, and he'll work with anyone, even the very gangs he's supposed to be policing, if it benefits him in the long run. Throughout the game, we see Tenpenny playing both sides. One moment he's back in Grove Street, the next he's tipping off every gang in the city about a weapons drop, just to watch the chaos unfold. He even frames CJ for a murder he didn't commit and holds it over his head like a leash, forcing him to do their dirty work under the threat of going down for a crime he didn't commit. Tenpenny isn't just a fictional bad cop. He's a clear stand-in for Rafael Perez, the disgraced LAPD officer at the center of the Rampart scandal. Like Perez, Tenpenny is part of an elite gang unit that becomes infamous for corruption, brutality, and direct involvement in the drug trade. The game doesn't even try to hide the parallel. It leans into it. Tenpenny is the embodiment of everything rotten within law enforcement, and the CRASH acronym itself mirrors the real life almost letter for letter. What elevates Tenpenny beyond the stereotypical villain, though, is Samuel L. Jackson's performance. His commanding voice, his sharp, menacing delivery, it gives Tenpenny a kind of charisma that's magnetic as it is terrifying. Every scene with Tenpenny is charged with tension, unpredictability, and raw energy. He doesn't just threaten you, he makes you believe he'll follow through. That performance is what cements Tenpenny as one of the most compelling and hated villains in video game history. He's not just a bad guy, he's a system that uses his power to exploit the very people it claims to protect. And through Tenpenny, San Andreas makes one thing painfully clear. Sometimes the most dangerous gang in the city wears a badge.
I don't know, Carl. Eddie?
Our boy's done good.
No! You snitch piece of shit! You vato asshole! You sold us out! Time to dig, Carl. You take care of things.
Huh? Where are you going?
To get drunk and get laid. You got a problem with that?
No, Frank, relax.
Good. I'll see you back at the precinct. And I'll see you in the next life, Carl.
Officer Eddie Pulaski serves as another key antagonist to San Andreas, acting as Frank Tenpenny's right-hand man in the corrupt crash unit. If Tenpenny is the mastermind, Pulaski is the enforcer, brash, cruel, and unapologetically dirty. He thrives on his authority and takes real pleasure in intimidating, humiliating, and exploiting others. From early on, Pulaski is a constant presence at Tenpenny's side. He helps carry out every shady deal, every violent cover-up, every act of manipulation that defines the crash reign of terror over Los Santos. And where Tenpenny is calculating, Pulaski is reckless. He's the loudmouth who always takes things too far. His antagonism towards CJ is especially personal. He doesn't just treat CJ like a pawn, he openly disrespects him, throwing out bigoted insults and constant threats. It makes Pulaski one of the worst figures in the game, not just because of what he does, but because of how much he enjoys doing it. In many ways, Pulaski is a narrative stand-in for the enforcers of the Rampart scandal, the officers who helped carry out Rafael Perez's orders, who acted with brutality and impunity, and those who were protected by a system that looked the other way. Pulaski represents the kind of cop who feels untouchable because the badge gives him a license to act without consequence. And that's what makes his role so powerful. He's not just Tenpenny's lackey. He embodies the culture of violence and corruption that plagued real-life law enforcement during that era. What really brings Pulaski to life is Chris Penn's performance. His voice work gives Pulaski a slimy mix of menace and sleaze. You hate him the moment he opens his mouth, and that's exactly the point. Penn makes him feel like more than just a background thug. Pulaski becomes a fully realized antagonist, and his eventual downfall is one of the most satisfying and thematically fitting moments in the entire game. Because when Pulaski goes down, it's not just a win for CJ, it's a blow against everything Pulaski represents.
Not feeling so fucking full of yourself now, huh?
Yeah, well, them's the breaks, fuck.
Any last requests?
Yeah. Can I fuck your sister?
You an asshole to the end, punk motherfucker.
Officer Jimmy Hernandez serves as the newest and most conflicted member of the corrupt crash unit. Unlike his partners Tenpenny and Pulaski, Hernandez is portrayed as a reluctant participant, someone who didn't sign up for this level of corruption but find himself trapped in it. His induction into Crash is marked by a disturbing test of loyalty. He's forced to eliminate Officer Ralph Pendlebury, a man threatening to expose the unit. This act sets the tone for this inner conflict. A good man caught in a bad system. You can see from the beginning that Hernandez is different. He's not arrogant. He's not sadistic. He's simply in too deep. We learn that he joined the LSPD in 1989 and was involved in a domestic violence case when he had to choose between letting a man walk free or leaving a group of children in the care of a drug-addicted mother. This early moral dilemma defined him, and by the time he applies to Crash 3 years later, it's clear he joined not for power, but with a real intent to end gang violence. But intentions mean little in a system built on fear and control. Throughout the game, Hernandez is caught in the middle between his conscience and the corruption surrounding him. While he remains complicit in Crash's activities, he's one of the only law enforcement characters who shows remorse and a real desire to make things right. It's this quiet resistance that makes him stand out. His story, though, ends on a tragic note. Once Tenpenny and Pulaski suspect him of snitching, they turn on him. During the infamous grave digging scene, Tenpenny hits Hernandez with a shovel, knocking him out and labeling him a traitor. Believing him dead, Tenpenny leaves Pulaski to handle CJ. But then, in a moment of courage, Hernandez regains consciousness and tries to help CJ, only for Pulaski to turn and shoot him in the heart, killing him instantly. His body falls into the grave he was never meant to escape.
All right, that's good. That's deep enough for two.
Eddie, Tenpenny's just using you. He's using all of us. You're the next one he's gonna silence, man.
Shut the fuck up, scum! And it's Officer Pulaski to you. Fucking die!
Hernandez serves as a narrative counterpart to Tenpenny and Pulaski. He represents the few who try to navigate a broken system with integrity, and his downfall reminds us of just how dangerous it is to stand up to a corruption from within. His story mirrors that of real-life whistleblowers, those who try to do the right thing and pay for it with their lives.
Yeah, been working on the streets 3 years though, and I realized there's only one kind of crime in Los Santos, gang crime. That's why I joined Crash.
Get in the car, kid.
I was called in on this domestic dispute case once. You got this young kid, okay? Can't be more than 20 years old, beating up his wife. So I figured easy, right? No man hits a woman. Well, turns out this woman spends all day freebasing and nearly let their kid starve to death. All right, so what do? I could take this guy in and leave a little kid with a drug addict mother, or I let a guy off with beating up his wife. I mean, it's difficult out there.
Domestic violence?
Yeah, serious stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm sure. Pulaski, pull over.
Now, let's get into Big Smoke, whose real name is Melvin Harris. At first glance, Big Smoke is introduced as a high-ranking, charismatic member of the Grove Street families. He's loud, entertaining, and often serves as both a mediator and a comic relief in tense moments. But beneath that oversized personality lies something more dangerous: ambition. From the very beginning, you can feel there's more to Smoke than what's on the surface. His betrayal of Grove Street isn't just a plot twist, it's a slow reveal of a man who's already made up his mind. His decision to align with the Ballas, Los Santos Vagos, and the Russian Mafia wasn't sudden. It was strategic, calculated. Smoke saw where the drug trade was going, and he wanted a seat at the top, even if it meant selling out his friends, his set, and his neighborhood. We get hints of this through the game, especially during his conversations with Sweet about the drug game.
Hey, you gotta keep it real, man.
Man, nobody give a shit about the hood.
I do.
All they do is sell yay and ruin the place. No crack ever made a gang type.
I don't know, man.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, CJ?
What's cracking?
Man, all they care about is smoking and money.
You can't knock a homie's hustle, Sweet.
Them marks ain't soldiers. They idiots trying to be businessmen.
Yeah, but they down with us, man.
All they down with is money. CJ, go down there and show these fools you mean business. These chumps from the Ballas are sweating the homies. Go put pressure on them. Let's do it.
We've been putting time in the hood, but we gotta get the homies back together. Like the old days.
Yeah, you right. So you and Ryder gonna handle your business. Man, they're slang to their own mama. They don't care about nothing.
You're naive, my friend. We gotta keep our focus.
Smoke believes that money and power can buy him a legacy. He talks about wanting to be remembered, to leave something behind, but what he ends up leaving is a city in chaos and a family in pieces. And yet, despite all that, Big Smoke isn't completely heartless. There are moments when his conscience flickers through, especially in interactions with CJ. He shows remorse about CJ's mother's death, and while he tries to hide behind jokes or bravado, there are moments where you can tell he's conflicted. You can feel it. He knows what he's doing is wrong, but he's convinced himself that the ends justify the means.
What's going on, man? Shit seems pretty fucked up.
People have to open their eyes and their hearts, CJ.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the choices all men face, brother. Sometimes they seem real, but other times there's no choice at all.
At least you still talking shit. You ain't changed a bit.
Who, me? No, never.
In his final moments after a brutal shootout, Smoke finally opens up. He tells CJ that he was seduced by money and power, that he saw an opportunity and took it. He admits that he thought he could control it, but in the end, it controlled him. It's a haunting moment, not just because of what he says, but because of how honest it feels. What makes Big Smoke such a standout character is the performance behind him, delivered by actor Clifton Powell, known for playing morally complex layered characters. Powell brings a charm, intimidation, and vulnerability to the role in a way few could. 1 minute Smoke's cracking jokes, the next he delivering cold threats, and by the end he's a broken man. That range from lovable to lethal to lost is what cements Big Smoke as more than just a villain. He's a symbol of how ambition and temptation can rot even the people closest to us. He's not just a traitor, he's a tragedy, a man who could have led his people but chose instead to profit from their pain.
Hey, Smoke!
Hey, CJ, I was wondering when you would show up.
How'd you know it was me?
Knew it was my old dog, CJ. Knew you was coming and I don't give a shit.
I'm here to take care of your fat ass. Then I'm gonna take care of your friends in the police department. Where they at?
Man, fuck this shit. Man, that's some good shit.
Man, you and Tenpenny.
Man, fuck Tenpenny, and fuck his Polish lapdog, and fuck the police, man. Oh, that's old shit. Look at you, you got the whole world. I ain't got no regrets, man.
Smoke, you had...
I made it, CJ. I'm a success. I can't be touched. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the whole world.
What happened to you, man?
Man, what the fuck do you care? I guess we better do this shit then.
Now let's look at Ryder, whose real name is Lance Wilson. Ryder is easily one of the most unpredictable characters in San Andreas. From the very beginning, he's portrayed as a brash, impulsive, often abrasive, The kind of guy who talks loud, moves fast, doesn't think twice. He's got that streetwise bravado, always ready to throw shade, pull a trigger, or light something up. Visually, he's a direct homage to rapper Eazy-E, from the Jerry curl and sunglasses to the baseball cap and swagger. That design choice grounds Ryder firmly in West Coast hip-hop culture, making him constantly recognizable, giving him that early 90s Compton energy. At first, Ryder seems loyal, riding with CJ, helping arm up the gang, and holding down Grove Street. But as the mission progresses, cracks begin to show. His reckless, his self-serving choices, and his tendency to abandon CJ in dangerous situations serve as early warnings. Take the home invasion mission, for example. If CJ wakes up the colonel and the cops are called, Ryder just bails, leaving CJ to deal with the fallout. Or in reuniting the families, when the motel is raided by cops, Ryder and Big Smoke waste no time in making a break for it.
Yeah, what you doing? Go, get back in, man. We out of here, baby.
I ain't leaving my brother. I ain't no buster.
Man, it's every motherfucker for himself.
Ryder's eventual betrayal of Grove Street isn't just about ambition, it's about fear and survival. As Tenpenny's power grows and the Grove weakens, Ryder sees where the wind is blowing. He aligns himself with Smoke, the Ballers, and their criminal partners, hoping to carve out a place himself in a city where loyalty gets you killed. His betrayal hits hard because it isn't loud, it's quiet, it's subtle, creeping, and when it finally comes to light, it represents more than just a personal betrayal. It's a symbolic collapse of old loyalties, the kind that once held Grove Street together. It's a harsh reminder that money and power corrupt even those closest to you. Ryder's arc adds a layer of mistrust and emotional weight to CJ's journey, and when CJ finally confronts him, it's not just a showdown. It's CJ letting go of someone who once was family, but chose his own survival over the people who had his back. What really brings Ryder to life is a voice behind him, MC8, a West Coast rap legend known for his gritty realism and deep roots in Compton's rap scene. 8 brings that exact energy to Ryder, raw, real, and unfiltered. His delivery captures both the humor and menace, the street smarts and the short fuse. Thanks to 8's performance, Ryder never feels like a cartoon villain. He feels like someone you know, a product of the same environment as CJ, shaped by the same streets and survival instincts. But unlike CJ, Ryder can see beyond the immediate hustle, and that's what ultimately undoes him. Ryder's arc is a powerful commentary on trust, betrayal, and the harsh realities of life in Los Santos. He's a character who could have stood for something, but instead he chose to stand alone.
Hey, Ryder! This nigga low. Ryder!
Yeah, CJ. Hey, CJ, tell me why I didn't finish high school.
Because you been dealing drugs, man, since the age of 10.
No, that ain't it.
Because you had put hands on that teacher for wearing baller colors.
No, that ain't it either. It's cause I'm too intelligent for this shit, man. I am the real deal, fool. Oh, yeah. A genius.
Oh, yeah.
Who has more straps than anybody? Who has all the straps, huh?
A man with a lot of guns. Shit, I give up.
The army, my nigga. The army. Let's go.
Yeah.
Go hit
Get that out my face,
Go
man.
hit the
Like,
way.
you don't fuck with
Oh,
that,
come
man.
on, man.
Come on.
Buster.
Now let's turn our attention to Sweet Johnson. Sweet is the embodiment of loyalty to Grove Street, to a fault. His dedication to the gang's legacy runs so deep it borders on arrogance. He's fiercely committed to the neighborhood, to the block, and to the people who call it home, but that loyalty also traps him. Sweet can't imagine a life outside of Grove Street, and more importantly, he can't imagine why anybody else would want to. In many ways, Sweet reflects that crabs in a barrel mentality. When CJ starts to find success beyond the hood, owning the businesses, flying planes, building a life, Sweet doesn't celebrate it. He resents it. To Sweet, leaving the hood means betraying it.
You gotta love your hood like you love your homies. It's always been that way, and ain't nothing ever gonna change. I done seen it all. What up, CJ?
What's up? Yeah. I'm glad to see things back the way they used to be.
Nah, it ain't like it was, but it's gonna be. We still gotta get everybody in the hood back together. I was just telling these cats what's important. We gotta let everybody know Grove is back on the map.
Hold up. Don't you think we ought to take it easy?
What?
You know I got other things in mind. Commitments I made.
Can y'all step outside for a minute? I need to talk to him. If you don't get this shit together, what you think this place gonna look like? You always did real good leaving jobs half finished.
That's cold, Sweet.
Man, we can't take care of this from no bitch-ass rapper's mansion.
Look, the world's bigger than this hood.
This is where our lives begin and where it's probably gonna end. And don't forget where you came from, Mr. Uppity-ass nigga.
Now that ain't fair.
Oh. Somebody just crossed out all the writing on the wall, disrespected your hood, and you act like you don't give a fuck. That ain't fair.
Okay. Have it your way.
Despite his flaws, Sweet's values aren't hollow. He's dead set on getting drugs off the streets and rebuilding the Grove Street families. He knows how crack cocaine has torn the community apart, and he sees the gang not just as protection, but as a symbol of identity and survival. While his methods are rigid, sometimes even abrasive, his motivation is rooted in a genuine desire to protect his people.
Hey, fool, we losing the streets, man.
Nah, we just standing by our principles, homie.
But our principles are making us bitches, man. Everyday ballers get stronger, and you and I get weaker. You and I get poorer, man.
Man, this shit'll blow over. It
whatever.
always does.
Man, whoever heard of a gangster rapper called Jeffrey,
Hey,
man?
Jeffrey, man, get the hell out of here with that.
Man, come on, move.
OG Logan. And that's a gangster name, man. Like Sweet or Big Smoke.
Jeffrey, you ain't no gangster.
Man, you ain't never put in no work for the set. You a friend, but you ain't no gangster.
Man, I'm for real, homie. For real.
Okay, cool. Now kick rocks. You messing up my game.
You know what? I'm gonna prove y'all how real I am. Watch me.
Jeffrey, go to college, man. Somewhere yourself. Me and the fat man, we messed our lives up. We fucked up in the game, man. We products of the environment. Don't be an idiot, man. Make us proud. Do shit different, baby.
But I'm a gangster rapper. It's my calling, homie.
Look, man, do whatever you want, but get the fuck out.
Nah, man. Go be a gangster someplace else, baby.
Get your...
This ain't a fucking playground craze, man. This is the biggest money-making opportunity that guys like us will ever see.
I got all the shit I need. Man, I thought we was in this for the hood. Not destroying the family, man. It's Grove Street, nigga.
Talking to holding
Rolling
family
dot.
together. You heard from CJ lately?
We ain't speaking. He got his own life, more than he deserved.
Brian been dead, 5 years now?
Yeah, CJ had 5 years when he should have been dead. Then I lost 2 brothers, man. One got killed, and one showed himself, both perpetrating ass.
You real gangster, man, but you gotta lighten up. See, CJ,
and CJ running around like a fool on the East Coast. He can run here for all I give a fuck.
Sweet represents the idea that reclaiming the neighborhood takes more than just muscle. It takes moral leadership. He believes that if they don't clean up their streets, no one else will. That being said, Sweet isn't just some one-note tough guy. His tough exterior cracks in key moments, especially when it comes to CJ and Kendall. Underneath all the pressure and stubbornness is a big brother who genuinely wants to protect his family, even if his way of showing it is controlling and overbearing. Bringing Sweet to life is actor Faison Love, whose background in both comedy and drama allows him to strike a unique balance. He gives Sweet his commanding presence, his sharp tone, but also those quieter, more vulnerable beats. Love's performance makes Sweet more than just a roadblock in CJ's journey. He becomes a fully realized character with his own arc. Through Faison Love's voice, Sweet becomes a symbol of resilience and pride, someone trying to preserve identity and dignity in a world that's constantly changing. He may be stuck in his ways, but his intentions are rooted in love for his hood, for his set, and for his family. And in the end, that's what keeps CJ grounded.
So this is it. This is when we show the ballers what banging is all about.
Yeah, that's right.
Grove Street is king. Say it with me, niggas. Grove Street is king.
Grove Street is king.
What's up, CJ? Where you been?
Hey, sorry, bro. I got caught up.
Yeah, you probably was hitting one of them baller rats. Yeah, I know what you was up to, nigga.
Yeah, you know it.
Listen up. Y'all down with CJ, right?
Yeah, sure.
He's been through a lot. I mean, we all been through a lot. But CJ's helping us clean up the hood. He's taking the fight to the enemy. Showing all of us how he used to bang.
Yeah.
What it used to mean to be a Grove Street family.
Yeah.
CJ, you my brother. My running dog. I should have never doubted you.
It's nothing.
But you're home now, partner.
Yeah, that's right.
Home.
For sure.
Listen up. I want all y'all to go get heated and meet me downtown under the Mulholland intersection. We gonna roll on these baller motherfuckers.
All right.
I see y'all in traffic.
Yeah, let's roll.
Yeah, for sure. You in?
Hell yeah, I'm in. I'm your running dog, Sweet.
Yeah, my nigga. All right, you go get heated up, and I'll meet you at the crossroads.
Kendall Johnson stands out as one of the most mentally resilient and forward-thinking characters in San Andreas. While her brothers are etched in gang life, Kendall constantly displays intelligence, pragmatism, and emotional strength. She often serves as the brains of the Johnson family, offering grounded advice, acting as a stabilizing force in times of chaos. Unlike CJ and Sweet, who are often caught up in the war for Grove Street, Kendall keeps her eyes on the bigger picture. She's calm under pressure, speaks with clarity, and has no problem calling out her brothers when they let their pride cloud their judgment. It's her level-headedness and long-term vision that set her apart, not just from her family, but from most characters in the game. Her relationship with Caesar, a member of a rival gang, is a direct challenge to her brother's narrow views. She doesn't care about gang politics. She cares about love, respect, and the future she's trying to build. Kendall refuses to let her environment define her choices, and that makes her one of the most independent voices in the entire story. Kendall also carries a strong entrepreneurial spirit. She's not interested in the gangster lifestyle that surrounds her. Instead, she dreams of building something real, something legitimate. That drive becomes crystal clear when she helps CJ manage and expand his business in San Fierro. Even the characters around her are surprised at how sharp she is with property development and business management. It's not just street smarts. Kendall's got vision. She represents what it looks like to come from the streets as everyone else, but refuse to be limited by them. Her ambition suggests that in a world, Kendall could run her own company, her own empire, and in many ways she already does, because she's the one guiding CJ when the stakes are highest. Voiced by Yolanda Whittaker, better known as Yo-Yo, Kendall is brought to life with a performance of authenticity and strength. Yo-Yo gives Kendall a voice that is grounded in street knowledge, but lifted by aspiration. Through her delivery, we get a woman who's not only real, but someone who knows her worth and isn't afraid to demand more from the world around her. Kendall isn't just a supporting character. She's a symbol of resilience, independence, and the power of self-determination.
Hey, Carl, look. I think I found a way for us to get paid.
I ain't going to no college to study no account.
No, idiot. Property.
Decorating ain't exactly my thing either.
No, property development. Look, you buy a dump like this, fix it up, and sell it. Or better yet, you turn the property into a business. The snowball gets bigger.
I don't know, sis. This all sound big time to me.
Look, Carl, this place is gonna get on its feet, and when it does, we are gonna have money. If you wanna make something of yourself, you gotta let your money work for you.
Look, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Look, you two concentrate on the garage and let me work the property thing, okay?
Yeah, that's my baby girl right there, Holmes.
Man, you chose her. I'm stuck with her.
Caesar is one of the most loyal, level-headed, and morally grounded characters in San Andreas. As the leader of the Varios Los Aztecas, Caesar stands out not through aggression or ego, but through integrity, composure, and a deep sense of community. His loyalty isn't just to his set, it extends to his girlfriend, Kendall Johnson, and more importantly, her brother CJ, forming one of the game's strongest and most respectful partnerships. Unlike many of the gang's leaders we meet in San Andreas, Caesar isn't driven by greed or power. He's driven by justice, by survival with dignity. Time and time again, he puts himself in harm's way to help CJ uncover the truth behind Grove Street's collapse. It's Caesar who first uncovers the conspiracy between the Ballers, Big Smoke, and Crash, setting off the chain of events that follow CJ to reclaim his family, his neighborhood, and his sense of purpose. Their relationship is built on mutual respect. CJ never questions Caesar's loyalty because Caesar never gives him a reason to. When CJ falls, Caesar doesn't judge. He helps him rebuild. From hiding with him during dangerous missions to supporting his move into legitimate business like in San Fierro's car dealership, Caesar proves that loyalty doesn't always come from blood. It can come from earned trust. Caesar also stands out in the fight against the drug epidemic tearing through Los Santos. He's not just out to protect his own gang, he understands the bigger picture. He knows the drug trade is destroying lives, and he's one of the few leaders in the game actively working to push back against it. A huge part of what makes Caesar work as a character is his relationship with Kendall. It's not about control or gain, it's about partnership. He genuinely loves her, respects her, and wants to build a life with her. And in return, she supports his efforts as much as he supports hers. Together, they represent a rare grounded couple in a world full of betrayal and chaos. Their relationship isn't just strong, it's refreshingly healthy. All of this is brought to life by Clinton Collins Jr., whose performance gives Caesar a voice filled with warmth, calm, and quiet strength. Collins doesn't make Caesar loud or flashy. He makes him real, and that realism is what makes him such an admirable figure in CJ's journey. Caesar isn't just a supporting character. He's a true ally, a bridge between families, and a constant reminder that even in a city full of betrayal, honor and loyalty still exists.
Make sure that whatever you dating don't get you in no trouble.
¿Qué onda? Nice hopping, Holmes.
Well, you just shook that whatever's hand.
Come here, baby girl.
Hey, get your dirty hands off my sister.
What is wrong with you?
Holmes, you're acting like she's your woman, eh? She's with me, cabron. So chill the fuck out. I treat her good.
Look, baby, don't start no shit. Don't make it worse.
Órale, vato.
Okay?
Who's this pendejo?
What? Dickhead? This dickhead is my brother.
Easy, Holmes. He ain't from nowhere. He's cool.
Well, I say he ain't cool, Holmes. I say he thinks he's gangster, man. And I don't like it. So you know what you can do for me, man? You can fuck off, pendejo, and then maybe we cool.
No, you fuck off. I'm talking to my sister.
Oh!
Jose, come on, Holmes. I can handle this. This is important to me.
Órale, pendejo. You lucky. That's right. You lucky Caesar's spoken for you. Vámonos, muchachos. Let's get some fucking beer, huh? I'm thirsty.
Carl, what the hell were you thinking?
Look, baby. Go get in the car, okay? I'm gonna speak to Carl. Look, Holmes. I love your sister. I honor her. She's my girl for life. This is why I stopped you from being skinned just then. You got a problem with me? Fine. We don't have to be friends. But Kendo, she's happy with me, carnal.
Yeah, okay. I guess we cool. For now.
Cesar Villalpando.
Carl Johnson. CJ.
Cabron, you got a nice ride there, Holmes. Maybe we'll get to kick it again soon, eh?
Yeah, maybe.
OG Loc, born Jeffrey Cross, is one of San Andreas' most satirical and comically tragic characters, a full-blown parody of the wannabe gangster rapper archetype. Though he's technically from Grove Street, Loc has never earned true respect from the gang. He lacks street credibility, talent, and any real connection to the lifestyle he tries so desperately to emulate. His entire identity is built on fabrication, and his obsession with becoming a famous rapper fuels one of the game's most ridiculous yet revealing subplots. From the moment he's released from prison, Loc is on a mission to become a star, but he wants fame without the work and respect without the experience. Whether it's forcing CJ to steal Mad Dog's rhyme book, get help to sabotage his rivals, or staging absurd scenarios to boost his image, every move Loc makes is rooted in insecurity and desperation for validation. He's incompetent, arrogant, and wildly delusional, which is exactly what makes him so entertaining. Loc is widely seen as a satirical jab at rappers who were accused of manufacturing their street persona, and many fans draw direct comparisons to Ja Rule, especially how Loc mimics the West Coast image, style, and bravado without having the substance to back it up. His music is terrible, his credibility is non-existent, and his brief brush with fame fizzles fast, a perfect illustration of how manufactured celebrity can collapse under its own weight. What makes Loc so effective as a character is he's more than just comic relief. He's a commentary. Through his over-the-top persona, San Andreas delivers a sharp critique of the commercialization of hip-hop and the superficial obsession with image over authenticity. His storyline is a reminder that pretending to be something you're not, especially in a world as brutal as Los Santos, won't get you respect. It'll just get you clowned. Loc is voiced by Jonathan Jazz Anderson, whose energetic, unhinged delivery perfectly captures Loc's mix of delusion and bravado. Anderson's comedic timing brings life to every line, turning Loc into one of the most memorable and pitiful characters in the game. His performance walks the line between funny and sad, making Loc a constant reminder of how far people will go to be seen, even if it means becoming a caricature of themselves. In the end, Loc is the rap game's cautionary tale, loud, fake, and ultimately forgotten.
Man, you can't prove nothing. Hey, Jeffrey, you a buster, straight bitch. You stabbed me and my brother in the back. Man, I'm an artist. We all make mistakes. Ain't that right, Alki?
You ain't no artist. You's a buster.
You's a fake. Man, I was gonna give you credit on the next album. Man, royalties? Take that. I got more
bitch,
too.
I should smack the dog shit out your ass.
Just don't
Break
hit
your
me.
face
Yeah,
right here,
you
motherfucker.
phony! Mr. Dog, Jimmy Silverman, Blasting Fools Records.
Hold up, I'm the manager. You wanna talk? Talk to me.
Oh, okay. Pleasure, gentlemen. Let's talk,
I'll
all right?
bust your ass.
I need hits. I mean hits. Now, what about this guy? This, phony? I've got a good mind to sue his ass into next year.
Man, get off me, you drunk.
Hey, Lo, go get us some lunch.
You get lunch.
Excuse me, gangster. I don't think so.
Man, get out of here. Don't be pushing me. Don't be pushing me.
What really stands out in San Andreas is how we get a much deeper look into the story of Catalina. Her role here gives us a richer sense of her origins, personality, and motives far beyond what we saw in GTA 3, where she served mainly as a cold, distant antagonist. In San Andreas, Catalina is introduced as a cunning, violent, and fiercely independent criminal. The moment CJ meets her, he's pulled into a whirlwind of chaos, robberies, heists, and a toxic relationship that burns hot and fast. Catalina doesn't just operate in the criminal underworld. She dominates it, using intimidation, emotional manipulation, and raw aggression to get what she wants. Her relationship with CJ is both chaotic and telling. It's a mix of fleeting passion and constant power plays. We see moments of jealousy, affection, and even vulnerability, but they're always drowned out over her overwhelming need for control. Catalina isn't looking for a partner. She's looking for someone to bend to her will. What's compelling is how the game hints at a troubled past, one shaped by abandonment, trauma, and a life of survival by any means necessary. This backstory gives context to her emotional validity and explains why trust is a luxury she can't afford. She's not just angry, she's armored. San Andreas gives Catalina depth. Here, she's not just a villain we remember from GTA 3. She's a fully realized character capable of commanding attention, over orchestrating high-stakes crimes and emotionally destabilizing the people around her. She's both feared and admired, a woman who makes things happen even if it means burning every bridge along the way. And by the time she leaves CJ for Claude, we get it. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It's the natural next stop for someone like Catalina. Her betrayal in GTA 3 lands harder now because we see her journey. We understand how she operates, and we felt the chaos she leaves behind. Catalina's arc in San Andreas redefines her. It transforms her from a one-note villain into a layered, dangerous, and unforgettable force in the Grand Theft Auto universe.
You had the unfair advantage!
Being a better driver ain't no unfair advantage.
You think you're clever, but it is you who is missing the point. Not only was he racing, but he was satisfying me. Fully. What are you gonna say about that?
The advantage of a stick shift, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, man, what is it? Cash or pink slip?
There you go! Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. I will not be missing you.
Hey, wait a minute, bitch! What is this shit?
The deed to a garage in San Fierro. My lover needs his car so we can go to Liberty City.
Liberty City? Yeah, whatever. Have a good time.
I will.
Fine.
Okay.
Go. I ain't gonna miss you.
Goodbye.
The Truth serves as a living embodiment of the conspiracy theorist archetype in San Andreas, an aging hippie, marijuana dealer, and walking encyclopedia of paranoia. The Truth is introduced to CJ through none other than Officer Tenpenny, and quickly becomes one of the game's most unique and mind-bending figures. From the moment CJ meets him, the Truth draws him into a world of counterculture ideas, government conspiracies, and wild reality blurring missions. He talks about satellites, alien technology, biblical artifacts, and mind control experiments as if they're common knowledge. And for him, they are. His worldview is shaped by a deep distrust of authority and a belief that shadowy forces are pulling the strings behind the scenes. And while CJ initially approaches him with skepticism, the Truth's presence slowly begins to expand CJ's worldview, offering him a new lens to see both the system and himself.
Hail, fellow. Well met. Namaste. Peace. Carl, my brother.
Hey, Truth, where you at?
Just checking that you were no longer on government business. Where is he?
How the fuck would I know, man? He like the devil. Hey, man, you okay?
Everything is transient. Whoa, man. I'm passing through life same as every man.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what you're doing for Torino?
Nah, I seem to be on the need-to-know basis.
Oh, no, man. Two lies don't cancel each other out. You know that. We pay them to lie to us. Is that what our founding fathers wanted? No more, friend. No more. We're not alone.
Get off me, man. What's going on?
Everything is going on. Don't you get it? There's a place, not even on the map. A train is about to leave. It can explain better than I ever can. Boy, this is going to blow your fucking mind. We got work to do. You better drive. I'll explain. Elegance does not even touch it.
What makes the Truth such a compelling character is how he represents conspiracy culture from multiple angles. Sometimes he's comic relief, burning down his own weed farm while ranting about black helicopters. Sometimes he's a voice of wisdom, urging CJ to think beyond the immediate hustle. And sometimes he's a cautionary tale, a man so consumed by hidden knowledge that he's practically removed from reality. His missions are some of the wildest in the game, whether it's infiltrating Area 69 to steal a jetpack or uncovering mysterious green goo from a heavily guarded train. The Truth turns every job into a journey through madness, peppered with real-world references to Cold War era paranoia, 1960s counterculture, and the long-standing fear of government overreach. But beneath the humor, the Truth embodies a very real tension that existed in American society. The line between enlightenment and obsession, skepticism and delusion. His character pokes fun at conspiracy theorists, while he also pays tribute to free thinkers, people who challenge the status quo, ask questions, and refuse to blindly accept the official story. Voiced by Peter Fonda, a counterculture icon in his own right, The Truth gains an added layer of authenticity and reverence. Fonda's performance captures that perfect blend of mellow wisdom and maniac intensity, making The Truth feel like a relic of the 1960s who somehow survived long enough to become a guide for CJ's next phase in life. In the grand scope of San Andreas, The Truth is neither a hero nor a villain. He's a catalyst. He doesn't just give TJ tasks, he challenges him to think, to question, and to see the bigger picture. And throughout that challenge, players are invited to do the same. In the end, The Truth is exactly what his name suggests. Not an answer, but a question. One that's meant to be explored, not explained.
Peace. I've got everything you need, lone traveler. It's in the mothership. Back there.
Thanks, man. Look, here go your paper.
The karmic circle closes. All is as it should be. Back to the egg.
Damn, man, there must be 2 tons of that stuff back there.
3 Rama. What the fuck's that noise?
Hey, that sound like a chopper.
Oh, man. Narcs, you fucking rat.
Dude, don't put that on me. You the one deal with Tenpenny. What's all this?
Calm, brother. Panic paves the way to bad karma.
Man.
We gotta torch those fields. I only hope Kaya can forgive us.
Woozie Moo, better known as Woozie, is a blind leader of the Mountain Cloud Boys triads in San Fierro and one of the most calm, strategic, and respectable figures in San Andreas. Despite his blindness, Woozie never lets his disability define him. Instead, he uses humor, confidence, and sharp, intuitive sense to command both fear and admiration, earning him the nickname the Lucky Mole. What makes Woozie exceptional is how his disability becomes a strength. He leads through instinct, intelligence, and trusts his team, showcasing not just adaptability, but leadership that transcends limitations. From the moment CJ meets him at the San Fierro street race, it's clear Woozie is someone who plays to win, but does it with honor and precision. The partnership between Woozie and CJ quickly becomes one of the strongest alliances in the game, built on mutual respect, shared ambition, and a no-nonsense approach to business. The two rise together, transforming from underdogs to major players. Their most daring move? The heist on Caligula's casino in Las Venturas, a mission that not only showcases their complementary skills, but their unbreakable trust in each other. Woozie also stands out for his entrepreneurial mindset. As the owner of the Four Dragons Casino, he proves that success doesn't just come from force, it comes from vision. While many characters chase chaos, Woozie builds stability. He's not just looking to survive, he's building something legit and lasting, and he invites CJ to do the same. Their alliance goes beyond profit. It's rooted in loyalty, strategy, and a shared desire to rise above the criminal chaos that defines their world. In a game filled with betrayal, Woozie is one of the few characters CJ can truly count on. Voiced by James Yagashi, Woozie is brought to life with a mix of wit, quiet strength, and a subtle charm. Yagashi's delivery adds depth and authenticity to Woozie, making him feel sharp, confident, and quietly powerful. A leader you'd follow not because you have to, but because you believe in him. Through Woozie, San Andreas explores themes of resilience, partnership, and the ability to overcome adversity. He proves that strength isn't always physical, and that vision isn't just about sight, it's about foresight. And when it comes to that loyalty and ambition, Woozie stands atop. His friendship with CJ isn't just memorable, it's one of the most genuine and rewarding relationships in the entire GTA universe.
Mr. Ramfali. Gentlemen, can I have your marks, please? Gentlemen? Or shall I say partners?
Oh, I drank to that.
Jizzy B is the flashy, foul-mouthed owner of the Pleasure Domes nightclub and one of the most notorious pimps in San Fierro. He's the public face of the local syndicate. Jizzy manages the syndicate's street-level operations, overseeing drug distribution, prostitution, and contract eliminations from the shadows of his velvet-lined VIP booths. He thrives in a world of luxury, excess, and control, surrounding himself with wealth, women, and weapons. But beneath that flamboyant persona lies a ruthless businessman who uses manipulation and fear to keep his empire running. Whether it's exploiting his workers or eliminating rivals, Jizzy will do whatever it takes to maintain his grip on power. Jizzy's role in the story is pivotal. He serves as CJ's entry point into the local syndicate, a key criminal organization in San Andreas. Through a series of missions, players witness Jizzy's cold pragmatism, watching him issue hints, clean up messes, and protect his empire at any cost. His operations give CJ a first-hand look at the syndicate's inner workings, and ultimately they set the stage for its downfall. Jizzy's betrayal and death are a turning point in the San Fierro arc. When CJ finally eliminates him, it's more than just a removal of a corrupt figure. It's CJ taking control, asserting power, and moving one step closer to dismantling the syndicate that helped destroy Grove Street. What makes Jizzy so memorable isn't just what he does, it's how he does it. Voiced by the late Charlie Murphy, Jizzy B is brought to life with a performance that's equal parts charisma and menace. Murphy infuses Jizzy with wild energy, fast-talking bravado, and a slick, theatrical flair that makes him both entertaining and despicable. Through Jizzy, San Andreas satirizes the pimp archetype while also showing the dark underbelly of criminal entrepreneurship, where charm matched cruelty and loyalty is just another commodity to sell. Jizzy B may have been loud, flashy, and ridiculous, but his downfall was inevitable, and when it came, CJ made sure it was personal.
Give me some room. Give me some room, bitch! It's that time of the week again. Your provider is about to make that special call. If I think for a moment that one of you hoes is hustling me...
You better make a bigger cut this week, Jizz. We running low, honey.
Shut up, bitch. I'm handling business.
Don't you even raise your voice at me,
Nah,
asshole.
shut up, bitch. You funky ass.
What a dick.
Hey, Jizzy, I need to holler at you.
Well, talk then, friend. I mean, that's all we ever do. Kind word here, wise saying there. Shit, I'm a walking book of proverbs.
No, you fucked up.
Come on, man. Hey, I get it wrong, you know? I'm imperfect, you know, like, hey, not a kind man, not a wise man, you know, not a smart man, but dear Lord, I tried.
No, you fucked up when you trusted me, player.
Come on, baby.
Ass selling, yay pushing, piece of shit trash.
Oh, Lord. What y'all waiting on, huh? Somebody cap this nigga, man.
T-Bone Mendez serves as the muscle of the local syndicate and the leader of the San Fierro Reefer gang. From the moment he enters the story, T-Bone establishes himself as a violent enforcer, defined by brute strength, ruthless authority, and a deep distrust of outsiders. He's not just intimidating, he's dangerous, and he makes it clear through his actions, not words. His first scene sets the tone, beating a man to death simply to prove a point. As the enforcer of the syndicate's drug operations, T-Bone is responsible for making sure their product moves without interference and that anyone who threatens the business gets handled. His interactions with CJ are marked by paranoia and aggression, and while they work together briefly, it is an uneasy alliance at best. The moment CJ uncovers T-Bone's role in flooding Grove Street with drugs, the line is drawn. T-Bone becomes a direct enemy, not just to CJ, but to everything he's fighting to protect. Narratively, T-Bone represents the brutal enforcer archetype, the street-level power that ensures the criminal operations remain unchallenged. He isn't subtle, and he isn't interested in diplomacy. He's there to keep order through fear. But that same aggression becomes his downfall when CJ and Caesar decide to strike back. In the mission Pier 69, T-Bone's death is symbolic. It marks the beginning of the local syndicate's collapse and a shift in power as CJ begins reclaiming control over his city and his life. T-Bone's character also deepens the game portrayal of gang dynamics and shifting allegiances. He may not have the complexity of characters like Big Smoke or Mike Torino, but his role is essential in showing how muscle, fear, and intimidation operate in the criminal hierarchy, and how quickly those things lose power in the face of loyalty and strategy. T-Bone Mendez is voiced by Kid Frost, a pioneering figure in West Coast hip-hop. Frost's gritty delivery and streetwise attitude bring authenticity and edge to the character, grounding T-Bone in the real-world cultural energy of the 1990s gang life. His performance gives Mendez a raw, unfiltered presence that makes every scene feel dangerous. T-Bone was never meant to last, but his presence left a mark. And when CJ and Caesar took him out, it wasn't just about revenge. It was about taking power back from those who abused it.
Hey, you a pinchy hoodah or what? What the hell? You think you can mess with me? I will blow your head off and rape and kill your family, you snake! You think you can fucking bullshit me and fuck me over? I know your fucking game, that's it. I don't know what you talking about, man. My throat! Who you working for? Nobody! Turn around and look at me. Man, I'm just trying to make some money. Keep my mouth shut, I swear, man. I almost had you, man. I almost fucking had you. Watch out. You gotta be careful in this business, man. You know that.
Mike Torino is the embodiment of the murky space where government power, organized crime, and covert operations collide. Initially introduced as a member of the local syndicate, Torino quickly proves to be much more than a mid-level trafficker. As the story unfolds, it becomes clear that he's not just connected, he's controlling the game. Strongly implied to be a high-level CIA operative, Torino is orchestrating drug trafficking and arms dealings not for personal gain, but to fund operations abroad, a direct nod to real-world scandals like the Iran-Contra. Torino doesn't just exploit the criminal underworld, he built it to serve his agenda. From coke distribution to manipulating gangs and leveraging corrupt law enforcement, he acts as a puppet master, allowing chaos to unfold while ensuring it benefits whatever mission he's really working behind the scenes. His influence is quiet, vast, and terrifyingly effective. His relationship with CJ is layered. At first, Toreno is an enemy hiding in plain sight, one of the key figures CJ targets while dismantling the local syndicate. But once his cover is blown, the dynamic shifts. Toreno becomes transactional and ultimately indispensable. He forces CJ into a string of dangerous missions, flying military equipment, attacking government targets, and smuggling contraband, all with one promise: sweet release. While his motives remain ambiguous and his methods are always self-serving, Toreno delivers. He opens doors that CJ couldn't unlock on his own, proving that sometimes the most dangerous ally is also the most effective. Their alliance is built on necessity, not trust, and that tension is what makes Toreno one of the most compelling characters in the game. Narratively, Toreno is a brilliant critique of real-world power structures, where intelligence agencies operate above the law, manipulating both criminals and civilians to further their agendas. His character reinforces the idea in San Andreas: the true enemy isn't just the Ballas or Crash, it's the hidden hands pulling the strings from high places. Mike Toreno is a reminder that the biggest threats often wear suits, not gang colors. His presence shifts the gang's focus from street-level crime to systemic corruption, and CJ's ability to survive his manipulations is proof of how far he's come. In a world full of loud villains and gang warfare, Toreno is a quiet monster in the room and perhaps the most powerful one of all.
Roger that, big monkey. I got a 13-6 fat vulture. Need to acquire a drowning baby. Over. What? In 15 by the fat moon. Breaks your heart. Over and out. Carl, I need you to do me a favor.
Yeah, I'll do you a proper injury, man. What you knowing about my brother?
Relax. He's in prison upstate. D-Wing, cell 13. To the left, I got a child killer who wants to rip his throat out. To the right of him, I got a white supremacist who wants to eat his heart, to be precise. Now, don't worry. Tenpenny and Pulaski are really relatively benign, unless, of course, you're a family member of Officer Pendlebury, whom they shot when he threatened to expose them. But you do know all about that, right?
Damn. Hey, man, how you know all this stuff, man? And won't you stop it?
You just don't understand, do you, kid? Look, it's all white knights and heroes. We have to make decisions, kid. You know, I try to set bad people on other bad people, and sometimes I let good guys die. He's your brother, but to me, he's just collateral. It's a very delicate decision. Look, over here, you got all the scumbags inside the country. And over here, you got all the scumbags outside the country. And me and my colleagues, we're the fucking pivot. Keep the government in work. Which reminds me, come here, okay? I need you to head over here in the buggy outside, okay? Okay, let off a flare. We got some precious cargo needs collecting.
Hey, hold up. What about my brother and all that shit you was talking about?
Hey, don't worry. Sweet's just fine. He gets touched. A prison guard goes home and finds that his wife and kid have been murdered. Everything's under control. We'll talk later. Now, come on, get out of here.
Kent Paul undergoes a subtle yet meaningful transformation between Vice City and San Andreas. Introduced in Vice City as a cocky, fast-talking music manager from England, Paul was more wannabe gangster than actual criminal. He name-dropped underworld connections, partied with love fists, and constantly got himself into trouble, but a few people took him seriously. He was loud, boastful, and more of a comic sidekick than a player with real influence. By the time we watch him in San Andreas, Kent Paul has grown up, at least a little. He's still full of himself and still name-dropping and exaggerating, but now he's managing a new band, the Gurning Chimps, and operating in a much more dangerous world. After relocating to San Andreas, Paul finds himself tangled up with Ken Rosenberg, Macker, and eventually CJ, navigating the chaos of Las Ventura's mafia-infested casino scene. What makes Paul interesting in San Andreas is how he adapts. He's still prone to panic and self-preservation, but this time around he contributes. He uses his street smarts, industry connections, and survival instincts to help CJ lay ahead of the Leones, Forellis, and the Sindacos. He's not just the funny Brit tagging along anymore. He's in the thick of it, helping keep the crew afloat in one of the most dangerous parts of the game. There's a clear contrast between Paul's two appearances. In Vice City, he's dismissed as a clown. In San Andreas, he's still a clown, but he's a clown who knows how to stay alive. And in the world of GTA, that alone makes you dangerous. His comic relief is balanced with moments of genuine fear and loyalty, and his partnership with Ken Rosenberg becomes the most entertaining and ultimately heartwarming duo in the entire game. Danny Dyer's voice work once again steals the show, delivering Paul's humor, paranoid outbursts, and British charm with the same energy and attitude that made him a fan favorite in Vice City. Dyer ensures Paul remains consistently entertaining even when he's way out of his depth. Ultimately, Kent Paul represents a kind of underdog evolution. He may not be the toughest, the smartest, or the most reliable character, but he's still standing in the world of San Andreas. And that says a lot. His growth reflects the broader shift in the GTA universe, from flashy chaos of Vice City to the complex criminal web of San Andreas, where even the comic relief has to level up or get left behind.
Go on. Come on.
Blast my mask,
Go
I'll
on.
test you
Go
back.
on.
Donuts and beef
Come
well, rep
Come
well.
on. You please leave yourself alone. Come on. Here. Come on. Oh, fuck. Oh, you mongrel.
Oh, sorry.
You shouldn't be choking the gecko in the first place. Remember what happened to that gig in
That's my
Hamburg?
dog. That groupie loved it.
That wasn't a groupie. That was a roadie.
But she had great tits.
Man tits. They were man tits.
Hey, what happened? Hey, what the sound's that?
I don't know, bruv. It all just went.
You fucking shite, you RP.
I can't be held responsible for dodgy gear, all right?
Come on, keep it together, man. You can't fuck with his flow.
Ken Rosenberg undergoes one of the most unexpected and oddly touching evolutions in the GTA series. From a high-strung, morally flexible lawyer in Vice City to a paranoid, washed-up casino manager in San Andreas, Ken is the ultimate example of someone who's in over their head, but just slippery enough to survive. In Vice City, Ken starts out as a legal fixer, a man who talks fast, panics faster, and always has a shady solution tucked in his briefcase. Often compared to Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad, Ken blends legal savvy with an obvious desperation to stay useful to whoever's in charge. He helps Tommy Vercetti climb the criminal ladder, but his constant nervous energy and addiction issues foreshadow the inevitable burnout that's coming. By the time San Andreas rolls around, the crash has already happened. Disbarred, strung out, and paranoid, Ken has left Vice City behind and completed a stint in rehab, trying to stay clean and start fresh. He takes a job managing Caligula's Palace in Las Venturas, a casino owned by the Leone, Forelli, and Sindaco families. But instead of finding peace, Ken is now caught in the middle of a mafia cold war, terrified and totally unqualified to manage the powder keg he's sitting on. And yet he doesn't die. Despite everything, Ken holds it together, barely, long enough to call in CJ, broker some uneasy truces, and escape Las Venturas with Kent Paul and Macker before the mob war explodes. His ability to survive as a man in constant fear of losing his life is what makes him so memorable. He's comedic relief, sure, but he's also a character you'd end up rooting for, even if he's a mess. Ken's arc in San Andreas is a mix of satire and tragedy. He represents the guy who flew too close to the sun and lived, burned but alive, haunted by addiction, traumatized by the mob, and still somehow pulling himself back together. William Fincher's performance nails every beat, neurotic, anxious, and yet deeply human. His voice work gives Ken that signature maniac charm, selling both the comedy and the underlying desperation of a man barely holding it together. In the end, Ken Rosenberg is a reflection of the GTA world itself, corrupt, chaotic, darkly funny, and so very often strangely redemptive. His journey from Vice City's back rooms to Las Venturas boardrooms shows that even on the criminal fringe, survival is the biggest win.
Oh, baby, I'm back. I am back. Let's get
the show on the road.
The good doctor has revived the patient.
Thank you,
Sweet
thank
as my
you,
son,
thank
sweet.
you.
So everything's straight now?
No, absolutely not. I'm still screwed. Absolutely screwed, but at least now I'm in the right frame of mind. What the fuck are we gonna do? Any minute now, some mafia bullet is going to splatter my brains all over the wall. My wall. My beautiful wall.
Ooh, you missed a bit. I love that.
Forget about it.
Oh, that's a great idea, Tony, but you know what? It ain't gonna work, okay? Not this time. No way, no way.
Look, man, relax. Get a grip.
Yeah, you're right. I need to get a grip.
Take control.
Yes, grab the bull by the horn.
And show everybody who's boss.
I'm the boss. I am the boss.
All right, then.
All right. Let's tear this
That's
town
what
up.
I'm saying. So where we going?
Details, details. Let's just get there.
Rack 'em up, Mako. What's the matter with you?
Mad Dog is one of the most layered characters in San Andreas, serving as both a reflection and tribute to the golden era of West Coast hip-hop. His name is a clear nod to Snoop Dogg. His build and facial features evoke Ice Cube, and he's voiced by none other than Ice-T, a pioneer of West Coast rap himself. Together, these influences make Mad Dog a homage to the icons of 90s rap culture, seamlessly anchoring him in the vibrant, gritty atmosphere of Los Santos music and gang scene. Within the game, Mad Dog starts out as a successful but spiraling rapper, caught in the chaos of betrayal, addiction, and artistic theft. His downfall begins when OG Loc has CJ steal his rhymes, tarnishing his reputation and setting off a downward spiral that costs him his mansion, status, and mental stability. In one of San Andreas' most powerful moments, we find Mad Dog on the edge, ready to take his own life, only for CJ to intervene and catching him in mid-self-deletion attempt and taking him to rehab. This moment is transformative, not just for Mad Dog, but for CJ. It marks a shift in CJ's journey, from the street to something more meaningful, signaling his growth from a gang member to a man of influence, loyalty, and purpose. Mad Dog's redemption arc parallels CJ's evolution, falling, rebuilding, and ultimately rising higher with the help of the people around him. With CJ's support, Mad Dog reclaims his mansion, restarts his career, and becomes an ally in CJ's climb through Los Santos' music industry and business world. He becomes more than a rapper. He becomes a symbol of survival, reclaiming identity in a cutthroat system and a vessel for the game's deeper themes around legacy, authenticity, and recovery. Ice-T's voice performance adds a final layer of credibility. His delivery captures both Mad Dog's bravado and his vulnerability, giving the character emotional weight that resonates with players. It's that raw, lived-in edge that makes Mad Dog feel more than a parody. He's a tribute to the real-life artists who lived through similar highs and lows. Through Mad Dog, San Andreas pays homage to rap stardom's double-edged sword, the struggle to stay authentic, and the enduring resilience of West Coast hip-hop culture.
Mad Dog.
CJ. Clean, dude.
That's good news, man. Hey, what's cracking? You ready to take it to the stage again?
Easy, CJ. Come on, man. One step at a time, you know? I'm almost ready, but...
But what?
I want to go home now, CJ.
That's cool, man. I'll take you. Where's home?
My mansion, baby.
Yeah, I heard about that place. Drugs, sex, all that shit.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah, I've been there. I mean, I've seen it on TV.
Yeah.
Nice crib.
Thanks, player.
We could do with a place like that to set up in the LS again. Wait for Sweet. Get things moving. Get out this midget gang.
But CJ, come on, man.
What? I saved your life, man.
My mansion ain't big enough. Only got 19 bedrooms, you heard? All right, man. My mansion's been seized.
IRS?
Nah, not exactly.
Who?
Nobody.
Who, Mad Dog?
All right, Big Papa.
Big Papa? The drug dealer? Man, you gave your multi-million-dollar mansion to a motherfucking pusher?
You know, CJ, these things happen. I was powerless.
You fucking degenerate? Oh, man! How much blow can one guy snort?
It's not my fault, CJ.
Man, I should have let you jump. Come with me, all of you. We all going home.
Beat Up, whose real name is Mark Wayne, is easily the most despicable and corrosive characters in San Andreas. Once a member of the Grove Street families, Beat Up abandons any sense of loyalty in pursuit of power and profit, quickly aligning himself with the Ballers and embracing the crack epidemic that's tearing Los Santos apart. His shift from homie to hustler isn't just betrayal, it's active exploitation of the very community that raised him. Nowhere is this clearer than his treatment of Big Bear, a former Grove Street soldier who Beat Up turns into an addicted servant. Bear doesn't just fall off, he's enslaved by addiction, cleaning toilets for a man he once considered a brother. It's one of the most gut-wrenching portrayals of how drugs can dismantle dignity, and Beat Up is the one holding the leash. Beat Up becomes the embodiment of internal decay, a symbol of how greed, drugs, and self-interest rot a community from within. He's not just working with the enemy, he's selling out his own people. His arrogance and utter lack of remorse are on full display throughout the game. When confronted by CJ and Ryder, he brushes them off with a smug indifference, showing no concern for the suffering he's caused. And if that wasn't enough, he even says this on the radio.
They always saying there's too many drugs in the hood. Homie, that's bullshit. Plain bullshit. I mean, way I see it is, it ain't enough drugs in the hood. Ain't nothing like enough, and that's the real problem for people.
A line that perfectly sums up just how far gone he is. Beat Up's betrayal is a major reason why Grove Street falls into disarray. While CJ, Sweet, and a few others fight to rebuild their home, Beat Up is part of the infrastructure poisoning it, turning a blind eye to the chaos while lining his own pockets. He's not flashy, he's not powerful in the traditional sense, but he's dangerous in that quiet, insidious way that makes him a particularly low figure in the game. He's voiced by the rapper The Game, whose delivery nails Beat Up's smugness, treachery, and street-level menace. It's a performance that adds grit and believability to a character you love to hate. In the end, Beat Up's downfall, when Big Bear finally stands up to him, is a rare moment of emotional payoff, a sign that, even after everything, redemption is possible for the Grove. But make no mistake, Beat Up's legacy is that of a man who sold out his home for a hit and a check and left his own people to burn.
CJ, the fuck you want? Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, hold up, man. What happened to For Life, nigga?
The only thing that matters is the hood, homie. But you'll never understand what getting this money is like. You know what, man? Get the fuck out of here for you be laying on your back. Big Bear, come check this fool.
Hey, Bear? Big Bear, that's you? Hey, you still from the hood, homie, or what?
The only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah what?
Hell yeah, sir.
Now go make that motherfucking toilet spark.
Oh, no, man.
Man. Bear, come on.
Everyone likes to party sometimes, CJ. I'll see you around.
Stay the fuck from around here, punk.
Hey, nigga, fuck you.
Big Bear, whose real name is Barry Thorne, is one of the most tragic and emotionally resonant figures in San Andreas. Once a respected OG and loyal member of the Grove Street families, Bear's life is completely derailed by the crack epidemic that devastates Los Santos. His downfall is not just a cautionary tale about addiction, it's a symbol of what happens when a whole community is betrayed from within. When we meet Bear again, he's unrecognizable. Once strong and proud, he's now enslaved by his addiction, living under the control of Beat Up, who uses him as a domestic servant in exchange for his next fix. Watching him clean toilets for a man he once stood beside in the streets, while CJ and Ryder look on in disbelief, is one of the hardest scenes in the game. It's a gut punch that shows how drugs not only destroy people, but strip them of their identity, dignity, and purpose. Bear's story is personal and political. It reflects the real-world devastation to the crack epidemic caused in black communities across America, turning homes into battlegrounds and friends into slaves, all while the powers that be either looked the other way or actively profited. What makes Bear's arc hit even harder is the sense of isolation. He stays with Beat Up not because he wants to, but because the addiction has left him with nowhere else to go. No support, no system to fall back on, until CJ and Sweet return to reclaim Grove Street. In a moment of true emotional payoff, Bear finally finds the strength to fight back, punching Beat Up and declaring he's done with that life. It's a small act, but it carries massive weight. is a first step towards healing both for Bear and for the Grove. Kurt Alexander, better known as Big Boy, voices Bear with a quiet authenticity and sorrow that make his limited screen time deeply memorable. There's warmth buried beneath the pain, and his voice work helps sell the idea that it isn't just a character, it's someone's brother, someone's homie, someone who just needed a hand. Big Bear's story is one of destruction, exploitation, and ultimately redemption. He reminds us that not everyone gets out, but someone can find their way back with support, with love, and with the will to change. His journey from respected OG to forgotten addict and back towards recovery is one of San Andreas' most powerful subplots, and a stark reminder of the human cost of drugs, betrayal, and abandonment.
Bear! Hey, Bear, get the fuck out here!
What's up, your lordship?
Kill these motherfuckers, and I'll give you a whole quarter sack. Now handle that. Shoot them! The fuck is wrong with you? You ain't hear what the fuck I said?
I'm tired
Bear,
of
what the
smoking.
fuck you doing?
I'm tired
Come
of crack,
on, man.
And I'm tired of doing your fucking housework.
Oh, shit!
I'm free!
Man, what the fuck you do that for, man?
CJ, man, come on, put me back on the team. Give me 20 bucks and I'm all yours, man. Blast from the past.
Hey, let's take a ride, homie. I'm gonna shoot you somewhere you gonna enjoy.
Johnny Sindacco was a high-ranking member of the Sindacco crime family and one of the key players involved in the management of Caligula's Palace in Las Venturas. Born in Liberty City, Johnny rose through the ranks of his family and relocated to San Andreas to oversee the casino, a joint venture shared between the Sindacco, Leone, and Forelli families. His storyline in San Andreas is packed with tension, power struggles, and the kind of shifting alliances you'd expect from the three crime families fighting for a piece of the Las Venturas gold mine. What sets Johnny apart is the way his character balances ambition with fragility. He's not a cold-blooded mobster in the traditional sense. Instead, his arc reveals a man who's clearly in over his head. This becomes especially clear in one of the game's most memorable missions, where CJ ties him to the hood of a car and drives like a maniac through the city. The goal? Extract information and send a message. The result? Johnny ends up traumatized, left in a fragile mental state that makes him a liability to everyone around him. After being hospitalized and nearly rescued by CJ during a brief alliance, Johnny's downfall comes not from a bullet, but from pure psychological trauma. When he later sees CJ again at the Sindacco Arbiter, the shock sends him into a fatal heart attack on the spot. It's a darkly comedic twist that undercuts a typical tough guy mob trope and highlights just how unstable the criminal underworld really is. Johnny's death is more than just a gag. It becomes a catalyst for further bloodshed between CJ, Ken Rosenberg, and the remaining Sindacco forces. His arc serves as a commentary on how fear and paranoia often tear these organizations apart more effectively than rival gangs ever could. While he might not be the most powerful mobster in San Andreas, Johnny Sindacco's fall is one of the most ironically tragic in the entire game, showing that in this world, even made men can crack under pressure.
Ah, Christ, this fucking thing. Good, como esta? How you doing?
Pretty good. And you?
I still got a little bit of the night terrors, touch of diarrhea, but I'll get through it.
Huh, diarrhea. Cool.
And who's this?
How you doing, Johnny?
It's fucking him. It's him. Oh my head. Oh, God. It's him. Oh, my heart. My heart.
Damn, that nigga fucked up.
Salvatore Leone's appearance in San Andreas offers a fascinating glimpse into the roots of his power and the slow unraveling that will eventually lead to his downfall. At this point in the timeline, Salvatore is already the Don of the Leone crime family, with a major stake in Caligula's Palace in Las Venturas. Unlike in GTA 3, where he's a fully animated, mission-giving character, here he only appears in cutscenes, but even with limited screen time, his presence is unmistakable, ruthless, paranoid, and full of command. Visually, this is a slightly younger Salvatore than the one we meet in GTA 3, which takes place nearly a decade later. The signature features are all there: slick black hair, expensive suits, an intimidating posture, but his demeanor is still a touch of vigor. He hasn't fully spiraled into the mist of his weariness that consumed him later through the warning signs that are already in place. One of the most important story beats in San Andreas is the beginning of Salvatore's relationship with Maria Latour. Their dynamic is filled with tension from the jump. Maria is flirtatious, rebellious, and unafraid to push buttons, while Salvatore's possessiveness and quick temper make him easy to provoke. This relationship sets up the stage for what's to come in GTA 3, a toxic cocktail of jealousy and control that ultimately clouds Salvatore's judgment and helps seal his fate. We see the seeds of that downfall planted here. Maria's behavior and Salvatore's insecurities already hint at that deep emotional instability that will define their relationship. By the time in GTA 3, nearly 10 years later, their connection is fraught with mistrust and Salvatore's paranoia reaches lethal levels, especially when he begins to suspect Maria and Claude. What makes this so compelling is how San Andreas doesn't present Salvatore as a mob boss. It shows the cracks forming beneath the surface. It paints a picture of a man who's powerful but vulnerable, surrounded by enemies and consumed by personal flaws. His story across the series becomes a cautionary tale. No matter how strong your empire is, unchecked ego and paranoia can be your undoing.
What do we got here?
Here's your sandwich.
Who's this pretty thing?
I don't usually do this kind of shit, you know.
I like this girl. What's your name, kid?
Maria. And the service is not included.
Hey, the woman, you fat fuck!
You heard the bird.
Come on. Are you kidding me? See you later, guys.
Okay, let's be real. The story was a major highlight, but the real magic came from the gameplay. Throughout the GTA trilogy on the PS2, there were definitely some highs and lows. What makes San Andreas stand out is how it took everything the previous games didn't quite get right and fixed it. Like, remember how in GTA 3 cars were made of paper, hit a pothole or two, and suddenly your ride was smoking? Vice City improved that a little, but San Andreas takes it to the next level. Cars here actually feel durable. You can take around 10 hits before you even see smoke. And when it does start, you might got white smoke and then later on black smoke. It's those little details that really makes a difference. Now, let's talk about what sets this game miles ahead of its predecessors. First off, CJ can swim. Unlike Claude or Tommy who float to the top and die, CJ's got a lung capacity gauge and everything. Some missions even revolve around swimming underwater without being detected. It's a game changer, literally. This game also went full RPG. You can customize CJ's clothes, hit the gym to bulk up, or let him get skinny or even fat. Yep, CJ actually needs to eat now as well. Not just for show, but for strength. They even brought back a mechanic from GTA 2 and revamped it. The respect system. Back then it was about how gangs viewed you. Here, CJ's respect meter affects how your grocery homies treat you. The higher it is, the more they ride for you. Even your weapons level up, from poor to gangster to hitman. And trust me, hitman level is clutch. Some weapons unlock dual wielding like double pistols or SMGs, which helps a lot in tight spots. And if you're trying to upgrade without cheating, we've all been there, there's a trick. If you park a car in your garage and shoot it until it's about to blow up, then leave and come back, it resets, and you'll notice you start leveling up quicker with your guns. For its time, I truly think it was one of the most complete GTA games. It had 100 story missions, so you were locked in for a while. And beyond that, tons of side content with real rewards. Like, in the early game, you get a spray can and are told to tag up 100 spots around Los Santos. Do that, and CJ gets access to an AK, Tech 9, Molotovs, and a sawn-off shotgun inside the Johnson house. Plus, grocery homies upgrade their weapons too, like SMGs, knives, and Desert Eagles. Each city has their own collectibles with real perks. In Las Venturas, collect 50 horseshoes, you get an MP5, satchel charges, a M4, and a combat shotgun outside the Four Dragons Casino. In San Fierro, take 50 snapshots and you unlock a sniper rifle, micro SMG, shotgun, and grenades by the Doherty Garage. But the wildest one, Find all 50 oysters, and CJ gets infinite lung capacity, and every girlfriend falls head over heels no matter what. Speaking of girlfriends, yeah, we're going to get into that. In San Andreas, CJ can have a total of 6 different girlfriends at once, and each one comes with her own perks. For example, Denise gives CJ her car and a pimp outfit once you reach 100%. Helena rewards you with weapons like a flamethrower, 9mm pistol, chainsaw, and Molotov cocktails. Katie is the real MVP if you're known to die a lot. Dating her means CJ gets to keep his weapons if he gets wasted, and hitting 100% gets him a medic outfit. Michelle offers free car repairs, and you'll get a racing suit once you max her out. Then there's Barbara. Dating her lets CJ keep his weapons if he gets busted, and she gives you a police outfit at 100%. Lastly, there's Millie, who you meet during a heist setup mission. Her main benefit is you get access to her car. Now, I didn't bring up the heist mission earlier because it's not essential to the main story, but let's be real, it's still a fun side mission worth mentioning. Just like Tommy Vercetti could rob a bank in Vice City, CJ can pull off a full-blown casino heist in San Andreas. It's totally optional. You can finish the game without ever even touching it, but it's a great mission with a lot of setup, and the payoff is worth it. Of course, there are sub-missions that come along with some legit power-ups. Completing paramedic level gives CJ max health. And I can give you a quick little tip. If you do this in Angel Pine right after the Green Saber mission, it's way easier to do there. Firefighter missions make CJ fireproof, and honestly, knock this one out early because it makes certain missions way easier. Vigilante missions return something too, and finishing level 12 bumps CJ's armor up to 150. Pimping missions also make a comeback. Get to level 12 and CJ can earn money from S-workers. One new addition to the side hustle game is burglary missions. After getting a big black truck, CJ can rob houses at night, steal around $10,000 worth of goods, and CJ can get infinite sprint, which can be clutch at times. Taxi missions return as well. If you complete 50 fares, any cab CJ hops into will come equipped with nitrous, which is super helpful for time missions. Then there are freight train missions. Complete just 2, and CJ can ride trains for free from that point. Hidden challenges are back too. CJ can take on BMX trials, a Cobra Run, and the Bird's Eye Winder Challenge. These minigames add even more variety to what you can do in the world. What's also cool is that CJ can now hoop. Head to a basketball court or even check behind Sweet's house and you'll find a basketball and a hoop to mess around with. On top of that, CJ can visit gyms to build muscle or stamina. But the real game changer, CJ can now change his fighting style. He can learn boxing, Muay Thai, or Kung Fu. Each style has its own strengths, and they're all a huge upgrade from his basic street brawler moves. Just like in Vice City, CJ can own a lot of assets. He can own a garage, airfield, his old family house, and even a hotel. Each asset will help make CJ more money in the long run. Another new addition was schools. CJ can attend driving, flying, boating, and biking schools, and each one comes with its own benefits. Now, I will say this. Flying school is mandatory for the story, but thankfully, the flying mechanics in San Andreas are way better than they were in earlier games. You even get to fly the Dodo again. And if you remember, in GTA 3, that plane flew like trash. In San Andreas, though, flying actually feels smooth and manageable, making those missions a lot more enjoyable. Let's talk driving school. This one is definitely worth doing because of what it unlocks. After completing it, CJ can buy Wayne cars, and from there, you gain access to the export-import system at the docks. This lets you deliver cars through the game for cash, and eventually even request specific cars. I like to call it the Gone in 60 Seconds mission, because just like the movie, you get a big board of cars and cross each one off as you collect them. It's pretty satisfying. Now, since this game leans heavy into gang activity, CJ also gets the ability to start gang wars and take over territories. To trigger one, you have to eliminate 3 members of a rival gang in a row, then survive 3 waves of enemies. Once you win, that turf becomes grocery territory. Now, I'm going to keep it real. The system can be frustrating. The enemy spawn rate is inconsistent, and sometimes it takes forever to find the right enemies to start a war. But still, when it works, it's fun. Let's talk about the graphics. Yeah, they're the game's most noticeable flaw. Character models still have those blocky mitten hands with no separated fingers. In crowded areas, you'll see slowdown and a drop in visual quality. There's also a bit of pop-in like buildings loading as you drive through a new area, but it's not too bad. On the bright side, Rockstar did add new animations, and those really help bring the characters to life. While the graphics aren't perfect, the gameplay and world building easily make up for its visual shortcomings. The sound design is exactly what you would expect from a 3D GTA game. Top tier. The radio stations perfectly capture the soundscape of 1992 with everything from country music to gangster rap. These songs are full-length, unedited tracks, and you'll definitely hear a few classics. Each radio station has a DJ that matches the vibe of that genre, and while some of them are a little stereotypical, they're still awesome. The talk radio stations and commercials are hilarious and filled with the kind of satire GTA is known for. So let's actually take a moment and listen to some.
At home, at work, or in rehab, listen to WCTR.
The most boring show with a brand new host. Entertaining America with Laszlo.
Welcome to Entertaining America. This is Laszlo. I gotta say it, pardon me, but don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years, just unemployed. But I am back, running the media. God, I love this West Coast vibe. Everybody here's so laid back and lazy. I'm here with a man who gets paid to talk for a living. It's incredible. What a concept. He's called a rapper. Oglok, how are you?
Oglok? It's OG Loke. OG Loke. You hear me, player?
Yes, of course. I hear you. You're only a few feet away, man. Listen, I'm a big fan. I love rap, I think. I mean, singing songs about yourself. That's awesome. How you living?
Straight.
Really? Are you really straight?
What? You gonna question me?
Dude, it's cool. If somebody passes it to me, I don't ask questions. It's probably not laced anyway. So, who out there wants to talk to OG Loke? Caller, you're on Entertaining America.
I love the way you rap about the Louisiana Purchase.
Straight.
You know the French told us Louisiana so we would have a place to show our tits.
My point exactly. Yeah, we need more naked liberty.
Exactly. Look, I'm no rapper, even though I dress like one, but I think I could really get into, getting hammered, singing about setting things on fire, shooting up funerals, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, striking poses, smoking a lid.
Exactly. You see, the Constitution was written on reefer by dudes with wooden teeth. You see, my clothing company, Low Down, home of the G, says this. I love reefer. It's the rules if you're a rapper.
Wow, those sound like some great rules. You get a lot of flack in the media these days. At a recent press conference, your manager came to your defense.
A lot of people say gangster rap is misogynistic posturing by fake-ass idiots who spend more time in drama school than they ever did pimping or hustling dope. Well, I assure you, OG Loke is the real thing. He's hated women all his life. He's sold drugs to school children. He's murdered innocent people just for kicks. But he rhymes like an angel. And I assure you it's all in a good cause. So either way, you can feel good about yourself listening to this music.
Well, that was very informative. Big Smoke is doing a lot for the community, or to it. He sounds like a great guy. So, I want to get in on this rap thing. Do I have to break dance, do the windmill? Hey, can you body pop?
Come on, Laszlo. You know OG ain't no playboy. I ain't down with that shit. It ain't gangster. I walk the walk. You know what I'm saying?
Fresh. Yo, I'm down. I'm into walking too, but I was thinking maybe we could have a break off, I could spin on my back.
You being funny?
I'm trying to be.
Watch it, fool. I warn you. I got the streets. I got a rep. Me and my man Smoke, we took over. I've been gang banging since I was 3. Ice cold killer.
Excuse me, gang banging? I never understood that. I mean, other guys in the room while you're. Ugh.
I'm ice cold, bitch. Don't make me dump on you, G. I'm the streets, man. I am gangster. I'm taking rap in a whole new direction. From now, it's about making words rhyme, and I'm going toe-to-toe with you in a minute.
Why do you rappers get so worked up? You're rich. You've won. Stop shooting at each other. And you keep saying, I'm from the streets. Well, you know what, dude? Everyone has a street in front of their house. That doesn't make you cool.
Oh, we got a comedian, huh? You got scraps, bitch? You down? You mark-ass bitch, punk, trick, buster, fool?
Look, I don't know what you said, but here, this ought to calm you down. I brought you some malt liquor.
You's a buster fool. Lucky I don't hang you out the window or turn you out, because I'm also a pimp. Including dudes, I'll pimp anything. You hear me?
Oh, dude, I hear you loud and clear, man. You will pimp anything. Listen, how many hot women need a man? Because, I mean, it's kind of been a dream of mine to sleep with housewives.
Are you dissing my hoes, bitch?
No, dude. Your hoes are bitches. Your hoes are bitches.
You a buster. What are you?
I'm a buster. I'm a buster. Whatever that is. Dude, put the gun away.
Don't diss my strap.
I love your strap. You're a great guy. Look, I'm just coming down off the 80s. Please, don't shoot me, homie.
Relax, fool. No one's getting dumped on. I'm a warrior poet. I tell a cautionary tale about life on the streets, you know?
Only too well. That was OG Loke. Hey, man, it's been a real pleasure. Straight. Yeah. Good luck with the music. Hope you can make a killing. We'll see you next time. Maybe I'll get to take some callers like I want. If WCTR wasn't holding me back, man. This has been Entertaining America with Laszlo. Peace and chicken grease.
So that's how you're going to be entertained.
And let's not forget, the voice acting is excellent. Rockstar brought in celebrities like Axl Rose and Chuck D to voice DJs, and the main characters sound great too. The guns, cars, and ambient effects all sound different depending on what you're using, which really adds to the realism. And yes, there is a ton of swearing, but it fits the setting and it never feels forced or cheesy. CJ himself has a huge library of voice lines, and it's rare to hear him repeat himself. Rockstar crushed it in this area. They had to record lines for when he's skinny, and they had to record lines for when he's fat. Take a listen here.
Look, I'm fat and out of shape like all you chumps. Well done, you caught a fat bastard. If I was in shape, y'all wasn't catching me. You got some spare donuts? I'm hungry. I don't give a shit. I'm bored and hungry. Okay. Shut up and give me something to eat. I can't run no more, Popo. I'm tired of running, and I'm tired of your shit. You ever get bored of your own voice? Do I look like I enjoy a foot chase? You like big men, huh? How on earth do you enjoy your job? Shut up, Popo. Give me a pizza. Can I get a pizza over here? Get me something to eat. I come quietly if y'all feed me. Feed me. It's my rights. You asshole. I'm too fat to run.
Now, for those wondering what happens if you hit that 100% completion mark, don't worry. You'll get more than just a t-shirt. First off, CJ gets infinite ammo for all weapons. Cars he drives now has double armor, so they take way longer to blow up. And best of all, a Hydrojet spawns on top of Sweet's house, and a Rhino tank spawns right next to Ryder's house. So yeah, it's worth going the extra mile. All in all, you can see Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was indeed a complete game. Okay, so let's get into the many different ports of GTA San Andreas. San Andreas originally dropped for the PlayStation 2 on October 26, 2004 for North American markets and October 29, 2004 for European markets. Now, it's worth noting that the PS2 version has 3 different revisions: version 1, version 2, and in North America, version 3. You might be wondering what the difference is. Well, version 1 was an infamous one where players found files for the hot coffee minigame. Once that blew up in 2005, Rockstar released version 2, which removed the minigame and made other changes like bug fixes. Version 2 also became the base for the Japanese release. Then version 3 kept those changes but also removed a few licensed songs, which surprised a lot of players. After the PS2 release, Microsoft entered the scene with the Xbox and PC ports, which launched on June 7, 2005 in North America and June 10, 2005 in Europe. These versions had some noticeable differences. For instance, the Xbox version would show a loading screen at the bottom in the right-hand corner when it was loading. NPCs on PC also had a chance to go full road rage if you bumped into them. Of course, San Andreas eventually made its way to mobile devices. It launched on December 12, 2013 for Apple, December 19th for Android, and January 27, 2014 for the Windows Phone. These ports featured revamped menus and user interface, which actually made shopping and customizing CJ easier. You could preview items like hairstyles, tattoos, and clothes before buying them. The HUD was redesigned too. Weapons icons were moved next to the clock, armor was tucked under the health bar, and the cash display no longer showed empty digits. Radio stations were also moved, and the radar was now in the top left corner. All of this was to make room for the mobile buttons, but it definitely gave the game a different feel. Now, let's talk about the 7th gen. San Andreas was re-released as part of Xbox Originals on October 20th, 2008 for the Xbox 360, and the PS2 version came out to the PS3 through the PS2 Classics line on December 11, 2012. Then, to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, Rockstar dropped an enhanced version for Xbox 360 on October 26, 2014. This version came with higher resolution, better draw distance, a new menu interface, and achievements. The PS2 Classics version was eventually replaced by this enhanced version on December 1st, 2015. The PS2 version also came to PS4 on December 5th, 2015. Now, believe it or not, San Andreas got full-on remaster ports for the PS3 and Xbox 360. But let's be honest, these were basically just the mobile version slapped onto consoles, and they were buggy. Like, really buggy. One of the first issues players noticed was the visual presentation. Sure, they promised better graphics, but instead the characters looked overly smooth and plastic, completely losing that gritty PS2 charm. Lighting was awkward, colors were washed out, and pop-ins was worse than ever. The user interface didn't translate well either. Oversized icons and weirdly placed menus made the game feel off on a big screen. Performance-wise, not great. Frame rates were unstable, sometimes worse than the original PS2 version. Audio glitches, broken missions, missing cheats. It was a mess. And on top of that, a bunch of classic tracks were removed due to expired music licenses. That might sound minor, but for a game where the radio adds so much atmosphere, it was a big deal. Probably the most frustrating thing about these ports, though, was how little care was put into preserving what made San Andreas special. It felt like a lazy cash grab rather than a true celebration of a classic. That's why a lot of longtime fans recommend sticking to the original PS2 or Xbox versions, or even the PC release over these disappointing remasters. They serve as a cautionary tale of what not to do when re-releasing a beloved game. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room. The definitive edition. I'm pretty sure we all know this was supposed to be the enhanced remastered version of the game, the one that would bring the trilogy to the modern age, but let's be real, it was terrible. Visually, the remaster suffered from inconsistent and honestly bizarre graphical changes. The AI-driven smoothing process completely ruined a lot of textures and environmental details, leading to things like comical misspelling signs, awkward lighting, and some truly unnatural character models, especially when it came to NPCs. The signature atmosphere of San Andreas was lost. There was no proper lighting, the environment fog was gone, and rendering issues like broken skyboxes and excessive draw distances made the world look flat, empty, and lifeless. Gameplay didn't escape the hit either. Missions and minigames were straight up broken or didn't work the way they were supposed to. Rhythm-based activities had input lag, side missions would trap players in the environment, bugs and glitches were everywhere. We're talking performance drops, random crashes, NPC dying in ease because of a broken subway AI. It was a mess. And the wild part, these issues happened even on powerful hardware. We're talking a remaster of a PS2 era game and the frame rate still couldn't stay consistent. That's just inexcusable. What really added fuel to the fire, though, was Rockstar's decision to pull the original versions from digital storefronts. So if you wanted to revisit the trilogy, you had no choice but to buy the definitive edition, flaws and all. The ports were based on the buggy PC versions too, so they inherited a bunch of problems that had never been fixed in the first place. And yeah, Rockstar did eventually release some big patches to clean things up, but by that point the damage was done. The reputation was tarnished, and most fans still recommend the original PS2, Xbox, or even the modded PC versions over this so-called definitive release. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was met with near universal acclaim from both critics and players when it launched, and to this day it remains one of the most beloved entries in the Grand Theft Auto franchise. Critics praise the game's vast open world, deep customization options, and ambitious storytelling. Metacritic gave it a staggering 95 out of 100, and most major publications handed out near-perfect scores. Reviewers were especially impressed by the game's attention to detail, the diversity across 3 cities, and the engaging cast of characters. Some even call it the most complete, complex, and detailed environment ever crafted for a game, and celebrated for its freedom and massive replay value. But it wasn't just critics who were hooked. Average players were all in too. San Andreas became a cultural phenomenon. Gamers finally remember the sheer amount of stuff you could do, from gym workouts and dating mechanics to gang wars and side missions. For many, this was the game that defined their childhood or teenage years. CJ, Big Smoke, Ryder, and Officer Tenpenny became iconic characters, and the story was praised for being deep, emotional, unforgettable. People weren't just playing San Andreas, they were living it. Sure, a few players found it overwhelming or pointed out some repetitive side content, and yeah, the graphics haven't exactly aged gracefully, but those critics were drowned by the overwhelming love this game still receives. Even years later, San Andreas is celebrated in modding communities, YouTube retrospectives, and fan-made content. It didn't just set the bar for open world games, it became the bar, and it's still a landmark title in the video game industry. But with all that praise came one of gaming's most infamous controversies: hot coffee. In 2005, modders uncovered hidden code in the game's files, a fully animated interactive sex minigame that could be unlocked on the PC version using mods. This wasn't something players hacked in after the fact, it was content left behind in the official game code by Rockstar themselves. While originally intended as a joke or cut content, once it became accessible, all hell broke loose. Suddenly, San Andreas was in the national spotlight, and not in a good way. The ESRB launched an investigation. Politicians, parent groups, and media watchdogs went wild. Senator Hillary Clinton even used it as a rallying cry for her tighter video game regulation. The game's rating was changed from mature to adults only, a move that essentially blacklisted it from major retailers. Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive were dragged into congressional hearings, forced to explain how such explicit content ended up in a game that millions of teenagers had already bought. The fallout was massive. Copies of the game were pulled from store shelves. Rockstar had to release a patched version without the content, and the whole situation became a textbook example of what happens when controversy meets bad PR. The hot coffee scandal didn't destroy San Andreas' legacy, but it became a permanent stain on its record, and a moment that changed how the game industry handles content ratings, cut material, and modding communities forever.
Representatives that the Federal Trade Commission should investigate the publication of the video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas to determine if the publisher intentionally deceived the Entertainment Software Ratings Board to avoid an adults-only rating.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
So the House is voting on the third of 3 votes this evening. This final bit of legislation is dealing with a resolution that urges the Federal Trade Commission to investigate the video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. While we watch this vote in the House, President Bush today went to the Egyptian embassy to sign the condolence book.
The fallout was severe. Rockstar and Take-Two found themselves at the center of class action lawsuits, a Federal Trade Commission investigation, and millions of dollars in legal reprinting costs. The controversy even sparked legislative proposals like a Family Entertainment Protection Act, aimed at enforcing stricter ratings and shielding minors from mature content in video games. In response, the ESRB tightened its disclosure policies and introduced tougher penalties for developers who failed to fully reveal a game's content. Eventually, Rockstar was forced to re-release a clean version of San Andreas, stripping out the hot coffee mod to regain its mature rating and get the game back on store shelves. While it hit Rockstar's wallet and reputation, the incident fundamentally changed the way the industry handles hidden content, ratings enforcement, and consumer transparency. And yet, even with all that controversy, San Andreas not only survived, it thrived. The game has stood the test of time. In fact, it's grown in stature, influence, and legacy, despite the scandals that once threatened to overshadow its achievements. At launch, it was praised for its revolutionary open-world design, immersive storytelling, and technical ambition. It didn't just raise the bar, it became the bar. The sheer scale map, the freedom it gave players, and the way it blended narrative with gameplay made it the gold standard for open-world games. Developers across the industry have been chasing that magic ever since. Sure, the hot coffee controversy shook things up. Lawsuits, Senate hearings, rating changes, it all briefly impacted the game's image. But instead of dragging it down, it proved just how culturally significant San Andreas had become. It showed the world that video games could be powerful, proactive, and worthy of serious discussion. Rockstar's unapologetic embrace of controversial themes only cemented the medium's potential for layered storytelling and social commentary. Over the years, San Andreas has maintained a loyal fan base. Its vibrant modding scene has kept the game alive with enhanced graphics, new missions, and creative twists. Its DNA can be found in every GTA title that followed, and in countless other franchises that adopted its formula. The cultural impact, the unforgettable characters, the legendary soundtrack, it's all part of why this game is still talked about 2 decades later. In the end, San Andreas isn't just a great game, it's a landmark, a bold, messy, brilliant classic that challenged the norm and helped define an entire generation of gaming. The controversy became part of its story, but the legacy, that was never in question. Okay, the cat's out of the bag. This was my favorite GTA game, and honestly, it still is. I grew up in a time when you had to keep quiet about playing this game because it was so controversial. I remember back in 5th grade, we used to huddle up and whisper about San Andreas, quoting lines like we were doing something illegal. And sure, some folks might say that means I had a bad childhood, but I turned out just fine. This game was epic, it was funny, and it opened us up to a world we had never experienced before. Don't get me wrong, Vice City is still hot, but San Andreas was the magnum opus of the 3D era. Honestly, I go further to say it's the opus GTA game of all time. I mean, look at the modern games. GTA 5 is their opus, but I gotta ask, can you quote GTA 5 like you can quote San Andreas? Did it need a constantly updated online mode just to stay relevant because GTA 6 is taking forever? San Andreas didn't need all that. You could play solo dolo and have a blast. CJ as a protagonist is likable, and the supporting cast, star-studded. Ryder, Sweet, Big Smoke, Caesar, Tenpenny. These characters made the world feel alive. The gameplay wasn't just good, it was overstacked. Let's be real, it could take weeks to 100% this game. Driving school, flying school, races, territories, girlfriends. It started feeling less like a game and more like you were living CJ's life. He can get hungry, hit the gym, go on dates, even interact with S-workers. Everything felt limitless. And man, that soundtrack, fire. But it's sad because like a lot of 6th-gen games, this one suffered from music licensing issues. These days, your favorite songs is just one update away from vanishing. When I was finally old enough to fully understand the story, I played the PS2 classic version on the PS3. I didn't even know Tupac was originally on the soundtrack. My brother had to tell me, and I was shocked. Losing James Brown in this game hurt just like losing Michael Jackson in Vice City. And that's why I recommend version 1 or version 2 of San Andreas, if you can find them. These versions help keep most of the original soundtrack and content intact, staying true to what Rockstar had originally created. So, what more can I say? If you've played San Andreas, you already know it's a masterpiece, and if you haven't, well, I hope this video inspired you to give it a shot, whether on PS4, via PS2 Classics, or on Steam. It's an experience worth having. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you. I know this one's on the longer side, maybe even the longest video I ever made. I also want to apologize for the delay. I had to take some time after graduation to bounce back to the channel. This Saturday, I'm dropping my Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe retrospective, but it'll go live at night because I need just a little more time on it. After this week, we're back to our regular schedule, Saturdays at noon. Also, I think I figured out how to avoid copyright issues with my GTA game retrospectives. So I've been thinking about redoing my Vice City video with the full audio. If that's something you want to see, drop a comment down below and I'll get right on it. Next week, we return to the Rockstar Takeover with Midnight Club 3. So if that sounds like your kind of speed, be sure to hit that subscribe button to stay up to date. This is the Retro Phantom, signing out.